to find out from the strongest region in the world who that team is going to be.
What's going on here? What's Viper and Delight?
Adorable.
Attends, il faut que je me prépare à...
I think
Well,
we don't know how to explain it, but I think we all get it.
C'est parti, on va se mettre
you know
là.
what I mean?
Et ça, je crois qu'il faut que je remonte par là, parce que les drafts vont se
we
lancer.
understand. We're moments away from getting into the draft, and the draft is something we're going to talk about a lot here because we're in best of
Jure,
fives
One Life
now on the road to
Esports, sponsorisé par
MSI.
One Life.
We've already seen a couple,
Jure.
and now we're going to get to see our two best teams on this new patch really show
je sais
off
pas si je suis
what
assez
is
haut,
the
là.
best of the best. They're
Bah, super.
gigantic champion pools. What should be prioritized in a best of five? And it also depends on how many games we get to as well. Will it be a GENG
Allez,
blowout,
team.
which is
Putain,
a lot
ça
of
fait
people
déjà
have
une
predicted,
demi-heure là.
or are we going to get to game 4, game 5, where Zeka hasn't
Ok,
lost
blue side pour
in
GENG.
9 game 5s in a row? It's going to be a fun one today.
There have been 3 main archetypes
Blue
of
side
drafts
GENG.
recently, right? You have your dive composition, something like an Ari
C'est parti.
draft. You have your front
C'est
to
le son
back
qui veut
tank
dire que ça se lance.
composition, and then
La
you have
draft.
your global with the Gallios, the Shens that
parti.
we're seeing crop up, the Pantheon, where you can place
C'est parti.
to side lane. Talia as well.
Première,
See
ah merde,
what
faut
these
que
two teams are going to
j'avance
pick
en
for
plus.
our very first one. I
C'est
think
parti,
those tank
première
picks and the
draft.
frontal pick are going to be really big in game 1 here.
To see what the early bans are. I feel like
C'est
as well
parti,
in Fearless,
wouhou,
bans
wouh.
over the series, we often see some
Ah ouais, c'est la
staples
voix
like
du
well
matin,
locked
hein.
in. UNE
Ah, c'est
and Vi,
dur,
one of the big
hein.
ones, especially against HLE.
Ah, c'est
Like,
dur,
UNE ban
hein.
probably, especially by GENG for the whole series. For the Vi ban on red side, a very
Ok, ça ban Vi, Nico. Ok, ça...
as well.
Du côté
Often
de
really strong
GENG,
engage,
ça
things
bat
that can also
Yone,
work really well
Nico.
as that
Et HLE,
lane
ça bat
prio
Vi
pick,
et qui?
can pair up really well with things like the Kaiser.
I think these are 2 solid
Ça
bans
va
so far.
ban qui
A
là?
little bit tougher here on red side to gauge
Panthéon.
in game 1, so sticking with
Ok.
safer jungle bans here. The Vi, of
Parce que
course,
c'est
is
une
permanent.
Fearless.
I don't think we'll be seeing that across 5
Oui, oui, je suis
games.
con, c'est
Pantheon,
Fearless Draft.
though, is
Toute
on
l'année,
that
c'est
global
Fearless Draft, de
side
toute
I was
façon.
talking about earlier.
Et tant mieux, parce que la
It's
Fearless Draft,
taken away from Zeka,
c'est
though,
tellement-
so Zeka being heavily targeted with 2 of those picks here already.
c'est
in
tellement
game
mieux
1.
maintenant la
It's like
Fearless
very
Draft.
focused towards like dive.
Putain les gars, je me lève tôt alors que je me suis couché tard. Pour regarder un match de League of Legends, est-ce qu'on se rend compte de la puanteur du game? On se rend compte de la puanteur du mec.
They won Talia big time, and they're going to get it. Chovy did an AMA, and he talked about how Talia is actually his most comfortable and
Vas-y King, tu vas nous piquer quoi là?
at the moment. And this just makes sense. The Ahri is taken away.
Wesh.
Got to pick this first.
It's super obvious. And this does give over the Rumble here to
Rumble.
Zeus, which has been a lane dominant pick, great for team fights later on
Ouais.
as well. And
Attendez,
even
parce que
with
c'est le
what he did
matin,
in this
les
Rumble,
noms
has
des
just kind
persos.
of still been king of the top lane.
Oh!
And to pick the Azir into
Zeka
the
direct, ça
Talia
sort Azir.
is quite bold, but we consider the Talia to be somewhat of a
Azir,
counter
Zeka
because she can stop
directement.
the Azir dashes. It's a strong matchup for her, but it's not unplayable. And there are
Ok.
other impacts that the
J'ai
Azir
vu une
can
personne
make
qui me
in
regardait
late
par la
game,
fenêtre là, je
especially
vous jure
in terms
c'était
of
très
side lane.
perturbant.
I just feel like we've seen this matchup go to Leia
Ça me regardait par la fenêtre, c'était hyper perturbant là.
And you're into Chovy as well, who said he's so comfortable.
Ok, prends-nous le Xin.
It's clearly something that
Canyon,
HLE
bah, enfin,
expected and were
Peanuts,
willing to opt
enfin,
into, but
Zeka
it's
sera
a
sur
rough
Azir
gambit
du
to
coup.
go into game 1.
Canyon,
And
ce
this
sera
kind of
pour...
feels like a situation
non,
where
du
it's like,
coup,
okay, Genji at blue
le
side,
Xin pour
we know it's a
Rouleur.
tough matchup. Let's see if we can try and, you know, take that rough matchup and see what we can do with
I
it.
think Peanut going for the Skarner here is pretty greedy as well. I feel like that's the idea,
Ok,
because why would
donc
you
là,
otherwise
pour
lock the Azir
Canyon,
right
ça
here when you
part
could have taken the
sur...
Xin Zhao away from Genji? They're
Part
actually
sur
not looking to lock
Zoé.
it right away, but that's been one of the more common responses to Xin Zhao. We've seen a lot of our top junglers pull that out, Peanut included. They're looking for
Poppy?
the Poppy that's open here instead as well. Somewhat of a flex,
Poppy
but
pour
likely to go into
Delight.
Peanut's hands. And again, somewhat greedy, this draft here
Poppy
from
pour
Hanwha
Delight.
has a lot of power around objectives now. You could consider the zoning from the Rumble
OMG,
ultimate, obviously the
oh my
Poppy's
God.
ultimate as well.
This is
First
amazing.
verdict for objective control.
You know what I really like about this draft
que de
so
la
far
merde.
for Hanwha is that they took Azir away from Chovy for the rest of the series. Like, you know, talk about what you want for the best of 5 and for this game.
The best of
For
5.
Chovy, you cannot give him Azir.
Chovy,
The
Galat,
best of 5.
bref,
So I'm
c'est
just
de l'anglais.
happy that they
Hein.
did that. Everything
Écoutez, moi
else
ça me permet
disregard.
One thing with
de...
Genji's composition, it isn't that long range, and especially with like the
Ça me
Azir,
permet
because you think
de
about the Azir is going to be able to
comprendre de
close
l'anglais, en vrai.
distance very easily. Maybe
Ok,
the
ça
thought
va,
process now is that we're not going to close distance. If you pick a longer range to
dernier
carry
ban
in the
pour
situation, maybe the
Rakan.
onus comes on a Genji to close that gap, and HLE have some great
J'ai
defensive tools here, so we'll see
J'ai
how things
faim
pan
de
out.
fou,
We
là.
see the center band away from Genji, which I think is a great call. As obviously that long
J'ai
range
faim, mais comment tu veux que je...
AD carry would be so hard to deal with, paired with the rest of HLE's composition.
Dernier
We'll
ban.
probably just see like the Alistair ban here. It could still be a Poppy flex to support in this situation.
Ça va mettre du temps pour les drafts. Hein. Toi, tu m'étonnes. Bon, faut pas déconner sur ce genre de game. Hein. Enfin, sur ce genre de match. Je connais pas les compos alors. Moi, je veux juste voir du beau jeu, du beau move.
I think something like Isaiah is not really necessary in this draft. I think you want to go long range. I think you want to go poke. You've got a ton of consistent damage there. You're going to agree and lock that Varus in. Also, now puts Viper, in a somewhat uncomfortable position in terms of bottom lane where they have to lock something like MF, like Jin, that can go toe-to-toe in lane. This does solve some of the range problem, though, for GENG if they opt for this. I think it suits their comp really well because they already have
Jin pour rouleur, c'est validé. De toute façon que c'est la banalista. Oh putain, ça lock direct.
Into Poppy. No, it's not necessarily the Poppy support, but we've seen Nautilus fare better than other engaged supports. If the steadfast presence comes down and you queue, even though you do get that little interrupt on you, you still manage to connect the CC. We'll see though if they end up committing to that Poppy in the jungle of the support role for the side of HLE. They do have options. And it looks like they're going to go for the Rel for Delight and lock Peanut into that support role. So, you know, I think some interesting decisions here. I think both teams kind of rounded out their composition as well. I think HLE do still have that long range, play the distance option here, but they're still dealing with, like, you know, Chovy on that Slayer. GENG gave themselves that Jin to help solve some of their range issues.
Mais t'as pas le PC, hein.
Okay in this, but
ah, je te préviens. On va pas le faire, sinon ça va pas le faire. On va pas être copain-copain.
Zinzao is so much strength.
I think outside of that, though, I find the GENG composition to be a little bit tougher to play. There's a lot of volatility in this top lane matchup as well between Keen and Zeus. Zeus being the more recently stronger performing player in a matchup that can go either way, but the Rumble often does win if played perfectly, spaced really well. Gives you a lot of power there, and there's so much scaling plus ease of objective fights. With the Poppy ultimate, we already talked about the Rel engage, you have Varus' poke. It's really tricky for GENG, especially if they fall far behind.
On va voir où est-ce que je place la caméra.
On objectives like Baron, like a soul fight.
Well, that's the draft. That definitely does look like a game one fearless draft, you know, everything is available, but a lot of stuff gets taken away with just that first game. It feels like a lot of high tier picks.
C'est tellement plus stylé les playoffs LCK
que both compositions make sense, and this is kind of what we expect between these two teams. They're both extremely good at drafting.
Après on n'a pas ça, donc je vous jure ce serait rempli. Bah après on a eu le zéro trick, mais vas-y c'était même pas pour les playoffs, c'était des trucs de saison régulière. J'aurais dû faire ça pour les playoffs, tu vois, les... Ils auraient dû faire ça pour les playoffs, le zéro triple. Ça aurait été tellement plus hype. Ça aurait été tellement mieux. Enfin, je trouve.
Right, here we go, guys. Game number one. GENG up against Life Esports here at the road to MSI.
Ok, c'est parti. Première game. Ah oui, c'est vrai. Ah ouais, c'est vrai qu'il faut les
All right, there we go, and already trying to get some action here, put down the first
là.
right at the Raptors, as we often do see.
Je sais pas où je suis censé mettre la cam. Je fais de l'espace de fou, frère. Ah, je me disais aussi. Je me disais, c'était bien trop beau pour être vrai. Allez, c'est parti.
Eyes on Zeka versus Chovy because this is going to be the first kind of litmus test, so to speak, on what Zeka's form looks like today. Because he is definitely the underdog in this best of 5
montre-moi ce que tu sais faire.
Chovy indisputably -- 1 right now in the role. Yeah, and it's a tough matchup as well.
Chovy definitely the overdog.
Non, Chovy est un Zeka, mais vu qu'ils les ont battus 2 fois durant la saison régulière.
He's playing currently his favorite champion in a matchup that favors the Talia. So, you know, generally we're used to, you know, I was talking about taking the Azir away from Chovy. You think about what he was able to do against T1, I think it was last year, right, in that spring finals, the 5th game where he just absolutely carried it by himself. And it's been just more of that this year, just him kind of solo carrying. even alongside of his fantastic team.
Was it upper bracket as well against Hanwha Life in LCK Summer last year, where he also carried on the Azir pick?
Yeah, you just can't give it to him.
He also crushed Hanwha Life in their most recent regular season match in round 2 with the Azir pick. I mean, the list goes on and on. So I do agree that there's a lot of value in
Moi, j'attends le premier fight.
If you can win with it in this matchup as
Je pense que ça va
well,
se faire.
the value goes even
Ça va être tranquille.
higher, of course.
I do want to note that we saw Keen pick up the exhaust on the ground in the Rumble, which you've seen a decent amount of times. We did talk a little bit about how Zeus in this matchup can definitely put some pressure on a Keen. And also we have the Poppy for Pina, which I feel like whenever I see Poppy in the jungle, I'm always thinking about, can we find pressure to gank side lanes? If Zeus finds an opportunity to get prior to push the wave in, it's so easy to dive anyone in the side lane and slam them into the wall under the turret. So Keen does need to be a little bit concerned about that.
OV, premier first skill, attention là. Oh! First blood pour Viper. La flèche qui connecte.
La
flèche qui connecte. Let's go.
The damage is already done. Really nice follow-up there from Viper. Gets the final auto.
Canyon qui riposte envers Peanut. Ok, ouais, il a pas. Ok, il peut faire prendre le.
So at least Canyon is able to win
Carapater, comme on
but
dit.
yeah, that's going to be a big moment in the bottom lane to get Hanwha Life Esports' bottom lane ahead. You were talking about how Viper could be the guy in this series to carry them. Everybody's talking about Zeus, but I don't know, Viper now with first blood could be his moment.
I feel like this was a big flub from Ruler, but just so well played by both the Light and Viper here. So catches him out. The interrupt a little late from
Je pensais pas qu'il y aurait un kill aussitôt, tu vois, entre les deux. Mais
late,
heureusement, la flèche connecte pas, mais il a envoyé un Q sur la. Au moins, et en plus, ils prennent le flash. Je sais pas s'il a pris son. Ouais, Viper a utilisé son flash. Jin aussi. Qui a plus de flash pour Jin.
Not a good omen.
Yeah, you don't feel great about that. Now trying to
C'est un flash qu'il a qui? C'est une TP. Oula, ouais, direct, ça dive. Ok, ce rouleur est mort. Est-ce qu'on peut prendre sur Duro? Ça commence très bien pour HLE là.
And this is what happens, you make a mistake, and against a team like HLE,
you're not
afforded time to sort of get over it, because you're immediately punished again for it. Peter takes the opportunity to make it really sting, rub salt into the wound, and suddenly 2-0 Viper is a fantastic win con for HLE.
Yeah, that's the thing. Critically, the second kill also goes to Viper. They're able to serve it up to him on a silver platter, and so he's got this massive lead now as he begins to stack his tier. And Ruler is not going to have a fun time through this mid-game. I mean, he's basically in turret range here. Look at the river. There's no
Ça commence, en tout cas, 2 kills sur le... 2 kills sur Viper, c'est très bien, vraiment.
Here in a big series
like I mean, this was definitely a situation where they were like, okay, let's just push the wave in quickly, reset, we need to get out, and they end up getting punished for it. You even saw Canyon was actually clearing his Krogs at the time, too far away. Maybe that false sense of security was making them think they could get it in and get out, but big punish comes through. Do have a pause coming through at the moment, and we'll hopefully get that quickly. But not a great start for GENG in this one. Considering things like the fact that we saw the Talia picked up, we talked a little bit about how, you know, Talia and Azir being wiped out with it being fearless. Talked about the fact it is GENG's side select. I feel like if HLE win this game 1, it means so much more than a game 1 win for GENG just on the weight of that.
17h25.
Yeah, so guys, we are getting a update that it is a peripheral issue for Zeka, so those issues generally solve themselves relatively quickly. So we'll get back into the action here as soon as we possibly can.
Yeah, I hope that it is a quickly resolved issue, but like you said, hardware issues and peripheral issues are very easily fixed, either with just a replacement or just a quick tweak of driver settings. See a ref working on it right away here with Zeka. Again, a full crowd here. As a Zeus fan in the audience with a cool Samira cosplay come through. I don't know, I guess that's Jace he's doing, I'm not sure.
I think so.
Like Academia Jace maybe? I don't know, I'm not the skin guy. But the game state here is fantastic for Hanwha Life Esports, guys. Like we have
ça va reprendre.
Top lane, and mid is stable. Two kills early for the bottom lane Viper, a massive lead. They have river control. And GENG, you know, this is not a great start for what the scaling means for this draft.
Yeah, and now when you get this big of a lead in the bottom side of the map, well, what I was going to say is probably you can get that first dragon and then rotate your bottom lane up. But actually, it's GENG on a back timing of HLE Esports that are.
Et par contre, l'OBS là.
So at least they get that.
Oh, l'overlay il est où là?
Will lead in the jungle in favor of
Merci.
you see that moment earlier.
Merci.
Well, there was when we last looked at it. It was like a few camps ahead. Not anymore, apparently.
Well, it's not old Rel, so not going to be able to take the dragon.
Oh, je pensais qu'il allait lui voler, mais.
Around and they do get his flash, but not the biggest deal in
ça aurait été beau, ça aurait été beau.
At least HLE gets something out of that.
Yeah, I think
dodge.
Han will be happy that they got at least that, because I think getting anything else there wasn't really going to be possible.
Merde, Poppy c'est jungle, putain, pourquoi j'ai dit que c'était support? Je suis con quoi. Oh, attention, 2v2, ça arrive par derrière, Pineus, ok. Ulti d'Azir, ça le prend sur. Ok, un kill pour Azir ou pas? Un kill pour Azir, c'est très bien. Côté HLE, putain, mais HLE. La partition impériale qui connecte en plus, qui est bien connectée.
Once here to the side of the Azir, who was struggling just a little bit
in mid lane. HLE
for running away with this early game.
Such a fantastic start. You know, Zeus finding the angle to move down, getting it a kill for Zeka as well. And again, it's not a huge lead so far, but things go in favor of HLE already. Definitely positive. See Ruler gets
ça roll swap là?
Que Jin est top lane. And I feel like maybe GENG, they're just going to focus on these objectives at this point.
Ah non, tente pas, frère.
I don't know if you really want to go in on that one, Zeus. Yeah, the timing of the back for Viper, we went back towards the dragon.
Un kill sur le Azir, 2 kills sur le.
The Canyon was a little bit bizarre because I think they weren't aware of how fast Canyon was there, so we didn't get much in the bottom lane. Now rotated a little bit late to the top side, so the top side prio is now more important.
Très bien, hein.
It is GENG's, but this is a really cool player from Zeus, gets a slow from the equalizer. Toby has to.
Dommage, la partition impériale a mal connecté. Je sais pas pourquoi j'ai dit qu'elle avait bien connecté, elle a pas du tout bien connecté.
To be honest, it feels like for me, HLE using their tempo a lot more to set up for these kills, get a bit of a gold lead, whereas Canyon's a lot more focused on setting up for these objectives like the Dragon earlier.
Ça prend une plate ou pas?
We'll see how it ends up playing out.
Ça prend une plate.
Right now, though, pressure still very much in favor. It's about a 1.5k gold lead for HLE right now, but it's almost 1,000 for Viper. And the thing is, once this virus starts to get rolling, just the poke becomes so obnoxious.
Yeah, it really does. It's a significant lead.
Bon.
Grubs are up, and Peanut is closer to them. Will Hex flash in to speed that pathing up, and they did regain control of that top side. As you mentioned, the objectives for Canny, he's not going to be able to get this one. And this is a big win here for HLE, because they're the ones who have the Azir in their composition. The Nashor's Tooth going to allow Zeka to hit real quick and take them out.
Après les 3 Grubs, ils ont Drake. Ah non, c'est GENG qui a le premier Drake. 3 Grubs. 2 kills sur le Varus, 1 kill sur le Azir. Bon, après le Azir ça va encore, mais c'est le Varus, si tu le laisses tranquille comme ça, il va devenir de plus en plus.
Relatively safe on the rumble. I say that, and yeah, backing in the bush.
Le flash out de la part de Rumble, mais ça revient à la charge, il n'y a personne pour connecter.
Almost makes you wonder, Zeus thought he was definitely going to get the kill there for the bait. It's so wild.
If he had equalizer, I think.
Ouais, Peanut serait pas là, bah oui, il y avait la war. Abruti, Peanut. Abruti. Moi je call 3-2 GENG. Le BO. Moi je veux un BO best of 5. Je veux un best of 5.
You actually saw Chovy lean down towards bot lane, and there was a ward in the mid lane, so he was spotted going bot. I think maybe the thought process was Chovy leaving lane might have been enough to maybe ward them away from top, because they spotted him going bot lane. They were like, no, we know Chovy's not anywhere near. But either way, they end up forcing the bot lane away, and I feel like HLE are just the ones with absolute control of this situation.
30 CS the deficit here for Ruler as another plate goes over to Viper. I think they're definitely winning this trade. If the Gwen had Grubs, you know, maybe it's a bit of a different story there on the bottom side in terms of what she's able to get done, but she does not. We'll have to teleport top side. Keen goes there, and now Ruler's got a little bit of a long time down here towards this turret, but I don't think he's going to get much with it. And Hanwha are winning everywhere.
Yeah, we saw Chovy just on screen clear out that ward there.
Ah ouais, Zeka, ça se met des gouttes dans les yeux en plein match.
Up towards top lane, that would have been maybe enough to secure Ruler and Duro, be able to defend the turret. But either way, it's going to be HLE just getting further and further ahead in this game.
Saw Zeka putting in the eye drops already. generally see him do that to try to power up in the later parts of the series, but he's doing it early, maybe feeling the momentum already as he was moving down to the bottom side. The momentum is real. Just 3 kills here early on. That streak is going to be infernal, and you would have to imagine that Humalife play around that and pick that up. And we'll see what soul we are looking towards in this game.
Je me rappelle, j'avais mis mon jeu en coréen un jour. Plus jamais je refais ça, je me prenais pour un pro LCK, je sais pas ce qui m'a pris. Mettre le jeu en coréen, frère.
So at least Keen has got that going on for his team.
Yeah, he's got TP advantage if it comes down to a really close fight here for this Dragon, but I just don't feel like it's going to be with the control that Hanwha has. I don't think Zeus even necessarily needs to show up to this because there's just no prio whatsoever for GENG. Canyon going for a long wraparound here, but it's seen so much.
Attention, l'attaque de Zoé, ouais, mais ça finira pas. Hein.
Des
dégâts, mais son cul connecte même pas. Ah, c'est l'auto-attaque plutôt. Ok, deuxième Drake pour HLE. L'ulti de Rumble. Pas fou, hein. Pas fou ton ulti Rumble. Mais attention parce que derrière le Xin, ça veut dive.
No waves, they can't really threaten a dive.
Est-ce que ça va le dive?
He knows exactly what he has to do. The rest of the team is just getting damage down on the bot lane tower.
Yeah, I think Keen just wanted to crash the wave there for this potential dive. Zeus reads it like a book, backs away, equalizes the wave so there's no potential dive here because they knew where Canyon was. They saw him on a ward. And he's just chilling now. And he's like, all right, send another wave over. I know your jungler isn't going to be here anymore. Now, I say that Duro is heading up, but look who's there to cover. Hanwha just one step ahead. Look at all the vision GENG have, and still the light reads the play. Comes up here, knows Duro is missing and can now defend. But Chovy,
oh, le grab qui connecte. Est-ce que ça peut suivre? Parce que là, ça dive en 2v3. Mais ça mènera à rien. La TP, c'était qui d'ailleurs? Ah, c'est Azir qui a TP. First tourelle pour First tourelle pour HLE par le Rumble pour lui laisser les golds.
Humalife Esports won those best of 5s and they won game 1 importantly. So with this massive lead, you could see that maybe happening again if they do eventually win this game.
Dommage.
Je pense pas que ça a touché. Je
pense que dans tous les cas, il y a pas de temps.
The lead opening up more and more, feature strength secured, as she said, and HLE just feels like with one arm, they're effortlessly blocking everything.
Je pense pas que ça connectait, mais moi 57 sont back.
From Zeus, you know, overextending as we
je sais pas si on entend trop les casters ou pas, j'en sais rien. Vas-y, moi je vais entendre le son du jeu un minimum, je parle par-dessus. Oh! Oh, il est mort. Oh! Non! Putain, non, il est mort. Ça arrive derrière pour le sauver ou pas? Non, non, il est foutu. Ah, il peut-être. Non, il prend pas kill. Il s'est fait baiser. Je me suis dit, peut-être. Non, les mecs, non. Non. Évidemment que non. Qui m'envoie un message là? Sur Discord direct là.
If they keep finding more and more windows like that, it'll open the game up. But yeah, we'll see if they
ah ouais, en plus il a flash out. Enfin flash in. Ouais, il a flash quoi.
As you said, this is a mistake we've sometimes seen him make before.
Mais qui arrive même pas à dire.
I think one thing to mention though is with the fact that they have things like
deuxième tourelle pour lequel de... Ah non, ok, ça première tourelle pour GENG mais ça prend la T1 top. Ouais, ça va. Rumble, fais gaffe, t'as pas la vision mon pote. Bon, après c'est tout ça, je m'en inquiète pas.
Yeah, I think this is a big flub, you know, in terms of the vision setup we had down there, where GENG had it fully covered. It was an easy path from Duro.
Je suis mort, frère, je suis crevé. Je me tape un best of 5 en Corée là. J'ai 2 meilleures équipes du monde et j'ai le seum parce qu'on va pas les jouer. Oh, bien.
But he's pretty far back on the blue side ruler spot, so he will be okay. But there is the cleanse, as you mentioned. Zeka farming top lane, and they're looking for the Rift Heralds here. Humalife again in total control of this, over 2,000 gold in the lead. They have those first item spikes, whereas we do have some for the side of GENG, but Ruler's basically not a champion right now.
C'est remonté dans... Oh, l'ulti de Poppy. Normalement c'est bon pour eux, ok.
Well, they just lost 2 people to the Poppy ult, and Yeah, that's why we love to see Poppy in these games.
I mentioned earlier, like, you know, the ease of
Poppy
execution
qui
of this
permet de
comp,
récupérer
even
les
in
rats
an
pour les
even
HLE.
game state where you don't have full control, you
Je
might be
pense
able to
qu'ils vont
knock
viser
people earlier
la
or force a
T1
reaction, force a
mid,
flash or a
logiquement.
reposition
À
from
moins qu'il le
ahead.
balance sur la
Good
T2
luck getting
top.
anywhere close.
Je prioriserais bien la T1 mid, moi comme ça me ferait toutes les T1 qui tombent.
When you're behind, because the thing is, you're never gonna have.
Après, je sais pas comment ils vont le mettre,
always going
mais...
to be walking into an area where the enemy team's set up and you're walking into fog of war. Because it feels bad when you're walking into an engage when you don't have vision. It's even worse when it's a poppy ult and she just knocks half your team away. And this is going to be how GENG have to play the game. They really need to find windows where they can get flanks or get set up, or find like pockets of vision.
I mean, their vision this game has been really impressive.
Ça a plus qu'un goal d'avance, HLE pour l'instant c'est normal.
So many different pockets they found. You know, we saw the Duro roam topside. It was read well by Delight, even though he wasn't on vision. They had vision to get that gank on the Zeus moments before down the bottom lane. You can see how much vision they have from top to bottom across the map. They need to find a way to utilize it. Chovy is going to TP back to mid here. We're going to have this big fight over the first mountain.
Is down for this fight, so
j'arrête pas de bailler.
they feel confident.
Je suis pas assez dormi les mecs, je me suis réveillé à 9h, je me suis couché à 2-3
going to be looking for it, but again,
TP.
Let's see how this one is going to go. As
oh, Zeka, lui, qui balance
somewhat reflexively, and now
il s'échappe, je pense que c'est mort. Hein. Je pense que c'est mort, mais attention, Duro qui va peut-être mourir. Duro qui prend, mais il y a les flèches, ok. Première balle pour Duro. Ça sent peut-être bon pour le GG qui va récupérer le Drake. Le Drake qui reste 1000 HP. C'est pour les HLE. Ça fait du 2 pour 1. Attention les balles de Jean. Il y a Zeka par derrière. Zeka qui peut peut-être tenter sur Chovy. Mais il va tomber. Il va tomber. Ah, ça sent mauvais pour les GENG, pour les HLE. Ça sent mauvais pour les HLE. Ça fait du 3 pour 1. Ah mais non, personne n'est tombé. Si, si, ok. Bon, ils ont réussi à prendre le Drake, mais je sais pas si c'est rentable vu que 3 personnes de chez HLE sont tombées. Très bon fight de la part de Chovy, je trouve. Attends, on va voir le replay parce que j'ai pas trop compris. Il s'est passé trop de trucs en même temps. En fait, s'il avait pas balancé sa partition impériale, Zeka, je pense que pouvait faire un bon move. Il a dû partir. Après, il s'est TP sur la ward derrière. Ça a tout call sur Duro. Pendant ce temps, Delight était tout seul, Pinas qui a essayé de l'aider. Mais ça a réussi à prendre le Drake. Le problème c'est que du coup il est tombé, ok, Zeka arrive par derrière. Ça a essayé de tuer Chovy, mais avant et tout ce qu'il pouvait pas finir du coup de ce
Chovy doing so much on his Talia to Zeka twice. So much to get GENG into this game.
It's just the Chovy show again. This is why we were hyping it up so much. But
Chovy qui a fait un bon taf.
Right now. And it cannot be understated. I would imagine that a lot of people were predicting GENG. Yes, sure, they went 18-0, but you know, solely because of Chovy at times. It's insane.
To be on top as long as Chovy has, and to keep breaking the barrier, keep breaking the ceiling over and over and over again, just when you think he's peaked. He shows you that he hasn't, is just so incredibly impressive, carrying his team now to only a 300 gold deficit after what was such a fantastic start for Hanwha Life. They're still in the lead, they still have a lot of
c'est parce que je me disais, vous voyez, ça a balancé les râles de T1 mid. Après, je pensais pas que ça allait balancer maintenant, je pense que ça l'aurait peut-être balancé un peu plus tard.
But after HLE's early lead, it would be such a tilter if they lost this game. So GENG quarterback. Absolutely massive. We just see the Herald come down mid, but GENG there to defend.
Terrain de tomber côté GENG. Je pense qu'avec ce qui vient de se passer au Drake, le fight sur le Drake, il pourrait prendre plus. Je pense.
And that's because Ruler got 2 kills in that last fight. So Ruler, yeah, he kind of botched it early. But he got a bunch of kills. He's the 80 carry still. And now this Jin is a champion, whereas before it was not at all. You remember the Rift Herald fight where he was like, I guess I'll just throw in a W and see what happens, and he didn't even have a first item. Now he's looking at almost 2. Chovy's looking at his second item as well.
That's the second coming in.
GENG are right back in this game with just 1 fight. It's kind of insane how they did it. But HLE, you know, they're still a little bit ahead. They got that Mountain Drake as well, so that's going to be some extra resistances. The Mountain Soul going to be huge in this game.
I think the big thing with that last fight was it wasn't as controlled. They didn't have the poppy ultimates up. I think the ideal fight for HLE isn't a fight. You set up the objective, they come in, you ult someone away, they go, oh, well, I guess we can't fight, and you just take the objective. So I think HLE, if the game slows down and they can set up for that, that's the ideal and you could tell they were a little bit rushed in how that fight ended up panning out. So
il n'y a plus de vision dans la bot lane.
Chovy thought he was safe. Let's see if he can wall
Ça a
away
balancé
on
un
time.
ult sur Chovy. Ah ouais, mais non, mais il est trop loin, ça sert à rien. Ça sert à rien, Peanut, ça sert à rien. Recule, Peanut. Peanut, ça ne sert à rien. Oh, l'ulti qui bloque. L'ulti qui bloque. Mais quoi? Mais il a troll. Il a troll. Pendant tout ce temps, ça commence l'attaquant. L'ult du mid laner, l'ult de Chovy qui a troll. Du coup, ça l'a bloqué. Qu'est-ce qu'il a branlé? Ok, la TP. Est-ce que ça peut le prendre? Est-ce que ça peut le steal? Ah non. Voilà, il est mort. Voilà, il est mort. Ah ouais. Oh! L'ult de Zeka. Attention, je sais pas ce qui se passe quand même. Attention, est-ce que ça peut riposter? Est-ce que ça peut riposter? Ouais, ça prend le kill sur Duro. Est-ce que ça peut prendre plus sur Kin ou sur Rouleur? Non, on prend pas plus. Ça a tenté de steal l'attaquant, mais ça a été un bon fight plus pour HLE, même si ça a pu prendre l'attaquant pour Chovy. Je sais pas lequel est le mieux, mais Chovy est un peu con parce qu'il s'est bloqué avec son ult. Moi je pensais que c'est bon, il balançait, c'était fini. Après il avait flash out là. Ah ouais, il s'est bloqué. Ah putain, le con. Et là, l'attaquade. Je vais revoir ce qui s'est passé. La flèche de Viper. Ça a bloqué Zeus qui arrive, mais Zeus qui tombe direct. L'ult de la partie supérieure de Zeka qui a connecté, mais ça n'a pas été suffisant. Heureusement, il y a Viper derrière qui fait un boulot monstre. Peanut qui arrive à le ramener. Ah, franchement, c'est fort. C'est du nouveau, frère. Allez, ça prendrait. Oh, je me suis dit. Peut-être. Ok, du coup là ça prend la T1 ok, en plus pour Viper, donc ça fait encore plus de Google pour Viper. Viper il est super bien dans sa game, il est en 4-0. C'est lui qui va carry la game. C'est lui qui va carry la game, je pense que HLE va gagner grâce à Viper. Parce que Viper fait un match de fou.
Viper 4-0 right now, looking for 2 objective steals, but
Viper fait un match de fou, hein. Il a T1 bot qui est toujours pas tombé pour la HLE.
But it's now been several major moments where Hanwha
tellement bien Viper.
On the opposite side of the map to where the objective was. Genji get the setup and Hanwha
je me réveille, frère.
C'est
du gros niveau, hein. Ça se bat, ça balance des ults dans tous les sens. Quand il y a des fights, c'est faut regarder 4 fois avant de comprendre ce qui se passe.
Focus up in terms of getting those setups ready because their comp is so incredibly powerful there. They can play around side lanes, they can look for picks, but when that dragon is spawning, when Otacon's up on the other side of the map, you really have to think about the push and pull of the rift here, and Genji are just getting the better of them in these last few exchanges.
I'm a little bit worried for Hanwha Life, just for the fact that it seems to be only their bottom lane that's really on the ball today. I think that Zeka's been a bit rough so far in this series. That game.
Ah, ils vont viser la T2.
There's only been one game. Zeus as well, the TP a little bit iffy. He's 1 and 3, not really putting up the numbers.
And I think Peanut's been pretty good.
Peanut's been pretty good. He did go all the way to the top side to gank while
bot, évidemment que ça la prend pas. Évidemment.
I don't know if you call that a macro mistake. You know, how much we're at least able to fight afterwards.
Well, that a macro decision.
I don't. Yeah, it was a decision of sorts. I do think that.
Je sais pas comment je vais faire ma ligne après pour poster ça sur
TV.
And it's been the leads we saw early, but then overextensions happen. You know, Hanwha criticized all year for taking big leads and kind of playing with their food a little bit. This is GENG. You can't do that against this team, or you will lose your lead.
Ok. Peanut, ça revient contre Kin. Un vient contre Kin, Peanut. Zeke qui vient l'aider par derrière. Zeke qui vient l'aider par derrière. Ouais, Kin est mort. Kin est mort à 3 dessus et ça fait le kill pour le Azir. Évidemment qu'il faut donner le kill pour Azir.
It's just crazy how just Peanut can just.
Évidemment.
Like, as a Gwen, you kind of expect that, like, you know, it's a Poppy. What's a Poppy gonna do? That apparently, like, slams him in the wall, and you know, even before the Azir turned off, it was kind of looking pretty bad for Keen. End up picking up the kill, doesn't get any.
HLE est très bien parti pour win la game.
But we'll take that extra bit of gold. Nothing really that Genji can do in return at that time.
Yeah, and you know, it's a big win. Chovy pushes it into the top inner turret, but it's not able to get anything. Zeus is able to show up there. The inner pretty quickly, doesn't even need a TP for the defense, and now is actually just farming safely. 2 minutes though, until that dragon. Look at the vision, the bottom side of your mini-map for watching at home, where that control is for Hanwha. They need to maintain it for 2 minutes, get that set up, have the Poppy open this time.
J'ai réussi un message Discord, je n'ai rien compris. C'était du charabia.
Grabs the Oblivion Orb, I believe he just finished there, and is looking for this big team fight. This is where Hanwha Life regain control over the game. They force this fight now. There are angles where you could trade objectives here. GENG do have this one controller, but this vision otherwise all around.
Ah, ça va se fight pour le baron là. Pour le baron Nashor. Je pense que Viper va faire la différence. Si Viper ne meurt pas dans le fight du baron, pour moi c'est win HLE. Ok, l'ulti qui bloque, s'il permet de push la tourelle. Ah ouais, mais il n'y a pas de wave. Il n'y a pas de wave. Chovy, qu'est-ce que tu nous fais? You are trolling.
Getting position in mid and around the dragon because that's going to be the next objective that we probably fight over unless there is a big team fight that leads into Baron. So I like it, but it was very eager. You know, it was a little bit too early.
De toute façon, moi je veux un 3-2. Je veux un 3-2 avec une victoire de GENG parce que j'ai pas envie que HLE aille au MSI parce que K-Corp n'y va pas. C'est vraiment de la merde comme je trouve GENG franchement son point plus fort et je pense que GENG va win le match, il va quand même win le MSI. Qu'est-ce que tu veux que Koi et G2 aillent faire là-bas? Koi. Ok, Koi ont bien joué, mais en MSI ça va être différent. Après c'est bien pour Didouki qui va pouvoir jouer à domicile, mais...
Yeah, you see Duro wants to get position, but it's so difficult into this Poppy. Peanut's presence in this game has
sont tellement underdog les Koi. Je pense que c'est vraiment l'équipe qui va... Soit elle impressionne, soit elle va rien faire. Ouais, mais ça... Est-ce que j'ai regardé le MSI non vu les horaires le soir? Et j'ai quand même vu. Ouais, t'es déconné, ok, ça a TP. Ça va se fight au mid. Il va y avoir un gros fight au mid qui se prépare. Ça va essayer de prendre le Drake. Ah non, ça prend le K1 peut-être. Okay. Ça va se battre pour le baron. Ça va se battre pour le baron. Team qui commence le baron. Les Canyon. Rouleur qui suit. Ça arrive par derrière. Faut faire attention. Je sais pas si on a la vision. On a vu Chovy, on a vu tout le monde. Ça va essayer de le steal. Ok, ça commence, ça balance l'ulti de Rumble. GENG doit abandonner, GENG doit abandonner, GENG doit abandonner. À moins que peut-être, ça balance l'ulti. Ça prend un kill, 2 kills. Ok, ça sera bon pour les HLE. Ça prend du haut, attention l'ulti de Jin. Mais ça suffira pas je pense pour tuer quelqu'un parce que c'est Zeka qui va te prendre à la place de Viper parce que Viper n'est toujours pas mort. Ça fait du 1 pour 1. Non, 2 pour 1, my bad. Mais du coup là ça fait... Normalement c'est baron gratuit pour HLE, je vois pas pourquoi... Ah ils veulent prendre Chovy, Non ça prend pas Chovy, mais pourquoi ils prennent pas le baron hein? Pour moi ils auraient pris le baron Ah ça veut viser le Drake d'abord.
Yeah, and there's a ward on the Baron pit here for Hanwha, and there's just not that much damage. Like I said, with
je vais revoir le fight.
If Ruler is playing another 80 carry in this position, maybe you could actually try to burn with this wall, but instead they only get it to half health. And then the re-engage, or rather the setup here for Hanwha,
ça a balancé l'ulti de Rumble. Il y a T-Light qui va se balancer dans ce kick. Ouais, T-Light qui balance son ulti, tac. Ça a flash in pour Zeus qui va pris un kill. Pendant ce temps, Zeka et Viper, ok après t'as Peanuts qui a pris le...
And honestly, we might have even seen a better equalizer there in the choke if he had waited.
Putain, mais en fait,
it's a big win for Hanwha, right?
Tout observer en même temps, c'est chaud de malade.
Stopping that Baron, grabbing the dragon, sole point
mais HLE combat très bien.
Now in their hands with this Poppy composition with Aurel, so difficult for GENG.
HLE combat très bien.
Yeah, they do have a Gwen and the Talia as well, but in terms of
Il n'y a pas à dire. HLE, c'est du haut niveau, j'ose le dire.
Against what GENG do have. But we'll have to wait and see where this game does go. It's very close for a game that's 30 minutes in. Yes, Drake lead and a slight gold lead here for Hanwha Life Esports, but we already saw GENG come back earlier on in the game. And as long as HLE don't get the actual soul, I think there is still an angle for GENG. I think if the soul is taken, maybe they don't quite have the same angle.
I get the sense that there's been a lot more proactive play out of GENG, right? And they had to be the ones to do that, right? Because they were behind. We saw the clutch fight on Dragon. We saw how Hanwha Life have struggled to actually take fights defensively and look for turns with objective control, because GENG are just finding these pockets, they're finding these angles. And that's what gives me the feeling like this game isn't over yet. You know, it's a close game, like you said, the small advantages, but Hanwha have such a great comp that scales so incredible, has great side lane pressure if they can get some vision, get some grouped up, Shadow from Peanut, for example, onto Zeka in the bottom lane. But it's GENG is finding these angles and keeping it close. It makes me feel like this is still anyone's game to take.
Attendez, j'ai mon agence qui est là.
Absolutely, especially with how different like the win cons are when it comes to the team fights. I feel like
Ruler?
Oui.
He had cleanse, he's fine.
Just kind of taking a walk through the mid lane, not sure about that.
No, he's been playing really aggressively in the mid lane when he's going for prio. Like Viper will just piercing arrow him and be like, I can take it. Does end up getting the cleanse there. I feel like the Chains of Corruption is generally what you're cleansing when it comes to this HLE composition, so it's not that bad.
De toute façon, ils envoient un message, ils appellent.
It doesn't feel good.
Ils vont pas débarquer comme ça.
He almost has it back.
Yeah.
Ah, mais attends, ils sont pas appelés.
But to be fair, like how often in the middle of a fight are you getting Chains of Corruption by Varus? It's not going to happen that often.
Arguably the other issue you're going to have to deal with maybe a rel crash down or something like that, but there's a lot of different ways that you should be able to position against that.
If you get rel ulted, you're probably dead anyway.
Yeah. I mean,
it is what it is.
Ultimately, it's a big win for Hanwha Life, but if anyone else had been there, it could have been worse for Ruler. So that's, I think, the bigger concern rather than what really happened here.
Well,
Oula.
I suppose. They might just be able to get him. He's caught out as the angle from Toby locks him in. And they get another kill here for the Gwen. GENG now with the man advantage and no jungler. They should be looking to start this Baron.
Yeah, Roseas does have Equalizer here, and Empress divides up for Zeka. It's a Jin comp, but there's a Gwen on this Baron.
Look at the Baron.
Close.
The Baron's poke is so deadly around this Baron though, but Viper did miss a bit
je pense que GENG a le baron. Je pense que GENG a le baron. Peut-être pas, peut-être que ça riposte pour les HLE. Attention, le kill. Ok, 3002 000 HP, il descend, le kill qui va prendre. Ça va être GENG qui va le prendre. Ça va prendre, c'est GENG qui va le prendre. Et là, moi HLE, c'est la merde. Moi HLE, c'est... Attends, quoi? Ouais, pour HLE, c'est la merde. Oh, l'ulti! Non, Viper, faut partir. Viper qui prend un kill. Ah, dommage, il prend pas sur Chovy.
So close to Viper cleaning up on the fight, but Chovy stays strong, Canyon stays strong. Baron goes over to GENG. The fight is cleaned up, but it was a precarious one. Chovy finding a beautiful angle. Wasn't looking for Viper, but the light and Peanut caught out here.
Kill sur Viper. En plus, il prend le shutdown sur Viper.
And then the call to go to Baron. You see, they start to get really patient. The Baron gets low, but they clearly want more than just the Baron out of this.
Je crois que c'est Chovy qui prend les 3 kills.
Ruler starts setting up with the ultimate over here. And they start to look to see if they can find some picks in the back end.
Je crois que c'est Chovy qui prend les 3 kills. Ils auraient pris le baron et ça les saute dessus. Chovy, ouais, Chovy qui prend un kill.
And they end up finding a route here onto Zeka. Keen tries to take him out. Chovy moves over with Ruler.
Chovy qui va prendre le... Non, Canyon qui va prendre le kill sur Zeka. Ah non, c'est Chovy. Chovy qui va prendre le kill sur Viper. Ah ouais.
It's the onus is on HLE to try to force the fight, and they just played super defensively while also managing to hold that Baron aggro to take it down.
Did you see Chovy's items? He's got a Magi's in this game and a death.
Oh!
What's going on here? He goes in by himself, and GENG are like, wait.
King qui s'est fait soulever, attention, alors peut-être. Ils peuvent viser le Drake. Ils peuvent viser le Drake. Attends, ça devient intéressant. Ça va jouer au Drake. Ça va jouer au Drake, le fight va jouer au Drake. L'ulti de Jin est lancé. L'ulti de Jin est lancé. Touré pas sur Duro. Ils sont en mauvaise position. Jin qui est... Voilà, Jin a perdu, a déjà pris un kill sur Peanut. Et ils ont récupéré le Drake.
Just a crazy turnaround from GENG to lose your top laner outright at the start of the fight. And we see Ruler just stands on an equalizer ulti. He's like, I'm committing to the bit. Kills Peanut. And the team are able to clean it up and deny the soul. This was just, I mean, Keen
Mais Keane s'est pris souvent. En fait, je pense qu'il n'avait pas capté qu'il y avait la ward. Je pensais que là, ça allait être free pour HLE, mais pas du tout. Parce que l'ulti de Jin qui a pris sur Peanut. Duro qui grab. Canyon qui essaie de rentrer dans le truc. Ouais, voilà. Jin qui en a profité pour prendre le Drake et ça se barre. Logique.
That's a secure on Dragon, so 3 dragons apiece now here, 14 kills apiece. But GENG, the scoreboard looks similar, but when you look at the gold, when you look at the map control, it's definitely GENG's game to lose.
Oh, ça fight? Oh non! Il a killer comme ça de la même façon que Keane. Oh là là!
For no reason.
I mean, he's trying to get some sort of vision, but why in this specific place right now with no objectives up is the question.
You know, considering how rough the game started for Rula and Duro, they really bounced back. That previous play, they were the ones who set up the kill onto Peanut. They set up that play there onto Delight. Really bouncing back from a very rough early laning phase.
Chovy looking for a cutoff here. No vision on him right now. As the wave comes in, they will see him.
Trying to go for something, but look at the damage that they do.
Peanut!
Miles away. And Peanut can't even get out of there with his life intact. We talked about the Poppy and the Mountain Soul and everything, but he just looks like a...
HLE est en très mauvaise position. HLE est en mauvaise position.
That's not what you want to see, and they didn't even have to use...
Ça va, je pense, se jouer au Baron Nashor dans 2 minutes.
A really aggressive setup here. It's just kind of a freebie. Baron's gone now,
ils n'ont pas la vision, mais je sais pas si HLE a la vision sur eux. Keane qui prend cher un peu par Petite cheville.
Siege wall. Do they commit to the inhibitor? Looks like no. But they're just chopping away chunks of HLE Esports' base. And HLE was in such a commanding lead. They had so much control of this game, but this is why we had so many one-sided predictions for GENG. They are just that team right now in the LCK. Even when you've got a lead, they will come back.
Ah, on voit son move, Keane. Voilà, un peu sous la tourelle, frère. Oh là là. Oh là 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 là. Keane. Quel monstre.
But yeah, I mean, so much of this game was either a lead for HLE or just super close between the two teams. And now we have a 6,000 gold lead
and in favor of GENG. Stacked Majais for Chovy.
Putain, c'est des grosses games, hein.
He's full build. He can only just get more stacks than the Majais at this point. He is so strong right now. And the thing is, especially because, you know, Peanut, like, Delight's on a support economy. Peanut is on a jungler's economy. And, like, you look at his items in comparison. Like, Rula's nearly full build with an LDR. Chovy's got a voice staff and a Keane.
Oh non, putain, je me suis dit... Putain, c'est le solo boulot alors qu'il y avait... Putain, ah ouais, mais là, ça fait de droite et tout. Oh, c'est dur pour HLE.
Baron is spawning, but so is the Dragon here. And HLE have more vision around the Dragon, but I think GENG have an opportunity to rush over and set up before it and end up contesting for this. It looks like, though, you know, we might see HLE try to collapse here and look for the Baron first. There's a really tiny window between these two objective spawns here. If you get a pick, you could potentially get both.
Ça fait 3-2, ça, il y en a jusqu'à 14h.
No open inhibitors just yet, or rather no destroyed inhibitors for HLE. This is their last stand, this is their last opportunity. They're fighting desperately for Prio to take that fight, get a big keeper's verdict. The fight's the comp, we've talked about it all game long. They haven't really been able to find their win cons. GENG have stopped them at every turn. This is their final moment, and GENG looking to
channel towards Baron. Ça va se battre pour le Baron, Canyon qui commence, ça descend vite, ça descend vite, ça descend très vite. Attention, ça bloque Duro, ok, Duro qui a plus de vie, ça balance une petite côté de Chovy, Dylan qui rentre dans le fight, ok, ça met sur tout le monde, Duro qui est mort, Canyon, Keane qui tombe, la stopwatch de Keane. Putain, stopwatch de Keane, stopwatch de... Oh là là, et ça meurt sur... Oh putain, oh là là, attendez, Canyon qui tombe. Putain, c'est très bon pour HLE, c'est très bon pour HLE. Zeka. Putain, c'est du 3 pour 2 et le Baron qui reset du coup. Mais ça va foncer le Drake, c'est Drake pour HLE, leur 4ème.
And I feel like this fight, the front line just got shredded for GENG. We're able to
make quel niveau des deux équipes. Ça riposte du tout tac au tac ça riposte, sachant qu'on a vu l'ulti de Zeus qui a fait un bon taf, l'ulti de Zeka aussi qui a tenté sur Kin et Cannon, la stopwatch de Kin qui a bien tempo, la stopwatch de Canyon aussi qui a bien tempo mais qui leur a permis quand même de prendre un kill sur D-Light, voilà. Ça va très vite hein, pour suivre les trucs, c'est...
Soul is secured here for Hanwha. 5,000 gold down, but at 40 minutes, that really doesn't mean as much as it would have, you know, 10 minutes ago. I mean, everyone's starting to get closer to full build.
Chovy and Ruler are full build.
Yeah.
Any gold they're getting on top of this is irrelevant. So, you know, that Mountain Soul coming in, that permanent boost is a massive boon for HLE.
And I mean, we're looking at all these ultimates back online here.
Peanut,
Zeus, they're ready for a potential Baron fight and contest.
Yeah, I mean, to me, I think, you know, HLE, they benefit hugely from this Mountain Soul, but we've seen that both of these teams have won big team fights from behind. And I think it's just going to come down to team fight execution, which both of these teams are just so fantastic at. HLE getting the better of the last one.
Mais je pense que le Baron va signer à la fin de la game. Oh là là, ils ont pas la vision, mais eux ils ont la vision sur Peanut. Ça recule quand même, ça pose une tourelle de Azir. Pour tempo, Cannon qui perd des points de vie. La Ward, double Ward du coup.
Compared to GENG, who only have Chovy and Duro. Ruler's flash being down, Canyon's
ça
being
va
down.
tellement finir sur le Baron. À moins que dans quelques minutes, ça veut prendre l'Elder, mais...
I mean, they're playing around vision because GENG, of course, don't have that full information here. That control ward in that brush is so valuable. Once they clear that, Hanwha Life can just do anything, and GENG will have to really sweat it out. Like, are they doing Baron? Can we go over and contest? Or are they going to engage on us? Keen on a flank angle here. The shield's really coming into play as they clash in neutral. The range advantage as well makes it so difficult to dent Hanwha Life.
You have a ridiculous amount of Baron
ils ont la vision sur le Baron. Ah, ça va les piéger, mais ils ont été vus. Viper a été vu. Puis voilà, tout le monde est vu, voilà. Ok, ça connecte pas. Duro qui prend sur tout. Aïe aïe aïe. D-Light qui meurt. D-Light qui meurt. Canyon qui tente de tampon, mais Zeus par derrière qui essaie de tuer Chovy. Chovy qui est mid-life. Mais attention, la riposte de... Ah, Chovy qui prend sur Zeus.
Viper's still full health, and all these low health bars for GENG means I don't think they could try to push for anything further here. It's a huge win for Chovy.
Je sais pas pourquoi les Coréens ont des réactions comme ça. Moi, je vais pas couvrir ma tête. Ça y est, je pense que tu veux.
Be able to take this Baron either. TP comes in for Keen just to be sure.
Putain, 42 minutes la game. C'est que la game 1, elle est si longue, frère. C'est quoi cette game de fou?
Yeah, with a long death time, it should be able to move on this. Zeus does have TP, but not up for 30 seconds. The thing is, Peanut has flashed.
C'est quoi cette game de fou?
C'est
que la game 1. Ok, ça tente le Baron. Ça va jouer là. Ça va jouer là. Mais Zeus n'est pas revenu. Il faut absolument le cancel, sinon c'est fini pour eux. Oh là là, attention, ça donne du sur Viper qui met des très gros dégâts. Oh et putain, ça termine le Baron, ils peuvent rien faire, ils ont failli tuer Peanut. Voilà, c'est la merde pour HLE, c'est la grosse merde. C'est la merde. C'est la merde.
Canyon's flash is coming up, Rulers is coming up. They've navigated that situation so well, and they secured the Baron to boot.
Yeah, this fight is very broken up, of course, but initial pick here onto Delight means that even though the knockaway on the Nautilus is there, it's a trade. And then watch Chovy here on this moment, here on this angle. Zeus used his equalizer to try to zone Chovy, but Zonias was available. Chovy getting this flick here is massive. They can't do more because Viper is level 18. He is so huge in this game. But moments like that are how you get to start these Barons, how you get to have that control, look for these angles.
Bon bah là, force à HLE. Là, force à HLE, à moins qu'ils arrivent à tenir 1 minute 50 pour essayer de prendre le Drake, mais...
And now GENG looking to finally put the death knells on this inhibitor in the bottom lane.
Putain, j'ai plus le nom, mais comment j'ai oublié, frère.
Inhibitor would be nice. It is just the bottom inhibitor with Elder coming up, so it's not like the end of the world if Hanwha Life do lose it, but it does mean that GENG are going to have a kind of an insane amount of map control, especially with them sieging a little bit in mid at the same time. You see that cannon getting to work on the turret.
Oh, c'est sur Duro, attention, ça va se fight là. Duro qui a pris de bons dégâts. Keen qui rentre dans le fight, mais par derrière il y a Peanuts. Peanuts qui va tomber. Peanuts qui va tomber. Ça balance le petit rumble et ça. Zeka qui prend le kill sur Keen. Mais ça a quand même, ça a coûté la T2, enfin la T3 bot. Oh là là, D-Light qui va tomber, D-Light qui va tomber, D-Light, non, D-Light qui tient. Canyon qui fait un boulot de malade. Zeus la stopwatch, est-ce que ça peut venir le sauver? Ça va être compliqué, Viper, est-ce que tu peux l'aider? Non. Ça sent la fin de game pour GENG. Même si dans 30 secondes il y a l'Elder. Je pense à back, ça a pris le... Oh là là, non, est-ce que ça peut tenter de finir? Non, Canyon qui prend cher, Canyon qui prend cher, Canyon qui va tomber, Canyon qui va tomber, Canyon qui va tomber, Duron qui tente, mais non, ça suffira pas. GENG, qu'est-ce qu'ils font? C'est le... Oh là là! Retournement de situation. Est-ce que ça peut finir la game? Non, ça ne finit pas la game. Il faut tenir, il faut tenir. Mais dans 10 secondes, il y a l'Herald. Il y a l'Elder, pardon, pas l'Herald. Qu'est-ce que c'est que cette game? Qu'est-ce que c'est que cette game? Retournement de situation du côté de HLE. Qu'est-ce que c'est que cette première game? Une game de quasi 50 minutes pour ces... Putain, mais c'est quoi cette dinguerie, frère? Le niveau de Keen, je trouve que le niveau de Keen est affolant. Mais le niveau de Viper aussi qui est en 7-1. Putain, ça a pris la T2, enfin ça a pris le deuxième inhib. Quasiment les deuxième down. Ah, ça essaie du côté de HLE, ça tente de prendre l'Elder. Ça tente de prendre l'Elder, est-ce qu'ils ont le temps? Sa TP pour Zeka parce que Chovy arrive. Chovy qui balance l'ulti pour bloquer Zeka. Oh, l'ulti de Poppy qui connecte. Et ça prend l'Elder pour HLE. Ça prend l'Elder pour HLE. La game est relancée. La game est relancée pour HLE. Ce n'est pas fini. Ce n'est pas fini. Oh, quel game 1. Mais quel game 1.
No TP for Chovy, no TP for Keen.
Oh là 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 là.
Set up tier 4 potential TP into the base.
C'est que la game.
You're probably not going to be able to, without teleport, not going to be able to do that, but I don't think you're going to be able to threaten a backdoor here either, but you do completely neutralize the impact of the Elder, as you mentioned, Ox, so unless somebody gets caught here,
c'est que la game 1. Oh là 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 là. Bon, par contre, ils ont 2 unités down. Tandis que côté GENG, ça va encore, mais faut avancer là pour les HLE. Faut profiter de cette situation de l'Elder pour continuer. Ils n'ont pas de wave. C'est le problème. La flèche qui connecte pas. Le problème, c'est que la wave est loin. Il faut tempo, il faut tempo. En plus, avec les super sbires. Je voyais tellement les GENG gagner, mais c'est pas fini. Donc le Nexus est en vie, ça continue, ça prend la T2. Zeka qui tente sur Chovy, Chovy qui est mid-life, l'ulti de Rumble, et ça connecte pour Rumble qui le bute. Oh là 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 là. Oh, le haut niveau. Le haut niveau et ça prend... Oh là là, est-ce que ça peut tenter de finir? Ils veulent tenter de finir. Ils veulent tenter de finir. Pour HLE, ça connecte. Ah non, l'ulti qui connecte pas. Est-ce que ça back? Ça prend pas de risque. Ils ont pas de wave. Ils ont pas de wave. C'est peut-être le temps de gagner possiblement pour riposter. Mais c'est 40 secondes. L'ulti de Jin. L'ulti de Jin qui fera pas assez de dégâts. Ça tombe beaucoup trop. Ça tombe beaucoup trop. Ça veut tenter de finir. L'ulti de Zeka qui connecte. Ça tue. Ça tue Keen. Normalement c'est fini. Normalement c'est fini. Normalement c'est fini. Kill sur Canyon. C'est fini, game 1. Game 1 pour HLE qui renverse les scores. Et ça tue. Oh là là. Quel game 1. Quel game 1. Quel game 1. Voilà là là là, quel game 1 mon gars. Quel game 1. Oh là 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 là. Oh le banger de la game 1.
And HLE are always the clutch team. They are the team that when it
oh
comes
no,
to
no,
those
no, no,
big
no.
split-second decisions, like there right at the end, Chovy, a player we have praised so heavily for such a long time, but particularly this season, gets caught out by a 1-2 combo
mais non, mais quel
between the
game,
mid
frère.
and top off HLE, able to find
Quel
him
game.
with the Elder Burn from the Equalizer. Just beautifully executed, and that was not an easy game to play for either side, but HLE came through strong.
It's really difficult because you have to clear the wave as GENG, but
what is that
Elder,
gold graph, by the way?
you can't do anything. You couldn't get close.
I mean, I don't know if Viper could have done more in that game either with his Varus. Just incredible positioning, doing a ton of damage. I'm really looking forward to seeing what the rest of this series has in store for us.
Yeah, and Zeka, the clutch master, he is back in game number 1. HLE, Life Esports, take game 1. We'll take a break and have the space. We'll be right back.
C'est trop, frère. La game de Viper en plus. Oh là là, le comeback de HLE, pour moi c'était terminé. Pour moi c'était terminé. Et non. Oh là là, putain, mais je vis pour ça. Mais je vis pour ce genre de truc. Putain. Quel match de fou. J'adore League of Legends. J'adore League of Legends. Quel comeback. C'est trop. Qu'est-ce qu'on vient de faire? C'est que la game 1. Mais tu vois, moi je veux un best of 5, mais que de ça. Je veux un best of 5 que comme ça. Putain, bah ouais, bah là faut attendre. Là on va devoir attendre un quart d'heure pour la game là. Quelle game de fou, frère. La game de Zinzino. Putain. Alors ce que ça se dit sur Twitter. La game de Zinzin, mon gars. C'était une game de Zinzin. HLE, ouais. Ouais, moi j'ai mis ça du grand League of Legends, mon gars. 50 minutes de game, les mecs. Au niveau de la LC capitale de l'Europe, c'était clown de merde. Qui aurait cru que... C'est trop, frère. Putain. Incroyable. En tout cas, j'ai trop kiffé là. J'ai trop kiffé regarder la game. C'est trop insane. Attendez, je m'en vais. Hein? Quoi? Wesh. Moi, je vais me remettre là-dessus. Oh, c'est trop le niveau, c'est trop, frère. Trop. Ce niveau de fou. J'espère qu'on a la même pour la game 2, mais cette fois, tu sais, c'est côté GENG, du coup, il y a 1-1. My Dream, il y a 1-1. Ok. Alors attendez, parce que je dois faire des trucs en attendant, mais je peux pas vous montrer. En fait, je peux pas vous montrer ce que là je vais faire. Parce qu'en fait je vais montrer des adresses alors. C'est ce que je dois faire d'autres trucs en même temps. Tac. Hop. Tac. Tac, voilà, déjà ça c'est fait. Et là maintenant faut que j'aille faire ça. Attendez, hein, je fais plein de trucs en même temps, c'est pour ça. Hop. Alors 40... oh putain, j'ai failli leak l'adresse. Attends, mais ça se trouve c'est super loin de chez moi le bail là. Attends, je suis en train de me rendre compte, mais... Comment j'y vais? Ah mais frère, mais c'est super... Mais c'est super loin de chez moi frère, mais je vais jamais pouvoir y aller. J'ai 1h30, mais c'est impossible que j'y aille. Mais on annule tout, on annule tout. Je vais répondre sur montage, je vais pas répondre sur PC, chiant. Tac. C'est super loin frère, de chez moi, je vais jamais pouvoir y aller. Je vais jamais pouvoir y aller, c'est beaucoup trop loin de chez moi.
Absolute cinema in game #1, and you love it because this is the same story that we get when these two teams meet. It's a banger in game 1, and Hanwha Life Esports gets themselves a win. He got here alongside with Did and Chronicler. What a game #1.
I really thought that the game was over for either team like 5 times. And I think that what I love most is there will be, and there was one scenario or one specific situation we'll go in at the very end that I think was an unforced error, but by and large, so many of the mistakes that happen here are because other people are making big plays. I think that final play, the catch that Zeka found onto Chovy, right? You can obviously be like, Chovy, man, but he is like 3 screens away! Out of nowhere, this pigeon descends, and Zeka had been having a bad game.
Je réponds que je vais peut-être pas pouvoir venir finalement, puisque en fait c'est beaucoup trop loin de chez moi.
Every single play, like it's just amazing to see like these plays, especially. I mean, it's just only game 1, day 1 as well, so it feels just amazing.
Yeah, we've packaged highlights together, but each team fight here, 20 kills on each side, was just as impactful. But we start in the early game in some macro here because, you know,
on voit un peu la game 1 là. Alors je sais pas dans combien de temps démarre la game 2. Mais dans facile.
Snowballed a lot. I think it shows, it clearly shows that HLE was ahead of the curve.
Dans 10 minutes je crois elle démarre.
Having a free trail on the bot side while Genji is trying to get something on the top side, but they couldn't get it. So I feel like them denying the Genji play in the early game, it helped a lot for HLE to snowball with their value picks on the late game.
And we felt like from that point on, with the team fighting power they had, it really should have been a pretty smooth Hanwha Life win. I'm also very curious to see
moi je veux qu'on balance la game 2 là.
This because you can argue that with the early game that they had, particularly the bot lane, they really shouldn't have been allowed to have an edge in this game, but then they have found an amazing team fight in mid game. And after that, the game kind of became a big back and forth. So as a result, the next highlight is at 39 minutes.
Yeah, don't worry, in between the Chovy show is happening.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even know what happened on this highlight, you know? I think it started up Viper again. I thought Genji is having a great position with the Talia ulti, and we could see Delight failing the engage, but the follow-up with the Rumble ulti was perfect. So I think this was actually the bounce back play from HLE.
And the big thing here is that it leads to Hanwha Life actually picking up the soul, right? Like they get Mountain Soul, and if you see how close a lot of the later fights are, I think the Mountain Soul actually ended up getting a crazy amount of value. And Hanwha Life, to me, even more so than GENG. GENG for me is a team that always can find a way back. Hanwha Life is the team that doesn't give you anything for free. I swear they will contest everything, and I think that is what ends up in the end winning the game.
Yeah, and here we go. Final one here with finally some agency. GENG tried to push in to close it on in. Doesn't quite work out here, and then they get punished.
Let's be real. We can leave here. We can leave.
Let's go home.
We can leave. Elder is spawning. You just got a mid lane in it. Is it the most valuable? No, we know this, but this to me loses the game. I know people are gonna go in on that catch onto Chovy, which I think is valid.
Oh, le loulou, il s'étire. Mon chat qui s'étire, alors qui t'a demandé de t'étirer, toi, bonhomme? Je vais pas sortir ce soir, en fait. Luc sur... Putain, mais je lis qui me chiant, s'il te plaît. Non, mais bref, c'est loin de chez moi.
Great job so many times, especially when it comes to the team comp. It's really hard to face check.
Ah, mon chat.
Yes, it's really hard to
voilà, doucement, doucement, tu vas te casser la gueule là.
And Varus and Azir, whenever they have the control. So I feel like it was kind of impossible to bounce back as a GENG side, but somehow
je vais aller acheter des sacs poubelles. De toute façon, je pense que
GENG almost won the game, but I feel like just in
general, j'allais dans le camp cet après.
HLE team comp was just countered by the peak. So I feel like it's just in general, HLE had a great team comp in general.
But now Hanwha Life won on red side. There are so many more things we wanted to highlight. There's like GENG with a perfect Baron play where they hold off. We did actually spotted this to ensure that the Varus couldn't steal it away. And there's a lot of other moments.
Je pas compris. J'ai pas compris, il y avait un message vocal Discord, mais pas compris.
Because there's too much going on.
So the thing is, it's all about Chovy outplaying again whenever GENG is on the downhill. So I feel like they have to find some way without Chovy, you know? You cannot like always rely on.
Oh, ils reviennent sur scène, c'est GOAT.
I feel like HLE became
les GOAT reviennent sur scène.
And I think that point will curse the GENG here.
And GENG losing the Hanwha back on their game 1 best-of-5 win streak that they lost against KC, but that's losing on your own side selection and an almost 50-minute game.
Man, what a way to kick things off here as there's Peanut on your screen, able to clutch it on out with the rest of Hanwha Life Esports. The script has been written. Let's just sit back and enjoy it. Game number 2, Hanwha Life
Game number 2. It's time.
Alrighty, thank you very much, Spacers. We're getting into game number 2.
Je sais pas, je lis pas le coréen, je sais pas ce que ça veut dire. Je ne lis point le coréen. Il va falloir que je redéplace ma cam par contre.
And Hanwha Life Esports was right there to pick up and take the win. That is the type of team they are. In those clutch scenarios, they will get it done. And they have already given a big challenge here to GENG, looking much better than we saw.
Qui va win cette game à votre avis? Qui va win cette game?
Despite Canyon's big flub there, which ultimately was probably what was the first domino towards the end of the game there. GENG were massively far behind. Big clutch plays, made all the right decisions, crushed Hanwha Life's comp, never gave them the setup they were looking for.
Je pense après la game 2, je vais aller chercher
probably be looking at a GENG 1-0 here despite a deficit in the early game. And I think if that doesn't speak to what this series could look like, GENG probably didn't drop much confidence. I've had some words with Canyon after the game, but I do feel like you're not feeling really so crushed after a loss like that. Even as long as the game was, GENG knew it was winnable. In fact, should have been won
sur
by
les
that.
deux grands écrans comme ça en 4K Ultra HD.
That was a close game, right? But the last time they played each other in a best-of-5 was a close series. And the time before that, it was a close series. And the time before that, it was a close series. And the last 3 best-of-5s they played was a HLE win. And I think that's the issue, is that every time it's super
MSI.
close. I think HLE just has this tendency to clutch out these really close encounters
vont-ils aller
where I think there
au
may be
MSI?
some doubts in GENG. And I'm certain GENG are going to come back and fight this out. But if it goes to 5 games, HLE have shown time and time again
Blue side encore pour GENG.
These series, and they showed that clutch
Blue side pour GENG, mesdames et messieurs.
Blue side again. They need to sharpen up in this game. And they need to show that form they've shown in the regular season so far.
Yeah, and when you make that mistake and you lose that game in a best of 5, and you lose that 5th game, had you just not made that mistake, you'd be the first seed to MSI. There wouldn't be a game 5. And so even small mistakes like that in League of Legends and close games in a very, very competitive best of 5 can cost you dearly. But I think, again, confidence-wise, probably not a big blow here to GENG.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see how they react. You know, we gotta see what their game 2 looks like.
Ça ban vaille comme en fait, ça, bah, les mêmes bans. Les mêmes bans que la game 1. Et là, du coup, on peut plus se servir des persos. On peut plus se servir des persos de la deuxième game.
But it feels like with the 18-0, they were even more dominant this time around. And that is why we believe they could get it done this time. But if they lose again to HLE Esports in a best-of-5, I think all bets are off, and we really gotta question if GENG can get it done when it matters.
See what this final ban is here. The Nidalee ban is quite interesting. Keen hasn't really favored this as much as Zeus has. And it obviously can still be played by Candy, and the jungle is quite famed for it. But surprised to see that one on red side here in game 2.
Yeah, I expect to see the Clister ban again, especially with Poppy and Taliyah taken away. I feel like the priority for that probably even higher now. Did see that Ahri ban before. That's now been left open. They kind of felt like the Ahri ban was there to set up the Taliyah. So a lot of things left open. That Clister, to me, really stands out. The fact that, you know, Taliyah, Poppy gone, Varus gone as well, which
and it's Ruler.
Trouble, and it's Ruler. So
mon jeu qui est passé devant, super.
Totally different metas when it wasn't Fearless, like. And they're just going to first pick Trundle.
Okay, well...
I mean, Trundle, another pick that does really well into Calista. Yeah. That can shut it down. So maybe this is a pick that goes, well, we want to set up for the Calista, but we won't let you play it by picking something that makes our life hell.
Well, this probably means Zeus is going to end up playing...
J'ai rien compris à ce que ça dit, frère. Il y a un mec qui envoie des messages, je ne comprends rien. Je ne comprends rien, c'est pas une vanne, je comprends pas. Ok, wow.
In a team fight or in a gank, you're in trouble. But the fact that the Nico is banned really means that you can just slam lock this Kalista down, and they could have actually, I feel like, not necessarily lock the Renata, but grab the top laner instead.
Il est parti pour 5 heures de stream là.
And then grab the Renata on 3. Instead, it's going to be the Sion to go over the GENG.
Yeah, I feel like already you've got a couple of tools that can deal with the Kalista very nicely. I mean, Sion has been one of these scaling tank threats that's
Putain, mais lui, mais il faut le fumer.
Like he is a mage assassin, like he kind of does everything. And I feel like this is a fantastic 3-pick from the side of GENG to handle what HLE have already shown.
You know, you have the super tank, you know, you have the Trundle with the Pele who can slow down the Kalista, and then Ryze. You know, if Kalista ever steps up to Ryze, he's having a bad time. So I think GENG super confident with what they have. HLE on the other side, you know, Kalista, Renata, obviously a really strong bot lane join.
Oh, Ahri.
Will pick into that.
Attends, mais Chovy, il a pris
feels like a very
Ryze.
Early skirmish focused trio from HLE they picked up so far. They need to get the ball rolling with what they have.
Ouais, putain, les compos de
feel like
fou.
this draft for HLE really is sink or swim so much in the
merde, putain, mais je cache le truc depuis le début en fait.
You just don't have any sort of in. I expect that we'll see a Pantheon ban from GENG, as Pantheon Ahri, a really strong combo that is still, of course, available.
Caché les trucs depuis le début.
We'll see the Xayah very safe into the Ahri, taken away from Ruler. And what comes next, though, gets a little bit more murky. I mean, we could see potentially, for example, a Jace ban, but doesn't really suit the composition for HLE as much anymore. Although it can be quite strong to get lane prio into the Sion early. And it's not very strong for Trundle to, of course, subjugate. But I think that a Pantheon ban makes sense. Looking for Nocturne first, however.
Yeah, I was thinking, like, what is Peanut going to play in this game? You know, you don't want to play something like a Sejuani or any kind of tank because of the Trundle. And you want something that works well with the Ahri, but the Wukong is already gone, and now they're going to ban Nocturne.
Qu'est-ce que tu fais? Arrête, Loulou, c'est fou ça.
Really limiting the
Des chiens comme ça là.
Find a good jungler that fits in this composition as well. I do wonder what he's going to go for.
I don't think Viego is going to have a good time in this draft either. You don't want to play.
C'est un malade. Mais les gars, je vous jure, il est en train de spam de messages. Anthony, attends, mais il veut pas se calmer.
Obviously, yeah. Last time we saw these two teams in the best of 5, did a lot of work with that one.
Maybe Ambessa here for Zeus?
Not something we've really seen him lean towards. It's only really been Shu who's really picked it up in situations like this.
It just feels like it fits the comp and it can do very well into Sion. But we know that Zeus can play all sorts of different things, as it's Jarvan.
Not 100% sold on this one.
They were kind of laughing between each other. I wonder if they have any ideas about flexing that.
C'est un fou, autant...
You know, the Senna is still open and available.
Yeah.
Ok, les drafts sont quasiment finis. On a du Sion pour Duro, on a du Rez pour Chovy. De l'autre côté, on a du... Ah ouais, on a du... Oh voilà, ah ouais, ça va chier, ça va chier. Ezreal pour Canyon. Ezreal pour Canyon. Oh.
This is such a winning matchup into the...
Et attention pour Delight, qu'est-ce qu'on va prendre?
And now you have a winning bot lane 2v2, so the pressure that the Cluster Rotor has is kind of out the window. You come from the mid lane matchup, and I feel like now Zeus is really the pressure's on him to have a top laner that he can really run away with the matchup. And we've seen time and time again, Sion is confident into Jace.
Camille is going to be the option here. Can lock down the Ezreal.
Putain, je cache les marques.
Could potentially lock down the Rise, but it's really awkward, I feel like, for HLE Esports because in terms of engage, they have Jarvan, they have Camille, kind of, right? But it's a very
ok, les drafts sont faites, les amis, les drafts sont faites maintenant. Maintenant, il n'y a plus qu'à voir ce que ça va donner. Il n'y a plus qu'à voir ce que... Désolé, j'ai pas du tout commenté la deuxième draft, je m'occupais de messages Discord. Désolé pour la rediff, mais voilà. Pour moi la draft, elle me plaît plus du côté HLE que GENG. Pour moi c'est 2-0 HLE. Pour moi.
Detriment, whereas sometimes you pick the karma, you win the lane, but you feel like you're really missing that engage. With this draft for GENG, I don't feel like that's really the case.
Hop, je m'en mets là.
When you have champions like
Et c'est qui part. Game 2 la gueule les amis, game 2.
For the point and click CC with the root, you have the pillar as well. You speed them up and they're just enabled so much. And I think really, you know, there is tools for HLE to sort of find momentum nearly mid-game, but they really need to get the ball rolling on this one.
Yeah, almost feels like some sort of LPL comp on the side of HLE, and I think coming off of the back of the confidence of winning game 1,
on est vendredi aujourd'hui.
And the fact that they got an early lead in game 1 as well, and yeah, it got
les petites peluches, putain, nous on devrait avoir ça. Ça se vendrait tellement bien. Ça se vendrait bien de fou, hein.
You've got Zeus on a carry top. I think there are definitely angles here for HLE as well, and very curious to see how this game number 2 is going to pan out, especially with how exciting and crazy game 1 was.
It's time. It's time to game 2. It's time to game 2. Ah ouais.
At the Sajik Gymnasium, so
hop,
many fans
on met ça ici.
To see who is going to be the first seed to MSI from Korea. And at this point, it's hard to tell. Almost everybody went for GENG in the Preds. There was Jonah Strong who went for HLE, but we weren't thinking about it.
It's probably going to be GENG or HLE.
Thank you for that inside Ox.
Yep.
That's why we
voilà,
here
parfait.
on the desk.
That's why I'm here.
Any thoughts, Wolf?
I mean, I'm going to hold my thought on Preds.
Parfait, parfait, parfait. Perfecto. Oh, direct sur Chovy, c'est invade. C'est invade. First kill sur Chovy. Et attention, ça file sur rouleur. Et ça a flash in direct.
HLE, massive early win at the level.
Wow.
And it's, you know, here for GENG, your level 1 isn't bad by any means.
HLE qui prend le first blood sur un invade qui a très bien fonctionné. Direct. La Camille de Zeus.
And now he's down his teleport here early as well, so Zeka can build some tempo advantages there. And man, if you look at the draft here for HLE,
la Camille de Zeus. Direct.
You know, I said I don't think it's going to be a blow to your confidence. If they win this game, 2 games in a row on red side, I think that certainly will be.
Ça perd pas de temps.
On the back foot.
I mean, honestly, you know, Zeus gets the kill, but I think the worst off here is the bot lane. Rulo not having any sums. We talked about this essential karma in the bot 2v2, but going down sums against Clister Renata completely changes the dynamic
Perd pas de temps.
of that matchup, and now they're really going to have to be on the defensive.
It's wild because it gives you advantage in 3 lanes. Like,
Ça commence très mal pour les Genji. Hein.
And then both sums down for Ruler in the bottom lane means you're losing that lane early as well. And Hanwha Life just kind of get all three. This tough for the Camille early on in that top side matchup. Sion is just so incredibly strong right now. It's hard to trade with them. It's hard to interact with them. But it is going to get better for Zeus, and he already has that freebie in the bank.
Yeah, it just means you're accelerated just that bit more. Allows you to hit the first item just a bit quicker and really turn the tides of the lane in your favor. And to me, I mean, the fact that Zeus, yeah, he was playing Rumble in the last game, but Camille is definitely more in his wheelhouse in terms of just taking over games. We gave a lot of credit for Chovy and his ability to take over games. Obviously, a little bit of a stumble there in game number 1. Maybe we did praise him a little bit too much, but really got to give credit to Zeus on the Camille. I think he can do big things with this first
bon, parce que tout à l'heure, first blood ou pas, on a vu que Genji avait réussi à revenir dans la game, mais bon, HLE avait quand même réussi à terminer grâce à un petit comeback, un petit troll de Genji dans la base adverse quand ils ont voulu finir. Mais ils l'ont pas fait. Ils ont pas réussi. Donc ils ont juste du back. Je pense que Chovy a un troll là.
Zeka having a pretty big mana advantage right now as well.
I feel like Rise is one of those champs that feels particularly bad on.
Qu'est-ce que tu fais là?
He's so much about resetting when you have like tier, resetting when you have like Catalyst, having those perfect resets.
Et qu'est-ce que tu fais là? Oh!
Annie was able to actually double scuttle.
Attendez,
felt like he was falling behind in the jungle race, but he took up both scuttles and now he's going to get to work on his Krugs.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie, doing Raptors on Trundle, it kind of sucks anyway, so maybe...
He says thank you.
Yeah, he's like, you know, that camp takes
J'avais
so
qu'une
long
balle, j'ai rien
anyway.
dit, c'est un passé.
That much. Doing Scuttle Crab, really easy, just did a single target stomp. Chomp.
Chomp and stomp.
Chomp and stomp, yeah.
Zeus significantly far behind, which is, again, pretty wild. The state of Sion right now, and I think the mastery of Sion that everybody has because he's become so meta. A lot of players on average is playing him way better than they would otherwise when it was a more niche pick. You haven't played him in a while, you're not super focused on it. Keen is crushing this. The gold lead that Zeus had is fading away here because of that kill earlier with 10 CS deficit. Obviously hasn't cashed in on that
prend le first break pour HLE.
Still feeling pretty good here for Keen.
Ça veut le contest côté Genji? Je pense pas que c'est la bonne idée. Hein. Ça TP au cas où, ouais, ok, c'est sécurité TP. Oh! Flash in! Ça a pris le Drake, ça veut foncer sur Duro, ça veut foncer sur Duro. Ah non, ça passe pas, ça passe pas. Ça ne passe pas, ça ne passe pas. Ça ne passe pas!
Yeah, I think Genji pretty okay. I mean, they try to go for the contest on the dragon, but they get like the lights flash out of it. You know, Zeka committed
Ça ne
TP
passera
down. He was
point.
going to TP back to lane anyway, but they end up getting away, and Duro is safe on the back of that, so you're pretty happy you weren't punished in any way. But early dragon pickup, as you said, on the back of that Callisto run out they had. All in all, you know, we talked about how obviously the early game that invade that backfired obviously wasn't ideal, but things panning out, and nothing too bad right now for Genji.
Well, certainly not. Still a relatively even game here. See what happens with these first and only grubs now. Old habits do die hard on the top side of the map because this is an angle for sure. Genji could get right back into this. Side laning Rise is very powerful. Denying those grubs to the Camille would be really important here. See Ruler and Duro are heading both back to the bottom lane. Still some wiggle room here in terms of the timing. Advantage Hanwha Life right now for a potential swap. Keen trying to be annoying.
It is what he does. I mean, he's up 15 CS. We do see Zeus is going to catch a wave, so it's not going to end up as 15. But yeah, even with the kill, I mean, he's going to pick up a call to try to accelerate himself and you know, slingshot himself towards that first.
Sinon du côté de la game, parce qu'on est peut-être là pour regarder la game quand même. On n'est pas.
A Sion that gets ahead isn't the end of the world, but we have seen Sions
pas là pour faire des bêtises.
Games, and I think that Keen is definitely one of the guys that can get it done. So excited to see what he can do on the Sion. Yeah. Ruler CSing very well in the bottom lane, so Genji have effectively stabilized at this point in time.
You have Canyon on the bottom side of the map. Grubs are spawning in 30 seconds here.
Alors Zeus, dis-moi ce que tu es en train de faire là. Bah, tu te fais contrôler par Kim là, hein. Tu te fais un peu malmener hein, dans tes big games. Hein. Je vois que Chovy reprend du poil de la bête. Zeus peut pas trop. Ah, face à un Sion, ça va être compliqué. Hein. Si Sion il devient trop tanky, qu'on lui laisse trop d'espace. Ça va être compliqué cette histoire.
I feel like every time we look top, it's just Zaya's taking so much damage in this matchup. It is just not going well, and I think keeping him down, delaying his spikes as much as possible, especially when you have this composition for GENG, which is to carry, is so important because the Camille jumping onto Ruler or jumping on a Chovy and deleting them from the fight.
L'ulti de ouais, pour clear la wave. Ah, ça veut dive. Ça veut dive. Ah non, ça dive pas. J'en sais, mais en même temps, il n'y avait pas de wave du côté de HLE, donc ça servait à rien. Oh! Petit grab qui connecte.
But the thing is, it's an Ezreal that got his flashback as well as has Arcane Shift, and he did clear the wave as you mentioned, which is really critical.
Qu'est-ce que tu fais?
True Shot Barrage, and so they just end up getting grubs for free.
Hello,
here, and can make no cross map.
Peanut doing a good job of staying out of vision, but Chovy knew that he was on
mon chat qui veut jouer avec MONDE, ouais.
He's angling towards the top side and he's not going to get punished for that.
See, this was a nifty trick I've seen before from Chovy. You just dodge it.
Just walk in the correct direction.
Yeah.
Don't get hit by the skill shot.
Yeah, would have gone bad if he did get hit by the skill shot, but he didn't, so it was pretty effective.
He's known to avoid abilities and also land his own.
Attention, vous allez le voir sauter, je pense.
Yep, very important.
Oh, Zeus qui riposte contre qui?
He wants to hurt the Scion.
He wants to get grasp stacks and not get too low.
Attendez, je m'amuse avec le chat.
While also farming. And he knows that King doesn't necessarily have a bunch of kill pressure just yet, but Jovi's been angling topside a lot. Canyon's also been up here a little bit with the grubs and trying to make stuff happen.
I mean, if Zayas uses his hook shot again, he is in serious trouble.
Je suis en train de m'étouffer.
It looks like he is going to play respectfully now. His angle is so
Eh, tu fais quoi là?
Canyon stays.
Fais ses griffes sur ma chaise, trou du cul là.
Yeah. Not as much action in this game 2 as we had in game 1.
C'est un ouf. Bon, alors cette game 2 est beaucoup plus tranquille que la game 1. Ça, c'est beaucoup plus chill. La game 1 c'était quelque chose. Hein. 10 minutes de jeu, il s'est rien passé là. Enfin si, il y a le first blood au tout début, mais... Ça va prendre le Drake. GENG va vouloir contester. Non. Ça laisse le Drake. Oh si GENG veut contester. Oh si GENG veut contester. Oh attention, ok, D-Light qui se ramène, ça prend tout, ça mène tout sur l'Iram. Allez hop. Et 2-1, et 2-2, peut-être Chovy qui tombe, peut-être Chovy il a TP. Ah non il tombera pas, il a réussi à se TP juste avant, mais du coup c'est Free Drake pour HLE et Canyon qui est tombé. Ils ont donc pris un kill plus ont pris le Drake, c'est très bien pour eux. Je sais pas qui a pris le kill, c'est Camille ou c'est... Non ok c'est Harry. C'est Harry qui a pris le kill sur Canyon. Pardon. Ah ouais ça a balancé une petite erreur, j'avais pas vu. Et bam ça tombe. Ah ouais frère, il pouvait rien faire. Chovy heureusement il y a sa TP hein, parce que... Sinon il tombait. Sans son ult ça tombait. Hein.
Just great layering a CC there. You know, knew what the goal was, took down Canyon, secured the dragon, 2 in the pocket, and that is a great win con for them as the game goes on. We saw how the Soul was a big factor in that previous match for them. So continuing that direction. It has definitely been a slower paced game, but you know, just racking up those objectives can be a big win con as it plays out.
Yeah, I think it's going to be pretty huge. And Zeus looks like he's able to stabilize up here on the top side.
Bon, Zeus, tu te calmes. Ne fais pas le fou.
Zeus is pretty low, so it really was going to be, you know, the onus of the decision would have been on Keen if he wanted to go down, and then Zeus would have to make a decision on if he wanted to join or not.
Si ça va en game 5, ça termine tellement à 15-16 heures, frère.
No cannon. Zeus slowly catching up, and that will become a problem. in this game if Zeus can continue to come back here and Zeka can continue to make plays here on this Ahri. It's Jarvan also coming back into the meta. It's pretty interesting to see it already here in game 2.
It's so punishing, right? I mean, if you land anything and the follow-up is there, that single target is going to be locked down. And of these champions, you know, Trundle's one of the best targets for that, actually, just simply because he doesn't really have any tools to escape or peel, especially when he drops his pillar onto an Ahri moments before. And so it was a good angle there. I'm really curious about how this game is going to play out when it comes to team fights when Genji are all set up.
C'est qu'à contre Chovy, OMG? Non, je pensais. Putain, il m'a griffié mon chat. Je viens de voir. Je sais pas si on va voir, mais il m'a bien griffé son culé.
And the Ezreal is just so mobile.
Hein?
Should be super far away, can play around poke. So this part was the part where Hanwha Life are supposed to be. This is the part where they're supposed to be getting advantages. The solo advantages, or the solo lane advantages.
Il en a rien à foutre.
Kept them even in this game. Hanwha looking for that third objective. I think that's where we're really going to see potentially the scales tip a little bit towards Genji and see what their comp is capable of in a true 5v5.
You see HLE leaning down towards Chovy. He's playing a little bit defensively here. Canyon's there to try and cover. And I think just not seeing anyone on the map, seeing the fact that bot lane went missing as well, will make HLE think again.
Yeah, definitely a decent angle, but not going to commit to the play. Do have this Rift Herald about to spawn here in about a minute. Do see Rulers doing a good job of pushing in the mid wave and putting on some pressure. But
prends des messages en même
I do
temps.
fear for Genji if they do try to fight for some of these objectives a little bit too early before the Ryze is really online, before the Ezreal is really online.
Hop, j'ai tap. Allez hop, ça c'est cadeau, c'est pour vous, c'est la famille qui offre. Hop là, allez hop, c'est cadeau.
If they get like the Rift Herald, throw it straight down into mid, and they're able to turn that into an Infernal Soul point. Yes, you know, this comp, it does have a little bit of longevity problems, but you've got a Camille, and
oh, ça connecte.
Nearly an Infernal Soul this
le
early
petit
on
Q là.
game, Genji will be put on a clock a bit.
Yeah, now Zeus has this Triforce, he's got his magical footwear, like he actually kind of...
Donnez-nous des gros fights là, des gros fights, un gâchito, on veut des gros fights.
It starts getting easier here, his collar's almost cashed in, plus that initial kill he picked up earlier on makes him feel pretty comfortable soaring towards that mid-game, but no vision here for Hanwha Life just yet for this upcoming fight. And you can see Genji have a monopoly over it.
Ah, il va pouvoir push la tourelle là, hein. Sion.
Zeus to the bottom lane though without teleport, and that is as good as a give up on this objective.
Sion, il va pouvoir push la tourelle au calme là.
The thing is, if you don't get the Herald but you get the Dragon, I think HLE are completely fine with that. So, you know, maybe they forego the Herald, but just try and really aggressively.
Pensez, j'ai le temps de me préparer à manger après. Bah, je sais pas, hein.
They're kind of telegraphing their intent here.
Yeah, the timing of this also allows for a little bit of push on the turret for Zeus as he goes down there, gets the wave prio. They have vision. Look at that full line of 3 wards from mid to dragon as well as the Tribrush control ward.
Ok, première tourelle pour HLE.
So
HLE ça contrôle bien. Première tourelle tout court de la game en fait. C'est pas mangé ce truc. C'est pas mangé toi. Ah, peut-être un Drake pour Genji, mais évidemment HLE va essayer de le contester, mais il y a la ward. Ouais, ils ont la vision, ils savent qu'ils sont là. Attention, ça va se fight là, attention. Peanuts par derrière, Zeus qui est vu. Zeka non, qui n'est pas vu, attention, ça rentre dans la backline. Zeka, ulti de rouleur. Zeus qui recule, mauvaise position, mais ça se fight en plein centre. Attention, Peanuts qui rentre, non, qui recule direct. Qui va prendre le Drake, il a plus d'HP. C'est Chovy qui récupère le Drake. Attention, ça rentre, mais est-ce que c'est bon signe? La Camille qui fait un kill. Zeus qui prend bien. Duro qui va tomber normalement. Duro qui tombe pas. Si, Duro qui peut tomber. Duro qui tombe. Duro qui tombe. Tin qui devrait suivre. Zeus qui, quant à lui, va tomber par Chovy. C'est du 2 pour 1. Mais Mais HLE récupère le kill. Enfin, HLE récupère le Drake. Je sais pas si c'est bien pour du Drake comme ça. C'était la Soul Mountain. Non, c'était pas la Soul Mountain en plus. C'était la. Je sais plus c'est laquelle. C'est le dragon de feu là. C'est celui-là. Je sais plus le terme. Putain, le fight de Zeus quand même qui rentre bien. Après ça met tout sur Viper qui met des bonnes flèches, qui met des bons pics sur Keen pendant que Peanut termine ça. Mais par contre Zeus Chovy était beaucoup trop fort.
But it's so clear that the goal from GENG was get the dragon and get out, and they had no real plan.
Gros, mais t'as pété un cap toi ou quoi? Oui, t'arrives quoi? Oh, Chovy qui meurt, il est obligé de balancer son ulti s'il veut survivre. Il se prend un coup de tourelle, voilà, il balance son ulti et il survit. Putain! La vache, Chovy ça fait deux fois que Chovy survit comme ça. Deux fois Chovy. Deux fois.
It seems that way because his flash was down. Why? Because he flashed to kill Zeus in the previous fight there at the end, and it doesn't end up costing him. It's a small win though, you know, when you look at the grand scheme of things of the snowballing
deux fois
life esports comp that has the lead. It's expected to have the 2-item Ahri. You're sitting on that Leandri is going to be able to help cut through the Scion. And if you start stacking up the Infernal Soul, obviously cutting through that Scion isn't going to necessarily be a big problem for this Ahri, especially with some of those additional AP stats you pick up for that third dragon, should they get it. But man, GENG, getting back into this one is going to take a lot of clutch, it's going to take a lot of setup, and I think they're going to once again...
Par contre, HLE, mais j'ai pas vu, mais HLE en fait ils sont grave bien. J'ai pas remarqué, mais là, HLE sont super bien. Deux Drake, oh, dodge de Zeus, oui c'est ça, dodge de Zeus. Wow, dodge de Zeus.
You do feel it a little bit.
I will say the big thing for me is we just got the Seraphs completed for Chovy. The Manamune's going to be finished soon for Ruler. I think that's a point where really things start to tip a bit more in GENG's favor. Rod of Ages we're still a bit away from for Chovy, but I think those spikes coming in is even with the deficit in terms of gold, that's where GENG can sort of leverage. And you think Dragons in 2 minutes, if they hadn't gotten that Dragon, the game would be like over before they really got a chance to sort of play around those spikes. They've bought themselves time is the important thing, and I think getting that dragon was a really important factor in having that time to play around the spikes that composition needs.
Keen il peut rien faire là.
Chovy's rod fairly late here, will finish in 25 minutes, is going to give him
a huge amount of experience. Ça tank, hein. Ouais, il tank de fou. J'ai rien dit, hein. Je pensais que...
the Otacon later on. Speaking of, they are grouped on it right now here on the top side of the map, and Zeus, no flash here, wants to hold the turret. I think he's just simply going to have to keep this up, and it might not be all he gives.
La T1, la termine. Oh, Peanuts dans la merde. Peanuts. Là, ça peut jouer l'Atacan. Mais qu'est-ce qu'il lui prend là-haut? Attendez, ça va se fight sur l'Atacan. Ça va se fight sur l'Atacan, Et ils peuvent rien faire pour l'instant, ils peuvent rien faire. La TP de ZK, attention. Et la TP, ça suffira pas. Ah oui, ça prend un kill sur Duro. Mais ça tombe pour Viper. Ah non, c'est Harry qui est tombé par le Ezreal, attention. Il y a toujours les dégâts. Zeus contre Chovy. Mais ça TP, et ça revient par derrière. King qui tombe. Oh là là, mais qui a pris le... J'ai pas vu. Qui a pris l'attaquant? J'ai pas vu. Et du coup, c'est encore un très bon fight pour HLE. Un très bon fight pour HLE, ça. Qui a pris l'attaquant? Je crois que c'est HLE, hein. C'est HLE qui a pris l'attaquant. Putain, les travaux. Les travaux de Camille. Qui l'a pris? Ouais, c'est HLE. Viper qui... Ouais, non, d'accord, ok, ça a pris... Ouais, après ça met tout sur Keen, ils peuvent rien faire, ouais. Non, mais là, c'est un stomp. Là, c'est un stomp pour HLE. C'est un stomp pour HLE.
And they just don't attack the Otacon, they don't put Canyon in smite range
tu fais quoi
until he's dead.
Attendez, parce que l'autre là il est en train de... Bouge de là, bouge. Oh, le Drake, ça veut le contester ou pas? Ou ça le laisse pour Chovy qui prend des dégâts. Peanuts, oh là là, Camille qui fait des dégâts de fou. Camille et Viper, putain, Zeus et Viper, qu'est-ce que c'est que ce duo? Ah putain, mais c'est un stomp, ils ne peuvent rien faire, Duro qui va tomber, ça saute sur Rouleur qui tombe aussi. C'est du 3 points. Oh, Zeus. Non, Zeus qui ne fait pas. Oh là là, mais c'est tellement un stomp de malade. C'est un stomp de malade. C'est du 4 pour 1. Et ils ont même pas pu prendre le Drake. Ils ont même pas pu prendre le Drake. HLE, ça joue super bien. HLE, ça joue super bien. GENG, ils vont être dos au mur, je pense. GENG vont être dos au mur. Et les travails de Zeus et Viper, c'est affolant. Là, il y a rien à dire. Il n'y a rien à faire. C'est gratuit pour
And the coordination between Peanut and Zeka on these engages has been fantastic. Even Fate's call being used as an additional form of engage here for Hanwha Life, as well as safety. This means this composition for them looks incredibly practiced, and perhaps I misjudged the trap. Perhaps it looked like, oh, we're just gonna go Camille here. It was what I thought. It looked like a bit of a desperation.
Enfin, à moins d'un miracle, à moins d'un gros troll de HLE, GENG gagne la game. HLE gagne la game. Mais pour ça, il faut que HLE troll de fou.
Too big to fail. I mean, 7-0 for Viper. You hit the nail on the head saying that he was the key player, Wolf, at the beginning of the day because everybody wants to look at Zeus and he has, second most comp points and everything, but like Viper is the guy in these.
Dommage, j'aurais aimé voir de la game 5. Oh les dégâts de Ezreal, mais ils peuvent rien faire. Ah non mais c'est mort, tu peux rien faire. Le Sion qui fonce, mais le Sion il peut rien faire. Il va se faire atomiser. Attendez, Canyon qui sort, Chovy qui peut peut-être faire quelque chose. Ah non, ils peuvent rien faire. Oh, Canyon qui prend un kill sur Zeus. Quoi, Zeus qui tombe par rouleur. Alors attendez, ça troll peut-être du côté de HLE. Le comeback de GENG, peut-être ça peut prendre le baron. C'est du 2 pour 0. Et ça va très vite le baron, ça va très vite. Mais est-ce que HLE aura les dégâts? Oh là là, ils ont pas les dégâts, ils peuvent rien faire. HLE qui peuvent rien faire et c'est free baron pour GENG. Et GENG qui peut-être reviendrait dans la game. Qu'est-ce qui s'est passé? Tilai qui a pris super cher, Viper qui a essayé de riposter, Sion qui fonce sur Viper, Peanuts et Delight qui essaye de le faire tomber mais ça suffit pas. Pendant ce temps Zeka a été bloqué, donc Zeka tombe par le passif. Et Zeus qui se fait aussi bloquer, qui troll par derrière. Et du coup ça donne un shutdown à rouleur. Oh là là, Ezreal qui commence à faire des bons dégâts. Sion qui envoie une riposte. Mais King qui va tomber là, King qui tombe. Mais ça fait tomber la T1 mid. Zeka par derrière, attention, Zeus qui fait mal avec sa Camille. Zeus qui fait mal, Zeus, aïe, c'est peut-être une fun game. Ça a trop voulu crit, aïe, ça fait mal, aïe, c'est pas une fun game, mais ça fait très mal pour les GENG. GENG qui pouvait potentiellement revenir, mais là, ah non, là c'est chaud là. Ils ont fait un bon fight, mais là c'est chaud là. Là je pense que ça troll du côté de Ça a troll du côté de GENG alors qu'il pouvait être en bonne position. Je pense pas qu'ils auraient dû tout miser sur une T1 mid. Et là ça a troll, hein. Tu pouvais rien faire, fallait juste se barrer. Hein. C'est du 3 pour 0. Après ils ont toujours l'effet baron, rouleur. Ouais mais du coup le baron il est gâché, j'avais pas pensé à ça. Le baron est gâché de fou hein.
Is out of the fight, had his Zonias, but just couldn't use it until it was far too late because of the CC. Life now looking for their second opportunity to get this Infernal Soul, and they have so.
Oh là là, Chovy, qu'est-ce que tu fais? Chovy, qu'est-ce que tu fais? Chovy, qu'est-ce que tu fais? Chovy qui tombe, Chovy qui va tomber. Est-ce qu'il peut prendre un kill avant? Non, il tombe pas. Il tombe pas. Ah si, il y a ZK derrière, ouais, si ça tombe. Chovy, tu trolls les canyons aussi. Qu'est-ce qui se passe? C'est une déferlante, ils ne peuvent rien faire, ils se font maltraiter, atomiser. King qui va tomber, le Sion ne peut rien faire malgré qu'il soit tank. Il va pas tomber, il a un HP. L'ulti de Ezreal, peut-être qu'ils peuvent faire tomber Zeus, non ça suffit pas. D-Like qui run, Peanuts qui fait tomber le par Rumble, je sais plus, c'est pas grave le nom. King qui n'a plus de vie, oh là là, non arrête, Zeus va te fumer là. Est-ce que ça peut prendre une T2? Ouais non ça prend Free Drake, mais en attendant ça prend une T2 mid. Mais ça, ah ouais je sais même pas si elle tombe, si elle tombe, mais ça suffira pas. Aïe aïe aïe, non Chovy tu trolls, il avait pas vu que avec la ward ça se voyait, oh là là non Chovy. Il y a Zeka qui vient par derrière pour l'aider. La stopwatch aurait pu le sauver, mais Zeka avec derrière avec sa boulette, non tu peux rien faire. Ouais, après Canyon qui est un peu troll. Ça a failli tuer Zeus hein, grâce à Ezreal, rouleur qui fait un boulot hein, mais ça suffit pas. Hein. On le voit, ça suffit pas. Là, GENG
picking them apart. We talked about the archetypes earlier, you know, the dive and the front to back. You know, GENG kind of have this front to back where they have this insanely scaling ability.
Ouais, ça prend enfin la T1 top. Mais bon, c'est compliqué pour GENG là. Là, c'est totalement fini pour GENG. Ils ne reviennent pas. Ils ne reviennent pas. Je le dis, GENG ne revient pas dans la game. GENG ne reviendra pas. Là ils font n'importe quoi, qu'est-ce qui se passe? GENG qui avait fait 18-0, c'est-à-dire que là ils auraient perdu un BO en saison régulière. Ce serait la première défaite de GENG depuis des semaines.
And I thought the trade-off wasn't necessarily going to be worth it, but with the execution this clean from Hanwha, with the coordination that's this good.
Bah moi j'ai bien envie que GENG marque ce point, mais ça m'étonne. Je pense que
we've seen so many Kalista games where she does like 7k damage, but she still felt like she did a lot for the team.
Compliqué hein, les scores là. Ah ouais mais regardez en plus, regardez Viper, mais le niveau de Viper, il est en 9-0, il est en 9-0, oh là là là, le niveau, 9-0 sur Viper, et le seul qui a rivalisé avec lui, c'est Caliste.
Just you have to respect a pick like Kalista. Even with what GENG thought was enough, it wasn't.
Especially with Renata open. I mean, there was just a lot given over. And now HLE with Infernal Soul looking for the Baron. And I mean, they have the super fed Kalista. They can do it in about 10 seconds. I wouldn't even be surprised. So GENG, they have to move forward. They have to try to charge into a team that's very far ahead of them, that has objectives over them. Not to mention the Otacon, which GENG also desperately tried to take earlier and got punished for.
I mean, Zeus' items right now, these make it so easy to just go in. Like, you can commit, you will get tons of value even if you die with this setup. And I mean, now we're just turning our eyes towards Baron here. As you can see, nothing. They can't see anything. So you have to be incredibly cautious.
Ils ont pas la vision, les GENG. Les GENG, ils ont pas la vision, mais ils savent qu'ils sont au baron. Ils savent, et le baron qui tombe très vite. Oh là là, c'est baron pour HLE. Oh là là, ils peuvent rien faire. Ah non, mais faut reculer là. Ah non, mais faut reculer là. Faut reculer, faut partir. Oh! Oh! Oh, les dégâts de Israël. Oh, 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 c'est un massacre. C'est un massacre. C'est fin de game. 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 HLE 2-0. HLE 2-0. C'est un stomp. C'est un stomp. Ils finissent 40 secondes, 30 secondes. C'est terminé. C'est 2-0. Ils peuvent totalement finir. Ils ne peuvent rien faire. Ils ne peuvent rien faire. C'est 2-0 pour HLE. Oh là là, le boulot. Le boulot de Camille et de Viper. Oh là là. Oh, ça prend un shutdown. Ah non, c'est fini. 2-0 pour HLE. Alors peut-être le 3-0. Personne n'a pronostiqué un 3-0 pour HLE. GENG, qu'est-ce qui leur arrive? Qu'est-ce qui arrive à GENG, frère? Qu'est-ce qui arrive à GENG, frère?
And it's just those types of expectation breaking games where, again, I think we all mostly agree that the Hanwha Life Draft was not impossible to win, but it was going to be very challenging, very difficult to play out. And they make it work. They were able to do it. Viper 37,000.
Qu'est-ce qui arrive à GENG? Qu'est-ce qui arrive à GENG, frère? Qu'est-ce qui arrive à GENG? Eux qui ne perdent quasiment jamais. Là, ils sont en 2-0, frère. C'était un stomp, 30 minutes la game. En vrai, je pense qu'ils pouvaient terminer plus tôt. Mais wesh. Wesh. Là, c'est Riversu pour rien. Hein. Riversu pour rien pour GENG. Ah, je crois pas, je pense que ça va être un 3-0 GENG. Hein. Ah, elle est dégoûtée. Elle est dégoûtée. Bah, par contre, les fans de HLE, ils doivent être tellement contents. Les fans de HLE, c'est... La folie. Bon, et bah là maintenant, va falloir attendre. Et pourquoi tout le monde dit qu'il fait chaud de fou? Alors que moi, il fait pas chaud. Il fait combien de degrés chez moi là? Attendez, je vais regarder les températures quand. Il fait maximum 23 moi aujourd'hui. Mais ouais, il fait chaud partout sauf chez moi. Va-t-on assister à un... Par contre ce serait fou, un 3-0 de HLE contre GENG. Un 3-0 de HLE contre GENG. Waouh! Moi je dis pas non hein. Enfin après ça veut dire que le BO il serait super court mais... C'est-à-dire que là dans une heure j'ai fini mon stream quoi. On veut que GENG... Après GENG aurait dû gagner la game 1 hein. Ils ont troll. Attends j'ai écouté les voice com.
야 위에 타워 할리 풀 있으니까 같이 뚫으면 될 듯? 내가 EQ 압박 줄게 하나 밀어봐 일단 포탑 밀어봐 일단 깨자 볼게 노플? 아니 노플? 알려줘 깨줄래? 나이스
나이스. Oh? C'est quoi? Ah c'est Uzi. C'est Uzi. ça, hein, c'est les skins de Uzi.
质疑从不缺席，
Ouais, c'est ça.
但喧嚣亦是动力。强者从不止步
Skin à 500 balles, frère.
只会以力量回敬。
500 balles. On écoute ou pas? Skin à 500 balles. C'est une dinguerie, hein. Moi je le payerai pas. Je le payerai pas. Ouais, c'est Uzi. Donc, HLE est à... HLE est à une game du MSI. Pas si on se rend compte. Hein. C'est quoi ça? C'est quoi ça? Pêche. Ah, c'est la promotion, ok, de la saison. Ah, ok. Voilà, attends. Hein. Ah ouais, plus pour Bouzan. C'est quoi ça? Wesh, la pub de fou. Travailler, ouais, bah moi aussi j'aimerais travailler, tiens. Ouais. Road to MSI. Là j'ai rebaissé le son là. On s'en bat les couilles là. Tito, qu'est-ce que tu fais encore?
Hello everyone and welcome back to the Sajik Indoor Gymnasium as we have a new script that has been written. It is a second win for Hanwha Life Esports, the first time they've done that against GENG this year, and they are on the precipice of being the #1 seed as we take a look at the multiple streaks that Hanwha Life Esports have had in 2025. It is a 6-game win streak, 6-series win streak here.
Oh putain! Yannou! Cassé mentionné!
Screen right now, and even take into account last year's summer final, then there's no way to lose from here on out for Hanwha Life. Can't be done. They can't lose. It's impossible because if it goes to game 5,
Cassé is mentionné.
Right now doesn't seem very likely. It is basically impossible.
Cassé is mentionné.
I want to highlight though, I think game number 1 was a lot more back and forth. This game number 2 was kind of a blowout, and Kenyon is my jungle goat. Why are we B1ing Trundle, exactly? What are we doing? This man is notoriously unreliable in Trundle, has lost countless pivotal games, and I think that GENG are going to completely revamp how they play in game number 3, because these very straightforward drafts are just not cutting it. I don't know why we're blinding this. The Jarvan was amazing. I think even Trophy looked kind of mid on the rise, and Keen's team fighting was also not ideal.
I mean, on top of that, I think GENG had such an aggressive bot lane with Azure Karma to play against Kalista Renata, but them failing the strategy in the level 1 didn't help enough on the bot lane matchup, because whenever you're playing Karma Ezreal, it's really important to keep up the pace of the pressure and the aggressiveness of the bot lane, but if you lose the summonless spells at level 1 like this, it's not going to happen. And that's why we are mentioning that the draft kind of leads to the game plan, but it failed.
Je sais pas combien de temps reprend là. Moi c'est dans 2-3 minutes que ça reprend là. J'ai faim. S'il y a 3-0, bah, je me fais à bouffer après. Sinon je me fais bouffer à la prochaine game. J'espère pas un 3-0, moi je veux un 3-2 frère. Un 3-2 GENG, mais là GENG éteindre. Enfin, ils sont éteints, franchement la game 1. La game 1 ça aurait dû être pour GENG. Mais non! Il fallait qu'ils se fassent tomber à la game 2. Putain! Possiblement la dernière game. Je sais pas, ça reprend dans combien de temps la game? C'est dans 2 minutes je crois.
Was kind of bad,
je crois que c'est dans 2 minutes.
Choice by GENG here.
And just like
je vais vérifier ça.
GENG are put behind and forced
ça va être très rapide. C'est dans... Ouais, c'est dans 1-2 minutes, ça va reprendre. 1-2 minutes, ça va reprendre.
Crazy. They're really able to pull apart a GENG that I think is looking for a classic front to back, but instead these re-engages that they're able to find consistently are so tough to deal with.
In hindsight, I think it's really hard for GENG to target down because you have Karma support and Trundle jungle. Where is my CC? Where is my
attends, mais ça m'a parlé sur Twitter là.
It's not gonna happen.
D'accord, ça supprime les
And we
commentaires en
could see like
nice.
HLE just jump in and jump out
hop.
every single
Moi,
time,
je suis chaud.
and I think Peanut and
Envoyez la draft.
did a great job on that one.
Yeah,
Putain, j'aime trop.
I think a lot of praise will go to Viper, who has been having an incredible series. But for me, it was for about Zeus
Enfin,
and
je replace ma cam pas.
Or Zeus and Peanut rather, the two of them consistently getting backline access, forcing flashes, putting people in lockdown.
Est-ce que si tu fais ça, ça enlève le truc?
Yeah, and then finally here on the top side, you think GENG maybe find a way back on in. They chunk out on the top side of the map.
Non, j'ai une option pour les CNRP d'enlever ma cam, mais ça marche pas.
Yeah, you don't have damage, and also the engage from Peanut
par
was
contre, ils
just
se sont
on point.
vraiment fait
There
allumer.
is no way they can actually win the fight.
Le stomp de
Luckily,
malade.
they one-shot Zeka
À un moment, j'ai
here,
cru
as you
qu'ils allaient
mentioned,
revenir, mais
Tony,
après ils ont
like
troll.
Viper and Delight
Putain,
had
j'ai reçu un
such
snap.
great moment
l'ouvrir
every
qui
single
dit
time with the champion's ability. Like I see so many times Renata ult being effective, and also Viper positioning was just on point. Like I couldn't see Viper dying in the team fight, and he did.
And when Ezreal came in, I was actually feeling a little bit better about GENG's chances. But the Jarvan, I want to go back to 2021 or 2023 quarterfinals, because back then GENG got into the same position right here. They went down 0-2, ended up going to game 5, and you know what was the jungler that they let through 5 times? I'm getting overexcited. It was the Jarvan against BLG.
Can't believe it. As they walk back onto the stage here, it's a nice reminder that domestically, the last time that GENG got 3-0'd, it was by D.
That was Kenyon!
Yep, it was
He
Kenyon.
was there!
Now, LCK Road to MSI isn't considered just LCK, but domestically, this was the last time. And again, this is the first time that GENG has lost 2 games in a row all season long in rounds 1 and 2.
I mean, I don't know. Like, who can predict this? You know, we all predicted that. I mean, you and Crony, me and Crony, I think we predicted 3-0 for GENG, but not HLE, and I think no one can predict.
Ça va être parti les gars, ça va repartir.
Kenyon needs to step it up. Where is my
Ça va repartir.
MVP jungler?
Ouais.
My jungle goes. He's gone.
Ça y est, arrête de crier toi derrière.
That Hanwha Life Esports will get the win is Jonas Strong. He is the knower.
Elle est triste parce que GENG va perdre.
Je
pense que GENG c'est futur. À mon river sweep, c'est impossible je pense. À mon river sweep. Encore blue side. Putain, ça fait 3 fois blue side là.
It really comes down to some weird draft decisions, but also Hanwha Life are just playing better today. And sometimes that's all that matters, right? It's your form on the day. Hanwha Life maybe even sandbagging a little bit in the round robin, and then they come into playoffs and they look like a totally different team. GENG totally caught off guard. And they might have to forego that first ticket.
Et c'est parti. Quand vous entendez cette musique, c'est que c'est la draft se lance. Oh merde. Il faut que je le mette super haut parce qu'elle a. Voilà.
Brendan, everyone's seen, you know that picture of that guy, and he's sitting in like a gamer chair, and the gamer chair is like tilted backwards. Yeah. And then like he tilts forward.
Ok.
That's just Hanwha Life.
Alors,
right?
qu'est-ce que ça banne du côté GENG? UNE comme d'hab, ça va ban Vaille de l'autre. Voilà, Nico. C'est les mêmes bans ou quoi? Ça ban Nico. Ce qu'ils vont ban. Ah non, Jace. Ok, pour Zeus.
15-0 on blue side here in 2025 LCK. They've lost now
Okay,
twice in a
Nidali.
row. Kind of unprecedented, the leads and the snowball this series feels like it is rolling down the hill with. See a Jace ban here as once again the Nidalee does go over. Alistair priority jumping up pretty high here on blue side for GENG. A lot of these big picks are gone. You know, even something like a Victor
il est Alistar, voilà. Wow, faut que ça revienne.
We'll have to wait and see what GENG have in mind.
Faut que ça revienne, mais je l'ai.
Victor,
premier pick. Qu'est-ce que tu peux prendre là?
Early on in the
Qu'est-ce que tu
series,
prends là?
normally like top side is all
Ah bah oui, du coup comme Nico est open,
and now we get a Nico actually being
ce sera Nico support ou Nico mid du coup?
For Duro coming out, and then Jax instantly slammed
Jax,
yeah.
Oh.
Immediately a lot of confidence there from HLE.
Yeah, you don't have the Yone, but I don't think you necessarily care
Je perds les noms. Comment ça se fait que je perds les noms, frère?
Very Maokai's been very strong into this combo.
Comment j'ai perdu le nom? Putain, en plus c'est les...
with his ultimate, especially in terms of objective control. But it is a fairly risky pick that j'ai perdu les noms.
Yeah, you also, if the Silas angle comes through, yeah, you have Maokai.
J'ai perdu les noms.
Also pretty okay for the Skarner, but the one player I think this entire season
donc ça fait Skarner c'est top, non? Ça, hein.
After everyone else said it's not viable, it's not meta.
Skarner, ça
to a lesser extent, but Canyon has been way more consistent with it.
Keisa pour Canyon.
Does already have the Nico to back it up in the lane, so one of its weaknesses.
Donc à mon avis, ça va être Keisa, Nico.
It's Zeka, it's Silas.
I mean, you already have the Nico.
It's face up.
Le small D. Ah non.
The Corki I'm not as happy about.
Just take the Silas. You already have the Nico ult. It like you don't need more ults than one really good one. It's one of the best ults. Just
Silas.
It's so good with the Sejuani.
Silas pour Zeka.
It just makes too much sense.
No, I feel like we've had
le Silas de Zeka, mon gars.
No matter like where you personally feel about them, very playable, very
Silas
winnable. This is
de
the first
Zeka.
like, into like the stuff that HLE
J'aime bien ce qui
has.
se passe, j'aime bien.
What they're playing into so far. So. Because see how they can navigate in this next stage.
What Chovy's going to play into this Silas, you know?
Yeah.
Becomes a big question with so much taken away.
J'aime bien.
And one of the best picks into the Jax, you know, has been an R in situations like this, but you don't want to play that with a Silas on the other side. And so I'm also curious where Keen's going to go. The Renekton is taken away here first. And it does feel like options-wise, there's a lot more here on the table for Hanwha Life. There's so many 80 carries you could still play here into the Kai'Sa Nico that feel very viable.
Il y a un mec qui doit remettre un colis là.
Supports as a result.
Je sais pas qui c'est.
See what this final ban will be here for
ça bannerait Sports.
Yeah,
Galio.
GENG just banned the Senna.
Ça banne Rakan.
As their final ban.
That does make sense.
Yeah, I think Senna's fantastic with this front line that's going to be going in already. And you can do really well into the Kai'Sa Nico. I think it deserves a look, especially with Viper, the way he's playing. And it's just going to be Braum instead.
Okay,
kind of more concerned about a Lucian pick here, I suppose, but...
Yeah,
ça ban
Lucian could definitely do work against the Kai'Sa, so I understand, but Senna's been big in our meta. I mean, she's been a powerhouse the last couple of weeks, so...
And the crazy thing about both of these picks are they're incredibly strong. Like, the Lucian doesn't have the Braum anymore as... That would be an interesting call, and he is going to just lock it in.
Okay.
Well, I'll just drop my thoughts on the Senna and the Lucian, as this is a completely different beast. Also leaves the Senna available for potentially the game 4 here for Hanwha Life Esports. I mean, it's a very safe pick. Can be strong in lane.
Qui c'est que tu vas prendre, mon petit Chovy? Qui vas-tu prendre, Chovy? Qui vas-tu prendre?
Oh!
The Keen special.
Well, they banned Renekton, and he's just going to play Keen Sante. It hasn't necessarily been a big pick,
pour Duro. Oh non, Cassante pour...
And, you know, Corki's not the biggest, like, crit explosion 80 carry,
Qui,
and you don't have wielding champion, so it feels quite strong.
They did this before.
Cassante pour... Ok, donc ce sera Nico.
Like, they could put the Aurora top and the Cassante mid.
Attends, mais du coup, Nico mid, du coup.
If they wanted to.
Non.
They have that flex option available.
Oh.
And Delice's going to lock in the Leona.
Leona.
Which is honestly...
Les drafts sont faits, les jeux sont faits. Maintenant,
if you're playing into like a Nautilus or something, you send the clone out, it body blocks the dredge line. That doesn't work on Leona, so it's actually...
Ça a de voir ce qui va se passer.
Go, it's a scarier one, especially with the Corki, with this Gatling gun proccing the passive so quickly.
It's really hard to dive the Corki. It's hard to follow up. Like, you know, if you're Duro in this case and you're trying to catch the Corki, if you catch the front line, it's pretty durable in general anyways, but catching the Corki is kind of out of the question. If you're trying to dive the bottom turret and try to collapse on the Viper, the Leona's great there, but it also works incredibly well as follow-up to all the other forms of engage that you have, all the other setup that you have. I do think GENG's composition has a lot of combo potential. I think there are some really strong angles where you look at the Aurora ult getting dropped down, how much zone control there is.
La
there
draft
are
va être
definitely
lancée.
some angles for sure for GENG with this comp. It's got a strong front line, but it's Kai'Sa, you know, to dive champion. I feel like the identity of GENG's comp isn't as strong as what is very obviously not only a strong dive and melee composition with great follow-up, but comfort across the board for Hanwha Life.
Looking for the 5-gamer, and we already talked about it. HLE is so good in that game 5, but they've already gotten the work done in the first couple of games.
J'arrive pas à lire le coréen, je sais pas ce que c'est dit.
Even if they do make it to a game 5.
Je sais pas ce qu'il dit là.
The amount of confidence they must have on the back of these first 2 wins, and then that top side securing these champions, which scream confidence. These players on these picks.
Oh putain, les
skins! They're in such a good position right now, and really it's on GENG to answer, to step up and show that they deserve to be at MSI to defend
c'est parti.
the title that they
C'est parti, on va pas la tête.
They gotta do it right here, right now. Let's hop on the rift for game number 3.
It's time. HLE va-t-il 3-0 GENG? Ah là, ils doivent avoir la crotte au cul, les fans de GENG. Fans de GENG, ça doit avoir la crotte au cul là.
Still packed here at the Sajic Gymnasium. So many people coming down to see who our first seed from the LCK will be. And we all assumed it would just be GENG to keep that roll going with the 18-0 from the regular season. And instead, Hanwha Life Esports have come out and say, no, we're the better team when it comes to big, clutch, best of 5s. And they've already proven it here. The only way they can really tarnish that reputation is if they lose 3 in a row. And that's going to be really difficult for them, the way they're playing right now.
There's a certain element of, we discuss very rarely with extremely dominant teams, but forgetting how to play from behind, forgetting what it's like to have your back up against the wall. Because Gen G have only played a few game 3s across the LCK, right? They went 18-0. They didn't lose any series. Most of their series were incredibly dominant, so much so that after the first 15 minutes, you knew it was likely over. The enemy team was thinking about the game 2 draft because Gen G had this insurmountable lead. And after losing a game 2, like what we just saw, Gen G has been in that position so rarely this year that they probably get a little shaken. You know, it's been a long time.
I think it's also, you know, a team adjusting when things are going wrong. It's something that T1 have been praised so much for.
Oula, attention, c'est avec Zeka sur Chovy.
Win clean, win smooth. But they were mais
Zeka il prend cher.
And I think Gen G often,
Bonne riposte de Chovy.
But when
parce que ça laisse, ça va faire mal.
Things went wrong. It's like, okay, well maybe more time where they had to problem solve could have changed things. Now they are in the position where they've had to problem solve, and in this game so far, Chovy is solving some problems of what to do about Zeka Silas, and that is bully him in lane, and he's doing a pretty good job so far.
Yeah, I don't think Chovy's laning has really been an issue this series at all, and with this matchup, he's going to take the big W you're supposed to get towards level 3 and push it right into Zeka.
Well, actually, he hasn't skilled W yet. He actually put 2 points Q, 1 point E, so he hasn't actually...
Very true. Well said.
I mean W-I-N Ox.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Sorry.
Win. I'm curious about the you know, I think it does have some good value into this comp already. You can do a good job of just kidnapping someone on the side of HLE that goes a little bit too far. A very solid front line. He doesn't have the power that he used to have, obviously, but when it comes to like a game 3 or a game 4 or later in Fearless, I think it's not a bad look. We haven't seen Ornn at all yet in this series. Curious when that one is going to show its face, if it gets a chance at all. If Gen G do take this win. A lot of trading here on the top side.
I think it has to be said. Okay, hold
encore.
Up,
ça veut dive, ça veut dive, ça veut dive, ça veut dive. Dive qui, tu dives qui, rouleur. Oula, oh non, c'est mauvais. Oh non, c'est mauvais, ça pue. Oh, first blood! Pour Peanuts. Il n'y a aucune personne qui meurt. C'est le first blood pour HLE encore. Oh là 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 là. Il faut rester concentré pour Genji. Il faut rester concentré, la team.
I don't know. I feel like they kind of did what they could, but
if
they want to kill you, you're gonna die in that situation.
Yeah, I mean, Delight flashes out of the turret aggro, even though he was rooted with aggro from the play there from Duro, and just still not enough.
Faut pas tilt.
You'll see it once again
here. Ah ouais, putain, je joue même pas en plein écran.
As the engage starts with the aggro pickup here from the Leona, follow up from the Sejuani is great. The flash is good, and that's just Sejuani walking away.
Yeah, it's the layering after the cleanse with the knock-up.
Okay, ça push Duro.
After it, it's just
c'est Nico là.
It's so well executed, it just doesn't give any outplay potential. So really well done by HLE there.
Yep, Peanuts calling the whole way, you know, saying,
il a un peu bloqué.
Flash here, go for the Kaisa, well done guys, and definitely a leader. You know, there have been times, especially in the round robin, where we looked at Peanut, we're like, what is going on, man? But it's a different story. Now looking across the aisle at Canyon, we're like, what's going on, man?
Well, I mean,
so sometimes that's the way it goes.
The consolation cull that Ruler has in his inventory right now is not so great.
Ça veut essayer de tuer Zeus en vrai.
Vous
pouvez peut-être le dive. Hein.
Like, oh, it's already, once again, we're on the back foot.
Là, ça roll swap pour la bot lane. Niveau 6 pour Cassante.
It's Keen Sante, right? It hits a little bit different. The mastery of the champion that he has, I think, has to count for something. Has to count for a little bit, even with some of the changes to Cassante, some of the nerfs that came through. He isn't as meta. But again, the comp doesn't have that same.
Le Cassante, c'est celui qui va poser problème. Cassante va oh, sur Zeka, Zeka va-t-il tomber? Zeka va-t-il tomber? Oh, attention les ralentissements de Canyon, Canyon, attention, est-ce qu'il tombe? Oui, kill pour Chovy. Kill pour Chovy.
Yep, really well played by Gen G there, but also Zeka going in a bit aggressively, and I feel like when you're playing Silas and a range champion, you have to kind of play up in their face to trade back, but when Chovy has level 6 and you don't, always a dangerous game.
Yeah, and the rock's just following you there, you're never going to get away. Chovy plays it well, doesn't even have to flash to get the second Q there to take him out, so just executes him, and it's a pretty significant advantage now for Chovy. It was building up slowly, but I feel like that was the sledgehammer
Pardon,
to
c'est mon
the
chat.
end of Zeka's
Ouais, t'es
early
bien
game
là, mon
in
chat.
this game.
Ouais, t'es bien là, mon chat. Reste là, tu vas être bien, t'es au frais là. Il est au frais, mon chat là, il est au frais. Le kill sur Zeka, ça a très bien joué du côté de Canyon et Chovy. Je pensais que Zeka allait pouvoir s'en sortir, mais il a flash. Donc Zeka a pu flash, déjà il perd son flash et en plus ça prend kill. Écoutez, magnifique.
A lot of factors, and I think Zeka's going to be kicking himself for that one.
Oh, les chats,
and a nice capitalization by the GENG mid and jungle. So now it does feel like GENG have taken a bit of this early lead and done something with a nice proactive maneuver in mid. So definitely a nice position for them, whereas they've been kind of bullied early on in these games so far in this series.
Tu restes allongé là, Loulou? Oh oui.
Wave hold there from Ruler, but we'll
ok, qui met de la pression sur Zeus. Ok, pas mal, j'aime bien. J'aime bien ce qui se passe, j'aime bien.
It looks like Keen's taken nice trades, but hadn't really put my eye on that CS advantage for a while. He has a plate as well he's picked up here. He's looking for some more pressure right now. And again, I just mentioned the mastery. You know, we talk about Zeus on Jax all the time. He certainly has it too, but this early game looking really nice for GENG. Once again, the soul lanes, just like game 2, I think that was the best start they had despite the level 1, is both Keen and Chovy were generating advantages. It was team fights and group ups later on where the disaster started. But once again, good job by the laners.
Yeah, do you see HLE leveraging some of that boss pressure though to get an early dragon? And it is an Ocean as well, which... Honestly, Ocean Dragon, I feel like early dragons, you never really talk that much about the stat impact, but the sustain from an Ocean can actually go a long way, especially when your solo laners are struggling with some of the harass coming out. Do you see Delight and Peanut looking though?
Canyon's like, oh crap, I can't really help you here. Chovy is going to hop away, but he gets slowed by the solar flare. As in goes Peanut, it's going to hop over the other side though. Chovy gets away against 3.
One thing with the Aurora in this game is typically we think of like Aurora and how much damage you can sometimes do to squishies, but in a game like this where it's 4 melee champions and a short range carry, it can be really hard to actually pin it down, but also like, you know, the ult is often going to hit a lot of targets. Whenever you cast your abilities, you're probably going to hit 2-3 people. If Chovy gets fed, he's going to be able to pump damage this game.
Yeah, and we'll be able to go toe-to-toe in the side lane as well. Peanut did not commit the ultimate after Chovy did, you know, kind of Pac-Man his way back there out of his ult. And I think that maybe he could have fished for the flash there, but decides not to commit. Still holds his ultimate here. There's no objective for it. And Chovy's just chilling, looking for the ult again.
Canyon's here. Zeka, no flash, no ult.
Zeka n'a pas de flash. Zeka, ça tombe. Zeka, ça tombe. Kill pour Canyon. Putain, ça sent bon pour les GENG, ça. Ça fait le Silas, il prend rien du tout depuis tout à l'heure. Il a énormément de CS de retard. Cœur acier pour oh là, ce quart d'heure, cœur acier en plus. Ouais, par contre, la draft de GENG est fait peur. La draft de GENG, ça fait peur là. Hein.
Yeah, 1,100 gold lead already in his pocket. Got the double mask we've seen from him before on, I think it was Victor last time. He went this, going for that damage amp as early as possible.
Ça fait peur. Oh, rouleur. Oh, le dodge.
Trades back pretty nice.
Oh, le dodge.
That's kind of what the Corki can do as we take another look at this game.
Ok, Zeka qui a essayé d'avoir son survie, mais...
Chovy just gets him close enough for Canyon to hit him with the charge. And that's the end of his life.
The thing that feels so bad is like the ult is such a great escape tool. Like he definitely is like committing, like I want to clear the wave, I want to get out, but the ult would have been able to get him away from the gank, so... Pretty unfortunate.
Yeah, it was just way too obvious that he was just looking to clear the wave and back as soon as possible. It's just so telegraphed that Canyon's like, all right, second he goes in, I'm going in.
I feel like so many of the deaths between these two teams in this series have been, okay, just clear the wave, get away. And that is where so many deaths happen, where it's like, I'll just finish this push. The junglers know. They know that's what you want to do. That's why they're going to gank you.
Yeah. Well, we do have a little bit of a change up in terms of where the lanes are going to go. The solar flare does hit
Ouh, non,
Ruler,
c'est bon.
slows
Ah,
him
j'ai cru
at
que
least,
Genji
and that's
là.
gonna get the cleanse out just to be safe. Kaisa not necessarily having a great time in this lane, but Ruler isn't far behind on farm like the other lanes.
Je pensais que Genji là c'était terminé.
He's been able to shore up his lane very nicely, and he will be
Mais
a menace once he gets 2-3 items, especially. That is the way that Kaisa works.
This potential fight down here on the bottom side definitely favoring GENG right now with choke point control and flash and ult for Duro.
Chovy.
Super respectful. There's no dragon up just yet, but the fact that they need to back away from this turret gives a lot of vision control here to the side of GENG, as Pina is kind of in no man's land. Won't get
he's just
punished.
hanging out with his buddy Viper in the mid lane. And he's been doing good for himself. You know, he got the dive down on the bottom side, and since then he's just been farming, but safe to say that Canyon has done.
En vrai, là, je vois pas comment HLE peut gagner avec cette avec la compo d'en face qui est franchement super fort. Parce que le Silas là, il peut rien faire déjà. Il fait un early game de merde. Oh lolo. Leur early game de merde de Silas. C'est chaud. Plus quand elles sont bas quoi. Non bah non, il n'y a pas de wave, je suis con. Je suis complètement con. Ok, force de la Trinité pour Viper. Ah ouais, GENG est devant pour l'instant, de 2 cagoles d'écart. Ouais, bah écoute. Moi j'attendais fight là. Ça se régale en plate hein, botlane hein. Ouais, tombe la plate quand même. Il est chaud au cul hein, mais elle est tombée. De toute façon c'est un point, il sait ce qu'il fait.
Yes, the game's not a great position right now, but it's still winnable. And we've seen HLE come back from worse positions. Right now, though, GENG starting up the dragon. HLE looking to get in position and see if they can find an angle.
Oh, ça va jouer pour le Drake. Oh, attention, ça va jouer pour le Drake. Ça va essayer de se battre pour le Drake. Je trouve qu'ils sont un peu encerclés. L'ulti de Peanut. Ok, derrière Canyon. Canyon les 3. Skarner qui prend les 4. L'ulti de Nico. Oh là là, le double ulti avec Silas. Oh, c'est un carnage pour GENG. Et Zeka qui va finir par tomber. C'est un free Drake. Pour GENG, oh là 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 là, le double ulti de Nico et l'ulti de Skarner qui prend les 3. Oh même, je crois qu'il en a pris 4 même à la fin. Oh là 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 là, va falloir revoir le fight, mais c'est waouh. Oh là 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 là, GENG, qu'est-ce que vous venez de faire à HLE? Oh là là, moi je pensais qu'ils étaient encerclés, mais j'avais pas vu que derrière il y avait le Skarner qui arrivait, qui a sauvé la mise, parce que c'était mal parti avec l'ulti de Peanut. Et là regardez Canyon, bam, qui en prend 3, ulti de Nico, Silas qui prend l'ulti et qui re-ulti par derrière, ce qui permet de prendre les deux, et après Zeka il se retrouve tout seul, donc tu prends Zeka, et Zeus qui peut rien faire, il est obligé de partir, donc c'est free Drake pour GENG. Oh là là, attends, je veux revoir Canyon. Canyon qui prend les 3, boum. Là, bam, qui les ramène, hop, et un Silas, hop. Oh là là, non, franchement c'est fort. C'est fort, c'est fort, c'est très très fort. Oh là 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 là. Trop fort. Bravo, non franchement il n'y a rien à dire. Le move.
You know, the play from HLE, they were kind of going for like a non-committal look for Duro, like take out the Nico squishy, if you're removing it, especially because Duro didn't have celestial opposition, remove that CC
oh là là, bon par contre, ouais, il tank, je pense pas que là ça puisse le terminer. S'il arrive à aller, ouais ça le prend pas, ouais non, ils abandonnent.
And this is just a free Rift Herald on top of it. Yeah, just a free Herald as you say. And
du très beau move.
All right, Duro gonna meet his opposing support. Delight continuing on this one. Zeus is nearby, level 11.
Du très beau move. J'ai bien aimé ce que j'ai vu. Et GENG du coup qui se permet de prendre l'Herald. Et ça part évidemment, bah ça sécure hein.
Gets the Rift Herald and gets out. So not the end of the world here for GENG. They will get the objective.
Yeah, I want to get more.
Ça sécure. Franchement là, très bien parti pour GENG. Faut pas troll, faut pas... tu vois, je dis quoi? Regarde ce que je dis. Faut pas troll. Et voilà, et là c'est deux kills pour... Attends, rouleur qui se ramène, peut-être. OMG, l'arrivée de rouleur. L'arrivée de rouleur qui tient, non, rouleur qui va tomber. Aïe, l'ulti de Nico, et ça prend quand même sur Canyon. Sur Viper, je veux dire. Non, sur Peanut, putain, je connais pas les pseudos. Putain, c'est du 2 pour 2. Ah non, du 3 pour 3. C'est tombé. Putain, et c'était mal parti. C'était très mal parti pour GENG. Ils ont réussi à renverser la situation. Là, waouh, j'ai pas trop compris ce qui s'est passé, j'aimerais bien revoir quand même. Ok, donc T-Light qui se jette sur Canyon, Skarner qui essaie de prendre mais il est bloqué, Viper qui est au pour le tout, Canyon qui tombe, hop, là ça ulti, Chovy qui arrive, hop, Nico qui va ulti, hop, pendant que Rouleur il fait un boulot mais ça n'a pas suffi. Duro, hop, il balance son petit skip pour prendre Duro. Et après, voilà. Bon, j'ai pas trop compris tous les kills, mais dans l'ensemble, c'était un beau sauvetage. Voilà ce que j'ai à dire. On va encore assister à une game de fou ou quoi là? Toute la game elle est serrée, il faut surtout pas que GENG perde parce que sinon c'est terminé. Enfin c'est terminé, je pense qu'ils vont les affrontent.
He doesn't have ult yet.
There's so much money in this Aurora.
Chovy, est-ce que Chovy peut s'en sortir? Chovy va tomber, mais il y a l'arrivée de Skarner et de King derrière. Est-ce que ça peut tenter quelque chose avec King et Skarner? Je sais pas, il y a Duro qui arrive. Avec l'ult peut-être de Keisa. Attention, l'ult Nico tombé, ok, l'ult. Ok, Zeka va tomber, c'est du 1 pour 1. Pendant ce temps, Viper va prendre la T1 mid. Je sais pas si c'est rentable. Ah bah si, parce que ça prend la T1. Ah non, mais là. Ok, est-ce que ça peut riposter sur Peanut? Non, ok. King qui est tout seul, faut revenir, faut venir l'aider. Skarner, faut balancer un ulti là. Skarner, l'ulti, Skarner qui arrive pour sauver la mise. Et ça prend le kill. Et attention, Zeus qui est dans une mauvaise position. Zeus qui va finir par tomber par King. Canyon qui arrive dans la backline, ok. Et D-Light qui se jette dedans aussi, mais ça ne suffira pas. Et c'est quasiment un ace pour les GENG. C'est quasiment un ace pour les GENG. Et là ça sent mauvais pour les HLE. Je pense qu'on va partir en game 4 même si ça se bat bien côté HLE. Ça riposte mais ça ne suffit pas. Chovy qui a réussi à s'en sortir dans toute cette histoire quand même. Et grâce à l'arrivée de Canyon. Ah non, Chovy est mort, je suis con. Peanut qui va pas s'en sortir parce que King est arrivé, qui a bien balancé. La Nico là qui se fait passer pour la Keisa et hop, tac, ulti, mais l'ulti a été mal placé pendant que Zeka se fait tuer par Rouleur et Skarner. Et là, Peanut qui se jette sur King, mais King qui est trop tanky. Et à l'arrivée de Skarner qui balance son ulti, hop, qui permet de tuer Peanut tranquillement et Zeus qui va finir par sauter. Et D-Light pareil, parce que le trop puissant. Voilà, attaque, hop. Qu'a santé ce perso d'enculé qui est trop fort. GENG qui va aller, je pense, aller chercher cette game 4. À moins que, comme tout à l'heure, HLE arrive à retourner la game. Mais je ne pense pas vrai Loulou?
I don't know if he can do it by himself. I feel like the Cassante does a pretty good job of neutralizing the Jax in team fights at least, and they have a ton of burst damage, so the second that the Counter-Strike is down,
c'est du beau jeu ce que je vois là, c'est du beau jeu.
Even if he is very fed, so not a lot of outs here for Homolife. Like,
même si je trouve que HLE troll un peu, mais
as we just saw, they kind of immediately threw it back, so very much worried for their chances in this game 3.
Yeah, there's also the fact that he doesn't have grubs, so it's not the same sort of side lane power he would have ideally be looking for if he's able to interact with turrets this game. And I think you're going to have to see a punish from HLE Esports. Overextensions, you know, Canyon going back in, looking for those types of single target picks with Peanut and the follow-up with Zeka, because you have all that CC. If you can catch one target when GENG aren't there, and it's a good target to kill, one that you can kill quickly enough, or the rest of GENG is far away enough to where you can actually take a long time to kill them, it doesn't matter, unlike those fights we saw topside. think that's how you kind of get back into the game as Hanwha, but with a 6,000
je m'étire.
deficit, we may just be past that point.
Wait, I just realized
Est-ce que ça va aller chercher la game 4? Ok, ça tente la Takan, mais là il voit totalement qu'il y a Takan, ok, ça va poser la ward. Mais ça arrive pas derrière, Peanuts, ils sont tous là. Hein. Ils sont tous là, Zeus qui va tenter de turn, mais Ruler voit le truc venir. Ça balance l'ulti côté Chovy. Ok, oh c'est volé par HLE. Mais ça ne suffira pas, boum, allez, Zeka qui tombe, mais King qui résiste, D-Light va tomber, ça tombe pour les Genji, enfin ça tombe pour les HLE, je veux dire, c'est un fight perdu pour les HLE, oh là 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 là, oh là là, et Zeus Zeus qui a quand même réussi à prendre des kills.
What an incredible counter strike there at the end to make sure you can get that final hit in.
But the thing is, this is not a good fight.
Zeus qui a fait un boulot monstre, qui sauve pas le fight évidemment, mais Zeus. Et ils arrivent à voler la Takan. L'ulti de Zeka. Oh là là, qui a pas marché parce que Duro qui balance son ulti. Et là Chovy qui... Oh là là, mais Chovy. Mais c'est Zeus, hein. Faut voir le boulot de Zeus. Hein. Le boulot de Zeus, ça fait triple kill pour... Oh là là, mais regardez, il a réussi quand même à en prendre un. Waouh! Il a quand même réussi à tuer le Cassanté. Zeus qui... Ton niveau Zeus, mais putain, mais comment on a fait pour prendre des games à HLE au first stand quoi. Enfin je... Ok, il a pris l'ulti.
Longer the game goes along, I mean 6,000, it's still large. GENG are still in charge, but
Genji qui est bien là dans la game, mais waouh. Normalement Genji gagne la game.
It's the kind of game that if you're a Genji fan, you're feeling insanely stressed about because you know that you should win this.
Normalement Genji gagne la game, il n'y a pas de problème. Bah là après on est vu l'état de la game, je sais pas si ça va se terminer dans 10 minutes ou pas. Il est préparé à bouffer, hein. Oh, je sais Zeka qui se rend compte le 1v1. Non putain, je voulais un 1v1. Je voulais un 1v1 moi. C'est ce que je demande pas la lune.
Honestly, I think Zeka should just build Rocket Belt and accept his role in this game.
Just build whatever Duro builds, and then, you know, it'll feel like it makes sense.
Yeah.
Zeka did get that final markup there on the Rod of Aegis, so he was able to hit level 14.
I mean, they do have Otacon also.
Yeah.
Oh, Chovy. Oh, Chovy. Oh ouais, il a dodge, Oh, il y a Peanuts derrière, ça balance son ult, évidemment ça le touche. Chovy va-t-il mourir? Non, il arrive à s'échapper. Oh Zeus, ça arrive à le prendre. Ah non, ça le prend pas. Mais ça prend la T2 bot. Ça dodge bien hein, quand même. Moi je suis pas capable de faire ça. Je suis pas capable moi. Je suis une balle hein.
I feel like this game should be unlosable. I think we're all just looking at it going, all right, what if? But
yeah, I think that's the perspective. This game should have been over and done for a long time for GENG, and I think that's why we feel so hesitant about it, because HLE are making it feel uncomfortable from the perspective of GENG, especially considering that like GENG need to win 3 in a row to win this series.
And there's some tools now that are completed here, right? Like Zeka finally got his second item. You know, there's a budgeted arm guard here for Zeus for a clutch team fight upcoming on a big objective. For example, like if GENG do a greedy Baron. There are some angles that make you feel like, okay, yeah, LDR done for Viper. Is it possible that they could actually rip through these tanks and win a straight-up fight if the Baron call is poor for GENG? How punishing Hanwha has been all year long is kind of the name of the game for this team. And, you know, one small misstep from GENG might be enough to get them at least to even footing.
Oh!
Nearly face-sticking
le dodge.
Is Duro. It's got a little bit of support, but that's an eco, not exactly tanky.
Use the clone though, it's fine. That's
yeah.
Honestly, part of the value. I feel like so many times it's hard playing like a squishy champion as a support in pro when you have to face check, but Nico just send the clone in.
Yeah.
J'ai la dalle là.
Yep, he's got flash and ult for the next team fight.
In
terms of setting up the engage, he and Canyon already had one crazy wombo combo earlier.
Ok, ça lui vole en plus.
Alright, nice.
Oh, l'ulti! L'ulti! Oh là là, qui connecte et ça tue! Et c'est du 2 pour 0! Oh là là, c'est terminé. Kin qui arrive avec son K santé super tanky. Est-ce qu'ils peuvent tenter plus? Est-ce qu'ils peuvent tenter plus? Ils ne peuvent pas tenter plus. Ils ont déjà buté la T3. Putain, oh là 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 là. Ok, ça a pris. Non, ça connecte pas. Ah, ça tente. Non, ça recule. Ça veut dire que ça a balancé l'ulti. Zeus qui prend cher, Kin qui tente d'y retourner, mais évidemment non. Pour l'instant, ça fait le baron avec Canyon. Canyon et Ruler qui font le baron, qui descend quand même assez vite à 2. Oh, les dégâts de Ruler, c'est bien.
And I mean, look at how much control they have here on the top side. Hanwha Life are so
oh là là,
in their
c'est bien fait.
options.
Et Ruler qui arrive derrière, qui fait des dégâts là avec sa Keisa. Oh là 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 là.
That's Baron.
Yeah, and this is sort of execution we expected.
C'est fou ce niveau, c'est fou. C'est fou. Normalement, Genji gagne la game là. Y'a rien à faire.
This is when you start looking forwards and you start looking towards that next game and thinking, okay, now we've really got a series on our hands, but still need to close this one out, but I think it's pretty hard to see angles for HLE from here.
Canyon almost 2 levels ahead of Peanut. Remember, Peanut got that dive in the bottom lane, and since then hasn't really been able to do too much. Trying to turn on to Canyon.
Ça le ramène, Canyon qui tombe. Canyon, oh non, l'ulti. Oh, ça tombe ça. Oh là là, c'est terminé. Ça termine sur ça. Le fail de HLE. Mais attention, ça tombe pour Zeus. Zeus qui va tomber, la stopwatch, Peanut derrière. Peanut qui tombe, Zeus. Oh, c'est un ace. C'est un ace, c'est fin game. C'est fin game. Genji revient à 1-0. Ils ont tout tenté avec un fight final. Putain, 2-1 donc. Ce n'est pas terminé pour Genji. Et on part en game 4. Oh là là, quelle masterclass. Allez, moi je veux un 3-2 au moins. Je veux un 3-2. C'est pas terminé. It's not finished.
Still need to see more to see if they can take down HLE. A lot of work needs to be done.
Tu fais quoi le chat là?
Et
tu veux miam miam? Bah descends si tu veux miam miam. Non, tu veux pas descendre. Arrête de faire foutre. Ah, je le disais.
Players going to get tested, and we need to see
them
continue to step up. You know, Chovy had a fantastic laning phase there. We need to see continued form from all of Genji if they're going to be able to bring this series back and book their ticket to MSI.
That Chovy prio, we talked about it, the desk talked
Genji
about it
is not
right
dead.
when we started the show. How much agency Canyon has. Chovy gets that huge lead in lane. 2 successful ganks for Canyon. The Aurora takes over the whole game. And comp be damned, Chovy just put his hand on his mouse and slammed it down and said, we are not going to get 3-0 tonight.
And we're very happy for it. I mean, the first couple of games, it was really nice to see Hanwha Life and the performance they were putting on, but we expected more out of the series, and it looks like some of those expectations will come true. How far is it going to go? Will we go to a game 5? We'll just have to wait and see what game 4 looks like.
La game 4. On va y repartir pour 1 heure de plus.
Because they weren't here for the first couple of games.
J'arrive.
And that's going to be the end of that. Still 2-1 to Hanwha Life Esports. We'll take a break and have the space. We'll be right back.
나 여기 탈출했어. 넥스 안 보이고. 어때요? 빨리 보자. 폴키 높을. 천천히. 나 텍스 봐야 돼. 우리 텍스 봐야 돼. 텍스 봐줘. 그냥 살았어. 옆에 세주. 세주 노플이요. 선대죠.
나이스.
다행이다.
역시네.
근데 미포가 너무 좋다. 라인전이 아닐까, 라인전이? 네? 뭐야, 타워야 왜? 라인전이 아니야. 근데 큐가 너무 안 맞네?
루피 따에 들어가네, 옆에네.
그러니까요.
J'ai fait un truc que je voulais pas bouffer à la base, mais bon, bah je boufferai ça ce midi.
Bon, 5 minutes d'attente, on va voir ce que ça se dit sur les réseaux. Qu'est-ce que ça se dit sur les réseaux? Ça se dit rien, hein. Ça ne se dit mais rien du tout. Wow, qu'est-ce que c'est net, ouais. C'est vrai qu'à 17h en plus il y a Cassé qui joue les Masters. Débute une semaine après le premier, le duo suit une thérapie et le nouveau maire est un cheval acteur. D'accord. Suivez les annonces Canal Plus ici. Qui au Royaume Panda arrive en série 6 à 10 ans centré sur la relation entre les deux frères. 52 épisodes, 18 scénaristes se passent sur une arène et une forme de tête de panda. Mais ça sort pas cette année ça d'ailleurs. Attends. Qui est he? En attendant la suite là. En attendant que ça revienne là. Ça revient dans combien de temps? 2 minutes. Bah attends mais j'ai peur de tomber sur des dingueries là. On va éviter de chercher des trucs sur Twitter parce que bon... vous connaissez Twitter, voilà. Bon. On va retourner là-dessus. Hein. Hop. Merde. Putain je fais de la merde avec mon téléphone. Bon, game 4. Qui va win? Putain j'aimerais un 2-2 là. Hein. J'aimerais un petit 2-2 là en vrai. J'aimerais un petit 2-2. Putain c'est quoi ça? Attends c'est la... Putain c'est la bague des champions de LCK? Te fous de ma gueule. Mais c'est quoi? Mais mec mais comment? Pourquoi nous on n'a pas ça en LEC? Mais regarde ça. C'est magnifique. J'ai mis combien de temps? Je sais même pas. J'ai mis combien de temps au four? Je sais même pas j'ai mis combien de temps. J'ai pas mis assez en tout cas c'est sûr. Bon, on va voir. De toute façon, ça reprend dans 1 minute. Une belle petite game, game 4. Est-ce que ça va se terminer là? Hey! Je t'ai demandé de miauler? Non, je t'ai pas demandé de miauler. Alors tu miaules pas, Gatito. Tu ne miaules pas. Je t'ai pas demandé de miauler, Gatito. Miauler, c'est pour les faibles. Ah ça je mets fort, attends. Hop, attends parce que ça va revenir. Wesh. Oh c'est la fête Oh c'est la fête en Corée ou quoi là? À Busan.
K'Sante, 47,000 HP, flex,
K'Sante,
329 armor, 201 MR. You know the deal. It's great to see K'Sante back in. Keen and GENG battling back in game number 3. Digon here alongside Woodid and Chronicler. And y'all, we got a series now.
Bon là, en gros ils vont parler, donc ça reprend dans 2-3 minutes max. En vrai, je pense. Je vais vous dire ça reprend quand?
I
Ça
personally would love a Jonah Strongest ride and we get a
reprend
repeat of the almost adversary, but that would be my
Dans 2 minutes 30, c'est le retour.
But at least GENG finally showed up. These are all the reasons that we saw in this game why this team is so strong.
Yeah, I mean, especially from Canyon, I think it was really important to get at least one side of the pressure. And I feel like that mid-gangs, perma-mid-gangs on the mid, I think it helped a lot to open up the game.
Yeah, well, we wanted to show you how the series has been going so far with the first bloods from all.
Putain, il y a la LPL en même temps, j'aurais pu regarder la LPL, mais apparemment c'est la position LPL. Et j'ai pas le lien pour regarder la LPL.
And the reason we're bringing this up is because
là, bah,
consistently been better than GENG in the early game.
Mais pourquoi tu miaules?
This was the 2v2 matchup in bot lane.
Qu'est-ce qu'il y a?
And even though this
Tu veux
wasn't a
miam
bot
miam?
lane kill, it still impacted the early bot lane
Y'a quoi?
a lot. And Viper and the Light have been getting the better of Bruno Enduro this series.
Yeah, so the reason why we're showing this
Pourquoi
off
tu
is
miaules?
that because of the bot lane pressure, I think.
Pourquoi? Tu veux regarder la game avec papa?
Whenever you have the only priority on the bot lane, it kind
Qu'est-ce qu'il y a?
of connects to the first
J'arrive pas à comprendre ce qu'il veut. Il miaule, mais je sais jamais pourquoi. T'as faim, je sais pas.
Give you a lot of tempo towards the grubs as well, and then I think it's really natural that you have the second Drake as well. So I feel like them getting like every single game having a
il m'a miaulé dessus quand j'ai dit miam miam. Miam miam donc. Tu veux miam miam? Bon attendez, je vais lui donner à bouffer.
Yeah,
Putain, ça va reprendre en plus.
Here we go. So then what is the answer? What can GENG do? Well, you focus down in the mid lane and get your guy going in Chovy. The multiple ganks onto Zeka pay dividends here.
Pookie, Polar Bear Canyon, finally out of hibernation here in this game number 3 because he was by far the worst player on GENG, I think, in both their games. But in this game, he came to play. Now the Skarner has been, I think GENG has been the reason why we kept seeing the Skarner prio, even though it didn't really look that good. But it's specifically the punish on Zeka, and let it be clear, Chovy was already winning this mid lane, but as soon as Canyon started ganking, it went from, Zeka's behind, which you're kind of supposed to, oh my god, this matchup is unplayable.
Yeah, and I want to really be honest about this one because I feel like it was a huge mistake from Zeka because they really want to focus on the bot lane.
Yeah.
We already saw the Sejuani.
Ça va pas tarder à reprendre, ça va pas tarder à reprendre la team, ça va pas tarder.
You have to fight for the mid lane priority as a melee champion. You have to like fight back. You cannot really just like wave clearing with your skill shots. You're not the range champion, right? So if you're playing Silas, you have to fight for the mid lane, but I feel like it was not the game plan, you know? You have to just soak the pressure, just give the pressure for the enemy team, and I think your bot lane is gonna win the game. But I feel like Zeka misplaying on the mid lane gives Chovy a lot of windows to win the game.
Yeah, you kind of wonder if that's part of the signature pick syndrome where we know on Zeka he's able to make the plays,
bien, mais démarre la game, les refs.
And speaking of making plays, as you said earlier, Canyon showing up gets a huge, huge ultimate here on the Skarner.
And I think that Humble Life's going to be very happy that this is no longer available because this Skarner was insane. The flash stun into the wall, no counterplay there, point blank.
Skarner,
and even though Zeka ends up getting a nice follow-up ult, right, like this is fine, it just doesn't matter. The TP comes too late. And even though there were some moments, I still don't think GENG are playing to their regular season peak. I want to be very clear. This should have been the end of the game. it wasn't really, but this was where the game was decided, right? But GENG need to clean it up because I still think Hanwha is massively favored in this series, but also we're getting into game 4. This is where the drafts start becoming way more fun.
Exactly, the mana picks are gone, and the Sion Trundle, whatever, is gone. Xante is gone. So it's time for Lucian Nami or like something really crazy stuff on the AD.
They banned it. They listened to you.
Oh my god. Gone. But they cannot ban it all time, right? So we're gonna see it soonish.
Yeah, soonish.
Hopefully.
That is a very specific terminology there, as you see Man Viper on the screen looking to have quite the pop-up moment here.
Yeah. I mean, I just want to see him lane bullying again. I just want to see some aggressive picks. I feel like it's kind of lame to pick Zeri, Zinx, Oli. You can just like go hammer the lane, and I feel like they have the tool. I think they already showed up in the game 1 and game 2 that they can actually snowball from the lane.
Yeah, and Kenyon needs to stay awake, right? That was a really good game, but that's just one game. They need at least one more to bring us the Silver Scrapes.
All right, GENG on the scoreboard. Looking
ça va repartir, ça va repartir, ça va repartir.
Let's see if they're able
Ça va
to do
repartir,
it,
les gars.
will I be booking their ticket to Vancouver? Let's find out.
Ça va repartir la team.
Thank you, gentlemen, as we are hopping into game number 4.
Ça va repartir.
To see what the drafts do look like, as our
Ça va être le feu.
In fact, touch on that quite a bit, as
qu'est-ce qu'ils vont nous sortir comme draft? GENG.
And who and how are you going to stop them is the question.
I'm looking at picks like the Senna, the Lucian here in this next game. Ornn, Jinx, these picks, Xayah, super safe. Because we're starting to get thinned out, right? We're in relatively unexplored territory since first stand in LCK Cup because we haven't had best of 5s with these teams since then. To move into game 4, strategy
apparemment, ce
becomes
soir,
a little bit less
d'accord, je sais pas encore.
obvious.
Allez, 2-1, allez, ok, donc ça veut dire que HLE cette fois blue side. Allez, merde, putain, c'est vrai.
As much or even potentially ever is now so much more paramount.
You gotta remember, you know, these teams haven't played for a while. We've had a bit of that gauntlet run with KT, but these teams had a break since the end of the regular season. And now really will be tested going into this 4th game of the series.
KT wasn't going to any game 4s either.
Nope.
That's true.
Clean sweep for them. They will be playing tomorrow against T1 for those curious about their run.
And I feel like the pressure's been on GENG because now
bon, ok, ça ban Galio.
To ban away the Vi, but also they're going to maintain that UNE ban that they've kept up.
Ça reban Vi, putain, mais c'est les mêmes bans à chaque fois ou quoi? C'est
wow.
Toutes les games, c'est les mêmes bans. Je ne comprends pas.
For Hanwha Life, they can take
Italie encore, ok. Ça change pas, ça continue. Italie, Dallas.
And some other picks that
ça va ban qui? Nico? Bah non, Nico a déjà été utilisé. Du coup, ça va ban. Qui fait que ça peut ban là? Je vois pas.
See what does come through in this second slot here for GENG. Some of the prio picks are gone as we move deep into the series.
Qui fait que ça peut ban là? Jace, ouais, encore, ouais, Jace pour éviter que Zeus prenne Jace, parce qu'on connaît le Jace de Zeus, c'est affolant.
When it does come down to your 3rd ban, so Hanwha can potentially utilize that to say, okay, we know you're banning Yone. What do we want to play if we ban away just something and then Yone gets banned? So they kind of had their pick of the litter here for their first pick on blue side.
Renekton, ouais, mais c'est les mêmes bans. C'est les mêmes bans que la game d'avant. Mais tu vas jouer quoi comme perso? C'est les mêmes bans.
The thing is that the Sejuani is now gone. Yeah. I feel less afraid of the Yone now that the Sejuani is not available to pair with it. That could be a factor in the equation.
I think because the Trundle is also gone.
Il y a au moins 4 heures de live là les gars, dites-vous. C'est sûr. La game, la live va durer au moins 4-5 heures.
As the mid lane is going to start to get a little bit weird because I feel like the mid meta has been the most decided, the most tier list across this season thus far.
Il y a 13 heures là, putain mais en fait ça passe vite.
Even the Aurora is kind of
qu'est-ce que ça passe vite.
We saw it in game 3. And Victor is now taken away, the Azir is gone, the Talia is gone, no Ryze, no Ahri. First pick, tough one. And the Yone, as you mentioned, is going to get snapped up. A flex pick for this team as well.
Yone, le Yone pour Zeka.
or if it was, you know, what are we going to pick alongside of the Yone?
Zeus and Zeko are arguing over who gets to play it.
I think it's just like, I'm not going to lock it in unless I get to play it.
So probably is going to be Zeko who gets to play this one, and presumably...
Okay, ouais, je vois.
We did see TF get some slight buffs on the most recent patch, I believe, that we're playing on, and it looks like that's the pick they're confident playing this, and they must have been prepared and ready to deal with it, and looking to get the priority on the Alistair that was banned in the first 3 in the last draft, denying this from Delight as well for this game and potentially the next. Pretty huge.
So what jungle do we get here for Peanut? Does he want to wait for some more information, or is he just going to slam the Maokai?
It's very Peanut. It's not very this meta, but it's very Peanut. Pantheon, you mentioned it before.
I mean, it seems so broken for Genji's comp. It doesn't feel necessarily great for mid-jungle here. And it almost feels like that was an acknowledgement that Canyon is going to get it on R3, and there's just simply nothing they could do about it. I do think the Maokai's in a good spot in this draft. Very powerful for zone control. A lot of objective power on this one. See what this final lock-in does end up being. Yorick, who hasn't been touched or banned at all this series, is going to be the go-to, so we now know 100%, which we likely knew, this was going to be a Zeka Yone, but this is confirmation as well.
And now, do you pick something immediately for Keen to respond? Are you going to pick a jungler? Are you going to pick something maybe for Ruler? If you want to get like the Senna, now is the time. I feel if you don't want to get it banned, we often see like the blue side second rotation Senna bans. If you want to get like the Pantheon for that global mid-jungle, looks like they are going to go for the Senna. So securing that really strong Senna, Alistair, I feel like that is a duo that you just don't often get to see with how rare it is for them to get through to the second rotation, and you don't often see it picked before the second rotation, but it does mean they're going to limit some of the options for jungle and top as they are.
La draft, la draft HLE me fait peur. Ça banne Victor, qui peut ban Braum encore, ouais. Braum c'est un bon counter,
so keep that in mind, as maybe Keen will have to shore up some of that damage. They are playing into right now a full melee composition, so that feels really great that the Senna's there and the Twisted Fate could just gold card and keep people at bay. The Braum is once again going to be banned. I think that's not a surprise.
Et le stream, ça fait 3h33 secondes, les mecs.
33 minutes, 33 Pantheon and Twisted Fate have so much power to go on to any side lane champion that Keen can offer.
J'ai dit en avance pour que ce soit au timing
du live.
Yeah, that's not what I
expected. Ok, ça ban Arakan, Zed.
I still feel like Pantheon is quite good here.
Je sais pas qui tu peux ban en dernier là.
Maybe they just don't rate it into the Maokai. You know, there is a lot of zone control, and if a Maokai goes in and gets ulted and rooted and just kind of, you know, runs out of time on a shield, maybe he just gets blown up.
Yeah, the cool thing about Pantheon though is he can come at a different angle. You know, he can avoid the ultimate entirely.
He's so high tier, like.
Je sais pas.
It would be weird to just see it not even looked at. And Nafiri, so they really just give no credit.
Ouais, Nafiri, ouais.
Thinking about the fact that they expect GENG to invest in more damage from that composition.
Yeah, I mean, I think that line of thinking does make sense. And you already have one goal, but you don't have to double down on it and go for the Pantheon.
With the Senna, they have, I guess, 2 globals in effect. So.
Yeah, effectively with the ultimate from Senna, the Dawning Shadow. A lot of discussion about this one. It's going to be Canyon's pick very likely.
Down to the wire, and it's Shogat!
Oh, Shogat! Shogat pour Keen!
Now, there is a chance. There is a chance that this is Twisted Fate top lane and Cho'Gath mid.
Shogat
can be very tricky with this.
J'ai un message vocal là-dessus.
Could be jungle, but I hope not.
We're getting a little bit weird.
That's the jungle damage that we were looking for. The Jinx I mentioned before we got into the draft feels very strong when you have a front line like this. Any sort of pick setup, Jinx Lulu feels great. Into the Senna, Alistair, where you have really no way of stopping the early Lulu pressure despite the repeated nerfs to this champion. It just constantly guarantees prio. Works well with Maokai, works well with Yone, and keeps the Jinx safe.
Attendez, j'écoute la messagerie vocale.
All he is that first kill. An old favorite, perhaps?
I mean, you have the setup for it with the TF. Like, there's a lot of CC set up for the Lee Sin. They are going to commit to it, so I feel like GENG's composition, you know, you have a lot of range to play around later on with the center and the TF. You have the setup to follow up, but you are dealing into, you know, you have the split push threat off the Yorick later. You have this 4-man team fight composition, which is pretty strong.
C'est de la pub. De la pub qui laisse un message vocal. Alors là, première fois que je vois ça. Ok, Dras sont faites. Putain, les Sin Cho'Gath, oh la trave Genji. Oh, ça attend toujours. Et Jinx. Jinx. Ouais, les drafts, ça va être chaud. Oh, ça va être chaud là. Là, ça joue. Là, ça va jouer dur là. Là, on va avoir du beau jeu normalement. Là, ça va être du beau jeu.
It's kind of an unusual one when you consider it's also Maokai jungle, so the anti
là ça va être du beau jeu là.
Just doesn't feel like it's
je sais pas pourquoi.
Part of this draft for Hanwha Life where you could really index into it. So a bit of a puzzling one.
Saw Jonah Strong sign there, saying he's very knowledgeable about League, and it's true. You know, nobody saw Hanwha Life being as strong as they are today, except him. He was the only one who did predict Hanwha Life. And now it's really up to GENG with pretty interesting draft. This one, obviously the side of Hanwha Life.
We have the synced cat skins with the Yorick and the Maokai.
Well, they got that going on at least. As we're ready, let's hop onto the rift.
Et c'est parti. Game 4, la team. C'est parti. J'étais dans la lune là pendant quelques instants. Pour quelques instants, j'ai été dans la lune. Ah bah en plus, mon repas est prêt. Attendez, je veux juste recadrer ça.
Game number 4 and for some reason they gave Zeka his Yone.
C'est bien placé, c'est parfait.
C'est
parti. Game 4 entre HLE et GENG. Juste chercher mon repas.
I think the thought process of it is I think the thought process of it is the only way you win this is with the reverse sweep, right? You're on red side for the rest of the series. If you give them Yone now and you win this game, you free up the ban for game 5.
Again?
Ooh. Again?
2 cleared wards.
What a dub.
Massive gold lead for GENG.
As I was saying, if you can either ban Yone both the games and lose that ban, or you give up Yone now, you beat it, and it's denied by Fearless in game 5, which is yes a risk, but it's like you're playing for the whole series. Like you have to play the full 5 games if you're gonna win, and I think that's the thought process they're going for in this situation. Is like you let it open, you let it get banned out in game 5 by Fearless.
Yeah.
And it's risky, but you know they're in a position where you have to take some risks.
It's a big risk. I personally would have just used the ban on Yone.
Yeah,
for the rest of the series.
I would have as well. And, you know, we said it from the outset, we didn't think that Champ was going to be allowed through the whole day. The same with the Vi, obviously, but Chovy has this Twisted Fate in his pocket. He is quite well known for his Twisted Fate, as most LCK mids are. You know, even Showmaker, you know, obviously one of our most iconic ones, but see how he performs in the lane, because that's where he's generated a lot of his leads, is just from laning alone. And as you can see here, he went for the Unsealed Spellbook as well this game. So he has a lot of supportive abilities he can put down for his team. Can even potentially be a second smite button. But for the global presence, like where does Chovy make the impact? Is he shutting down the Yorick in the top lane? Is it trying to amplify the Senna and protect her in some of these early skirmishes so she can actually get relevant value?
Bon, allez, faut que GENG te emmène ça en game 5. Je veux une game 5.
Hard go onto the side lane, or Jax, for example. It's a weird one, you know, because you're running Cho'Gath.
Yeah, I think that Cho'Gath specifically, we already see in the top lane, like Yorick can be very punishing in the lane and annoying to deal with, but the Cho'Gath has so much sustain when you have extra stuff to kill, right? You're just killing all the ghouls and you're always at full health, it feels like. So Zeus isn't going to have nearly as much pressure. So yeah, you're right, you know, they don't have that kind of.
Tout le monde voit GENG gagner parce que en fait, vu qu'ils n'ont jamais perdu en saison régulière, tout le monde les voit évidemment favoris. Donc c'est que pour l'instant, HLE est favori dans ce match. Enfin là actuellement du coup. Non là, ils ont double balle, double balle de match. Putain.
Because Maiden has a lot of health, you know.
Yeah, I mean,
are you gonna be able to get it low enough that you can eat it? Will Zeus let that happen?
I mean, the no item Yorick is also just not gonna be doing that much. Either into a Cho'Gath at level 1 to 3.
Je mange en même temps la team. J'en ai rien à foutre.
I think that it's a matchup that Zeus is
J'en ai rien à foutre.
Later on, as long as there's no big disasters that do transpire. Pretty big lead for Chovy. early on in this one, as you would expect and want if you're a GENG fan. Otherwise, a pretty quiet early game. We've had a lot of early first bloods for Hanwha Life Esports, as the space indicated earlier on. It's not like that's happening in this one.
Yeah, you know, it's pretty interesting. The later you get in Fearless, a lot of the engage gets taken away because engage in CC is so high value in League that you get to game 4s and game 5s.
C'est K qui veut, ok, qui veut essayer de faire mal à Chovy, mais Chovy qui recule, ok, contre TF.
It went like 50 minutes or something. We had like Aurelion Soul and Jinx and Zeri
TF,
and like
putain,
all these
je connais
crazy
TF, mais c'est quoi
with,
déjà
like,
son
no engage, and
prénom?
There's just nothing that the teams could do, so...
Twisted Fight, ouais,
CLCK
c'est bon,
as
c'est bon,
well.
j'ai.
I would not be surprised to have this game go very late. Honestly, I was a little bit surprised that nobody has picked Horn yet as well, especially as we do get into these later games where the scaling is just going to be very high value with low accent especially.
I think what's just so broken about
Après, je vois pas comment
the TF Senna Lee Sin,
comment TF va arriver à s'en sortir face à UNE.
As soon as you get that online, I think that's really where GENG starts.
Même si pour l'instant il est mieux niveau farm, mais c'est normal, c'est le début. C'est un perso de distance.
She has the wild growth, and you know there's the ability to keep everyone away with the Maokai ultimate to make it so Jinx can, once that first kill goes over, pop off in the team fight. There's a ton of damage, a ton of potential there. Even though it's not traditional engage, I do think both teams have a lot of ways to set up initial CC and then pile onto someone. And I don't know if this is necessarily going to be the sit back and scale draft for either side. Like,
non, ouais, vas-y, hein, faites le Drake. Hein.
But they're playing a TF comp
normalement,
as well,
il va pas être contest par vous. Alors, il faut pas que la Jinx aussi elle prenne des kills. Moi, c'est le combo de l'Ultima Yokai plus la Jinx. Ça peut faire très mal. C'est ça qui me fait peur du côté de HLE là. C'est qu'ils ont vraiment une compo qui stun énormément les gens et qui peut faire très mal. En face aussi, je dis pas, hein. Mais
I mean, Chovy had ult too.
Je sais pas pourquoi je sens que là ça va être pour HLE.
That was not a game you wanted to play.
And you know, Ignite is really good into Maokai because it's, you know, it's a tree. It burns pretty easily.
Yeah, super effective.
Yeah.
Yeah, we learned this at the Lord of the Rings movie, where poor trees get burnt down, the Ents.
Yeah, I was thinking more of Pokemon, but I can see where you're going with this.
J'ai envie d'y croire.
Maokai's kind of Ent-like.
Makes sense.
Oh, ulti, il a dodge. Flash de Chovy. Chovy n'a plus de flash. Ok, il prend son flash, c'est bien pour Zeka ça. Mais il foire son ulti.
I just walked it off.
I do think a situation like that though shows how bad it could have been.
Au moins ils prennent le flash.
If he hadn't dodged the ultimate. You know, Duro coming in, sorry, Delight coming in full backup, and the fact he had to flash anyway. If that had hit, it would have been a bit of a rougher situation for Chovy. He might have just ended up going down.
Ah, ça va être un problème la Jinx. La Jinx, à partir d'un certain... Oh, oh le flash. Oh, Alistar. Oh là 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 là. Oh là 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 là. Oh le move. Putain il la co, il la flash au bon moment et ça la stop dans sa lancée. Non, très fort, très fort. Et du coup en plus c'est TF qui prend kill, c'est parfait. Non, bien joué. Le flash du Alistar qui colle, où est-ce que ça va aller? Oh là là. C'est trop du haut niveau.
It was super slick. Now...
Well, that's the slow. Zeus in a bit of trouble here. He is going to dodge the Q, but there are 3 people in the top lane.
Ok. Zeus qui va mourir. Zeus. Ça fait un kill pour Shogat.
He safeguarded away before the
damage
came through. He was like, no, I'll let you have the
alors je suis con.
Very good idea. GENG have a lot of momentum here in this early game.
C'est ça. Ça fait un kill pour Shogat.
Not sure he can stick around for
donc ça fait un kill pour Kim.
It's just a few seconds away. Then he could make a big impact, but the timing here is so good for GENG.
TP gonna come through. They want to make an engage here on the
qu'est-ce qu'ils sont en train de faire les Jets? Non, HLE qui s'est piégé. Aïe aïe aïe. Duro qui tombe. Et c'est un kill pour le UNE. Attention. Attention Canyon, il y a D-Light qui arrive derrière, mais King qui peut peut-être tenter de le sauver. Non, c'est bon, il va pouvoir s'échapper.
I thought Zeko was going to follow there since he got his ultimate back up, but wanted to make sure Chovy didn't have control of this lane, so just went back to mid instead.
I think GENG overall pretty happy still with how it turned out. You know, it was a trade of kills with them getting the Yorick. You know, they do end up losing the Alistair, but they also got the 2 grubs to the 1. So working out pretty good for them. And we'll see.
Ouais, on va. Ah, c'est le flash.
There he is.
Oh là là, oh, ça le ramène sous tourelle et tout, il est stun. Non. Il a essayé de tampon dans ça, mais ça marche pas. Non, vas-y, trop fort. Trop fort. Duro trop fort.
Unfortunately for him.
That was just a really good proactive play from Duro where he knows the angle, he knows Zek is that far up, and he's just fishing. And he
va-t-on partir en silver scrap?
We are in Busan.
That's right.
Yes, that's true. Yeah. Known for catching big ones. That is what happens here.
It's a port town.
I'm really liking this Cho'Gath and a Yorick. It just feels like the Yorick is sitting there, and yeah, he doesn't have any items. He bought a call, but he's fallen pretty far behind, and the Cho'Gath was gifted a free champion stack as well for his first couple of stacks, or his first one.
We didn't see him eat the Maiden yet, though, so...
Yeah, I kind of feel like obviously it hasn't been a true 1v1, and that was a big gank that did come through onto Zeus, and Zeus, you know, had control at that moment. But I do kind of feel like this matchup is showcasing Keen's mastery of it, rather. Keen is showing that he knows how to play this matchup. He was happy to play this Cho'Gath. He has like a bit of a counter pick here. I wouldn't call it a hard counter by any means, but he knows how to play it well.
I feel like the theme has just been Keen pick a tank and win lane. He's just done that.
Yeah, Scion game.
Yeah.
The Cassante game, and now this Cho'Gath game.
Yeah, it's part of why, for Hamalev's first 2 wins, we didn't really highlight Zeus because he wasn't the guy we were trying to highlight. It was mostly Viper, who was putting up the big numbers and carrying really hard. Think about the Callista game. Really kind of in an awkward spot. Can be very pesky.
Yeah, if that's the end of that.
I feel like that's a moment right there where you're really thinking about the decision not to ban the UNE. That's the sort of moment.
I'm still thinking about it. We'll see how it works.
All right, Peanut, with his ultimate available, makes it so difficult to collapse in here. Ruler's at half health from the last exchange. He is Senna, though, so he's able to heal up quite significantly.
Yeah, it's going to be a straight up 4v4 unless the Yorick can get here in the Maokai.
Ulti, attention! GENG qui se jette, oh là là, attention le bel ulti, ça m'aidera à rien. Si, non, ok, ça se barre. Oh, l'ulti Dionné foiré. Ça recule, ça part, parce qu'ils ont pas eu le Drake. Ils ont le Drake ou ils ont pas eu le Drake? J'ai mal vu, j'étais en train de graille. Putain, j'ai mal vu le move, je suis un fils de... Quel Drake? Ah oui, non, ok, c'est GENG qui... Ah, mais ils ont le Drake du coup. Putain, c'est fort. Il a réussi à le voler, bah oui, putain, mais je suis trop con aussi, je joue au moment où je mange, moi.
They get the steal, and there's no consequences whatsoever.
And you know HLE, like, the steal's frustrating, but they were ready for the fight. They were bringing the Yorick down. They
en tout cas, il n'y a eu aucun kill. Ça m'étonne, parce que franchement, ça s'est rentré dans l'art. Après, Yone, il a foiré son ult.
Yeah. And Ox Rumble was played in game 1, so...
Oh, sorry.
Not able to rumble in this one anymore.
Well, they would have loved to.
Yeah.
I mean,
okay.
would be pretty nice we talked about
the
Pantheon's
Ok, c'est comme ça qu'il l'a volé, ok, le Lee Sin. C'est Lee Sin qui a volé.
Just simply walks on Lee Sin.
Comment Alistar n'est pas manqué? Il a flashé là, l'ulti de Yone qui a foiré.
Access to that pit. The kick here for the disengage as well, really well played, but... It's just moments like this where Peanut thinks it's kind of a done deal. He's like, I just Maokai ult towards them, and that's that. And Canyon says no. Super mobile on this Lee Sin. I'm going to find my way in. And then the follow-up from Duro as well. Just his zoning with the unbreakable will.
With it being a Mountain Soul as well, you know, I feel like a lot of
Je suis en train de graille.
C'est moi graille. Come to function. It's the fact that you have, you know, the Yone threat on the back line. You have the reset potential of Viper. A Mountain Soul drastically limits that impact. So if you're able to keep stacking up those dragons, it's such a huge win con.
Ah putain, ça fait du bien de graille.
I agree.
Alors, continuons.
Very panda-looking cat meowing a lot.
They do kind of look like pandas, don't they?
Well, I think this chroma is just it's a panda, but it's still.
En vrai là tu prends, tu vises les. Je sais pas s'ils ont pris les grubs déjà. Non, les grubs apparaissent dans 6 minutes.
As this mid game here, we're going into Herald in 1 minute's time. Look at all the vision that Genji already has.
Oh, ça se régale au top.
On the top side, he has 1,000 gold. Yeah, 1,000 gold. The lead gets the fall off. And because he is going to have his ultimate as well, he can see any sort of flank angles that Hanwha Life are looking for. He can track everyone. It feels like this Herald is almost just a foregone conclusion at this point. Hanwha Life are just not going to get it. And it's just all the legwork that Genji has done.
Ils ont 2K gold d'avance.
And this is the Genji that everyone predicted, right? This is the Genji from ahead that just doesn't give you any inches, doesn't give you any ends. That people expected to come in as our first seed.
And it's going to be really interesting, you know, if Genji, they win this game, and you think about, well, they were very close to winning game 1 too. Like, they probably should have if there weren't a couple of
Genji s'en sort bien là.
Kind of threw the game away.
Genji, ça fait 2 games.
We've given them a lot of credit tonight, and I think they deserve it for their ability to play so much better when it comes to best of 5s and big matches, but Genji
à voir s'ils arrivent à confirmer le truc.
I mean, look at this too. Chovy's just going to get this whole turret
pour Genji.
While they made a sort of attempt to gank Keen there,
si on va vraiment en game 5.
And Genji just get more and more. They're getting literally everything there is to get.
Oh là là.
Grouped up for Herald,
Attends, j'ai démarré là, je
they may be able to win a fight here, but it feels like Genji can do no wrong. I mean, they got feats of strength.
I mean, HLE will come into this draft where they have the side laning. We're going to have so much control. They just don't right now. And I feel like Keen's super comfortable going up against the Yorick or the UNE, and Chovy's getting so much pressure down.
HLE qui commence la râle du coup.
They are now looking for the Rift Herald. Keen does have TP. They want to contest it, but Canyon's going to be a little bit late.
Ça va essayer de venir le contester par le GENG. Ça TP des deux côtés, ça TP. King qui TP. Ah, est-ce que ça va arriver à temps pour... oh là là, l'ulti de Malphite. Malphite, pas du tout. C'est pas Malphite du tout, mais vas-y, c'est pas grave. Putain, ça recule, du coup ils ont eu l'Herald HLE. Ça le fait direct spawner, mais... ah, King qui tombe. King qui tombe, Yone qui tente Jin aussi. Ah mais non, Jin a été utile, putain, je raconte n'importe quoi. La charge de l'Herald ou pas? Oh putain, Zeus qui prend. Oh putain, mais attendez, les HLE ils sont en train de faire un carnage. Ouais, je le savais, c'est la Jinx. C'est la Jinx, la tête de ma mère. La Jinx, elle a pas pris de kill, mais heureusement, la Jinx n'a toujours pas de kill. Ah, ok.
You see what happens if you get just one kill. Keen's not that tanky yet. He dies. Viper gets excited, and then you can kind of almost just do whatever you want. The Rift Herald charge is a bit awkward, but he engages afterwards. They get another pick. Chovy zoned out, and Hanwha Life pulling back into this one in a big way.
That also felt like such a rushed contest. Like, Canyon wasn't there. Keen teleported in. It was like, maybe they expected him just like run up to the Herald and eat it, but that would be suicide, so he didn't. But it's like, well, what are you teleporting for? The fight? But like, you weren't really in position to fight. It just felt like, for a game where Genji felt so in control, that felt like a sudden urgent rush when they really didn't need to, and HLE very quick to punish.
Yeah, the Chovy ultimate as well, where he's looking for the gold card, doesn't end up being very impactful, and he kind of just ends up forcing it. And, you know, just not really quite the fight that Genji are looking for. Not one they necessarily had to take. And suddenly you just gave Hanwha Life a big go back in.
Qu'est-ce que vous mettez des pauses dans cette game?
BO5 here on the line.
C'est serré de malade.
Falling a little bit further behind. They can still, of course, go to MSI, but nobody wants to go as second. Nobody wants to have the chance of not going at all. As you mentioned earlier, Valdez, like, it could be T1 in full form. Those guys always play close. KT seems to be, like, they had the best chance of beating Genji in regular season. Like, they were super close.
I mean, also, like, you can sit here and say, well, Genji and HLE look way better than everyone else. If they do fall down, they'll probably make it second seed. But, you know, going into today, everyone was so sold on Genji. That's been thrown up in the air. You always want to secure your ticket now. You never want to leave it up in the air and give an opportunity for another team to deny you.
Looks like they want to fight here for this dragon. Genji looking at Mountain so point.
Ah putain, mais c'est un replay, putain, mais c'est pas un replay là. Ok, ça va essayer de contester pour HLE le dragon. Canyon. Ok, ça va tout mettre sur King. Mais King qui tank bien avec son Shogun qui met des bons dégâts à Zeus. Ça a pris le dragon pour Lee Sin. Et du coup il part parce que ça sert à rien de forcer un fight. Et ça va du coup pouvoir prendre la pyramide pour les HLE. Zeka qui essaie de forcer mais il va pas pouvoir aller plus loin. Et pendant ce temps Chovy qui prend la T1 bot. Ok, ça va, c'est rentable, c'est bien. Hein.
That's massive because that's the whole point.
Yep. And now pressure really going to be on HLE for the rest of the game because right now GENG are ahead, but just the threat of that soul for the rest of the game, given that they have like a center and a Cho'Gath who, you know, yes, HLE have a lot of scaling components themselves, but you never want to be in a position where GENG with a center, a pick that we know can be such a menace in the late game, could potentially have a Mountain Soul.
Non, j'ai rien dit en fait. J'ai rien dit, je n'ai rien dit la team.
Chovy did or Grump did, you know, bit of both, just fucking both.
Super tense. You know, you could feel, you know, for those in the venue and for those listening, of course, at home, who can kind of tell when obviously the crowd mics are going. It's a bit silent right now as it's very tense, right? I mean, the lead that GENG has is still there. You can see there's a few dents put in it after that previous play. Zeus is going to be able to take out this turret.
Those are definitely pandas, by the way.
Yeah, but they have cat-like features.
Yeah, they're not cats at all, I don't think. Like, they're just little mini pandas that meow.
Yeah.
I don't know the story behind that one. I think we're going to have to look.
They have like cat ears and whiskers that look like cats, but they're obviously designed to be pandas.
I think it's the chroma, right? So
yeah.
They look like, you know.
Well, I mean, that's a turret to go over. This Yorick is, you know, slight lead. Yeah. Obviously, I think in terms of team fights later on, the Cho'Gath is going to be way more valuable. But in terms of side lane pressure, the Yorick is going to always be that threat. Neither team got 3 grubs, so let's split on that one.
La game est serrée en vrai. Hein.
Something to be said that even though GENG have a lead, oh, they all look
ça veut dive Zeus, ça veut dive Zeus. Zeus, qu'est-ce que... Oh, le flash-in, Zeus qui va peut-être tomber. Canyon et Chovy dessus, ouais, Zeus est mort, Free kill pour Canyon.
And there's just no cross map here. I mean, there's no
angle
for HLE to say, okay, Chovy ulted down here, the jungler's bottom. We'll just go ahead and get something else because there's simply nothing. The Otacon hasn't spawned yet. I think even trying to do that is optimistic. Chovy did flash on the play and doesn't have his ultimate anymore, but I mean, I think if they're going to try to just hone on Otacon here in 10 seconds, that's a bit of a pipe dream.
Yeah, I don't think they'll really have an opportunity to do so. Getting flash from Chovy is pretty big. Flash from Chef, very valuable.
Okay.
He obviously just didn't want the play to extend too long and be off the map
là,
but he just has spellbook, so he'll be able to trade it out for a different summoner.
Ah, mais Yone, il a 2 kills là.
Not the end of the world.
His Rod of Ages is almost complete as well.
Yeah, and he's not too far away from the rapid fire cannon. We've seen Rulers picked up his, so that range on the center really online. And approaching that point of the game,
en fait, c'est vraiment le combo Peanuts Zeka Viper qui fait vraiment très peur à la compo HLE. C'est les 3 là, les 3 ensemble, ils peuvent faire un combiné de malade. Avec le stun et les dégâts de Yone et la distance de Jinx, ça peut faire mal de malade. Oh, ça va se battre pour l'attaquant. Ça va se battre, ça TP pour Yone, attention, aïe aïe aïe, je sais pas s'ils ont leurs ultis. Est-ce qu'ils vont essayer de le contest? Yone qui fait mal, l'ulti qui est envoyé pour Peanuts. Attention, ça a fait des bons dégâts, ça va essayer de le voler, ça arrive dans la bactérie, attention, Peanuts qui a des bons dégâts, ça peut essayer de le voler pour GENG. GENG qui peut peut-être le voler, Lysine qui a réussi à prendre et ça fout tout sur Peanuts. Et ça a réussi à voler l'attaque, du coup ils ont les dégâts, est-ce que ça peut prendre plus? Non, ça ne prend pas plus, mais ça a réussi à prendre Peanuts du coup, et ils ont réussi à voler l'attaquant. C'est du 1 pour 0 pour l'attaquant, c'est très bien pour GENG qui se met très bien dans la game du coup, qui peuvent viser la T de top. Mais attention parce qu'il y a Viper, parce que Jinx fait des bons dégâts, mais est-ce que ça peut faire tomber? Est-ce que ça troll pas un petit peu là? Non, ça troll pas, ça peut prendre les deux même sous tourelle. Zeka et D-Light qui peuvent peut-être tomber, mais non, mais avec les dégâts de la tourelle, ça y retourne, putain, qu'est-ce que c'est Canyon, qu'est-ce que tu nous fais? Oh putain! Rouleur qui était par derrière, putain, il reste juste Zeus. Oh là là, Duro qui se fight contre Zeus, Zeus va le terminer, ouais, c'est terminé pour Duro. Non, Duro peut-être, est-ce qu'il peut? Non, il va tenter, ouais, non. Il donne le kill à Zeus. Putain, quel gros fight, c'est du 3 pour 3 au final. Gros fight de la part des HLE et des GENG. Je pense que GENG a un peu trop poussé. Je pense que GENG a un peu trop poussé.
And I think we are still going to end up having that fight because it's a Maokai who can't solo this, but at the end of the day, it felt like GENG could have just played that a little bit safer, walked away, and guaranteed solo. Now, it's a
c'est serré pour l'instant. GENG a le dessus, mais de peu, hein. Enfin, niveau gold, ça commence à creuser. Mais je sais pas pourquoi, je sens que les HLE peuvent revenir. Ils peuvent vraiment revenir, donc faut faire très attention pour GENG. Putain, il fait pas beau d'un coup. Il faisait très beau ce matin, mais il fait pas beau, frère. Attendez, je vais poser mon assiette. Putain, quel match! Quel match! C'est quoi ça?
Chovy just ulting to make sure he's here for the fight and get vision control of this banana brush, which is always crucial.
Il y a un caillou, je sais pas d'où sort le caillou, mais vas-y, il y a un caillou.
And then go ahead and join with the team.
I mean,
ok, ça veut se rebattre pour le Drake ou quoi là? Je pense que GENG est en position de se battre. Mais il faut voir. Ah, il n'y a pas de flash pour Zeka, il n'y a pas de flash pour Peanuts, il n'y a pas de flash pour Zeus, personne n'a son flash. Côté HLE, je sais pas comment ça va se passer. Ils sont pas la vision, ils voient. Oh putain. Oh putain! Ça a commencé le Drake côté GENG. Ils essayent de tempo, ça se rapproche. Peanuts qui balance son ulti. Attention, est-ce que Jinx est. Ah ouais, mais il a pas d'ulti Zeka, donc il peut pas continuer le truc. Donc l'ulti sert pas à grand chose. Oh là là, oh là là, oh là là, oh là là, attention Duro qui fonce, qui tempo avec son Alistar. Aïe aïe aïe, Duro qui va tomber, mais on fait tomber Yone en même temps, le Shogun qui fait tomber Yone, ça tempo très bien. Qui va pouvoir avoir le Drake? C'est en mauvaise position pour les GENG. C'est une mauvaise position pour les GENG, faut laisser le Drake, là, c'est mort, laisse le Drake. Ah putain, je crie il allait le voler. Je pensais que Lyssi allait pouvoir le voler, mais il le vole pas. Ah. Oh, attention, ah ok. Canyon qui arrive à s'enfuir. Ah attends, peut-être pas. Canyon... Oh Canyon c'est mort. Ah Canyon t'es foutu. Ah Canyon c'est fini. Attends, Kin. Attention peut-être, non Canyon t'es mort. Faut partir Kin. Aïe aïe aïe. HLE qui revient dans la game. Aïe aïe aïe. Putain, c'est pas trop bien positionné, je trouve, les GENG, mais... Parce que ça a tenté de faire. Zeka aurait un ulti. Après la mort de Zeka, normalement, aurait dû... Ah si, ouais, Zeka a balancé son ulti, mais il est mort ensuite. Le problème, c'est Duro qui a essayé de tank comme il pouvait. Et là, vas-y, il était 2 contre 4, sachant que t'es de l'autre côté de la map. Ah, bah, du coup, faut se battre pour le baron, mais Lyssi n'est toujours pas là, on peut rien faire. On peut rien faire à part rien faire, en fait, faut juste se barrer. Là, c'est une erreur pour les GENG. C'est une erreur pour les GENG. Faut pas y aller pour les GENG, faut pas y aller. Aïe 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 aïe. Aïe 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 aïe, ça pue pour les GENG. Ça pue de malade. Putain. Après le baron a pas été pris.
Just a lot of relevant gold going over to this Yorick. That's going to be a side lane problem in this game. The extra time they bought with the dragon itself feels so huge. Sure, Ruler is getting to be a bigger and bigger problem, but these fights are looking a lot more broken up.
Ah non, mais c'était mauvais ce call. Il y avait pas Lyssi, donc à partir de ce moment-là, tu laisses le truc qui va se faire.
They get the kill onto Keen. There's once again kind of just caught out here, and the reset button for Viper. At this point, you just got to get out and cut your losses. They get enough damage to stop Hanwha from getting the Baron, I suppose.
Je sais pas comment les GENG. Après. Genji est toujours devant au gold. Hein. Genji est toujours devant au gold, malgré ce qui s'est passé. Qu'il n'y avait pas de gros shutdown à récupérer à part sur TF. TF par contre il a un gros shutdown. Hein. TF a un gros shutdown de plus de 400 gold. Faut pas qu'il tombe. Hein. Il est en 1-0, bon le Lyonnais il est en 4-3. Putain, ça va être chaud pour les Genji. Hein. Moi je te cache pas là. Enfin je vous cache pas pourquoi je tout.
You know, Zeka could just explode Ruler at any point, and that might just be your fight.
Ça va être short, hein.
Your series over. So we'll have to see. Summoners
ça va être
are
short.
available for, you know, Ruler and Chovy at this point, which gives them an extra element of safety. Yeah. And we do have the rapid fires completed for both of them, so that range, and I think that's what you really need to be playing around, is that going for that poke, like you land the stun card, you put a bit of burst into them.
Si ça nettoie la wave. Ok, Chovy par derrière, Chovy peut-être. Ça tente de pousser pour la T2 mid. Wow, la game elle va durer longtemps hein. Je sais pas pourquoi je sens que la game elle va durer comme la première. Ça va durer 50 minutes la game. Et je vois pas qui peut gagner là. Quasiment 3000 gold d'écart pour les Genji. Je sais pas comment il faut pour tenir. Moi j'aurais déjà perdu la game. Hein. J'aurais déjà perdu la game. Oh l'ulti, pourquoi il a balancé? Hein? Attention, attention. Ah ça va se fight hein.
Around the objective. This is such a play from Genji. This is how the composition wants to function. Yeah. Just poking and prodding and using the rapid fire procs, using that extended range. I mean, not letting them approach.
Ah ça va, ils ont pas la vision. Non, pourquoi vous avez bougé, Genji? Franchement, ça pouvait. Oh, attention. Oh là là. Attention, l'ulti lancé. L'ulti lancé par Peanuts. Ils en prennent deux. Ok, ça suffira pas. Ok, ça balance des. Attends, j'essaie de comprendre ce qui se passe. Chovy sur Zeka. Chovy sur Zeka. Attention, oui, ça prend Chovy. Ça prend Zeka. Zeka est mort. Et c'est Ruler qui prend le kill. Est-ce qu'ils peuvent prendre plus? Allez, Stark a bien stun le truc. Canyon qui veut essayer de le contester. Ça veut le contester, ouais, il va pas réussir à le contester. Ah non, il a pas réussi. Il y a un Drake dans combien de temps? 3 secondes. Ça va aller au Drake. Normalement, Genji est favorable pour le Drake. Et je ne pense pas. Non, Genji laisse le Drake, ok. C'est free Drake pour HLE laisse le Drake, donc c'est free Drake pour Genji. Genji recolle très bien à la game. Putain, mais qu'est-ce que c'est que ça? Mais qu'est-ce que c'est que ce BO? Qu'est-ce que c'est que ce match? Je ne vois pas qui peut gagner. Je ne vois pas qui peut gagner. Les deux équipes, frère, c'est trop du haut niveau. Them as resources, tracking them, and as soon as those are down, Chovy knows he can just walk up. Like there's literally nothing HLE can do to stop him, and he can just use that range without really any recourse. And now they can just do that same play again, gradually choke out the vision towards Baron, set up in a similar way. Tu sens la tension là, la tension. Faut absolument que Genji mette, sinon c'est ciao quoi. Et Genji n'a pas envie d'affronter T1 au MSI, enfin au MSI en player je pense, même si Genji est supérieur à T1 en ce moment. Bah, ils sont supérieurs tout court, hein. De toute façon là c'est les deux meilleures équipes du monde qui se jouent. C'est pour ça que c'est aussi serré. Easier in for Hanwha Life to actually clean up fights. Yeah. But getting that kill onto even a squishy target like TF is tough. Les deux se regardent mais ça tente pas hein, parce que tu sais que le fight il est décisif. Le fight il est décisif. C'est la moindre petite erreur. Et putain, ça veut tenter le baron. Ça veut se fight au baron. Le baron qui descend super vite. Il faut faire attention. Ils ont pas la vision sur Lee Sin. Ils ont pas la vision sur Lee Sin. C'est pas la vision. Ok, ça fonce. Il y a l'ulti qui est parti pour Peanut. Mais ça arrivé par derrière. Genji qui prend. TF qui prend déjà un kill. HLE qui tombe. Zeka qui tombe. Jinx qui tombe. Peanut qui tombe. C'est un bon fight pour Genji. C'est un très bon fight. Et ça peut être que le baron. Oh là là, il reste Zeus, il reste Delight et Zeus. Normalement c'est tout droit. Est-ce que c'est tout droit? Est-ce qu'ils peuvent finir? Non, ils finissent pas, je sais pas, je pense qu'ils prennent T2. Attends, je sais pas, il y a combien? Il y a 30 secondes. Est-ce qu'ils finissent? Est-ce qu'ils finissent? Non, ils finissent pas, ils prennent Inhib et ils back normalement pour prendre le... Non, ils tentent de finir. Mais attention, parce que s'ils se loupent... Non, ça finit? Ça finit? Ça finit? On part en game 5. On part en game 5. On part en game 5, attention. Silver Scripts. Game 5. Game 5. On part en game 5. Oh là là. C'est le meilleur scénario. C'est le meilleur scénario. Le river sweep de GENG.
And we're going to get that again today.
I guess we're just spoiled here at the LCK here in Korea. It's a regional qualifier.
Oh là 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 là. Oh, elle est dégoûtée. Elle est dégoûtée.
Feeling as elated as they were after that dominant game 2. GENG fans,
elle est la pauvre. Les fans de HLE ils sont trop heureux, frère. Les fans de GENG ils sont trop heureux. Putain. Je pensais que la game allait durer plus longtemps que ça. Oh là 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 là.
Because Hanwha never loses game 5s, right? But now they have all the momentum on their side. Chovy pulls out this twisted fate.
Oh là 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 là. La game 5 qui arrive. La game 5 décisive. Putain, ça c'est bon ça.
The ball is in their court.
And you know what? Some bold things. They let Zeka get UNE. It paid off, right? Because now it's disabled for game 5.
Ah, Silver Scraps! Silver Scraps! Et vous allez voir, normalement là, comme c'est dans une arène, il va y avoir tous les trucs levés là avec les lumières et tout. Ça va être trop stylé. Mais j'ai fait quoi la petite maison après-vie là? Lorraine Gals, tu fais quoi? Oh, Lorraine Gals! Ah, beaucoup plus belle que Lorraine Gals. Hein. Silver Scraps! Merde! Merde! Vraiment tu fais ça dans l'arène. On va pas avec le merde. Putain, Silver Scraps. Aïe aïe aïe. Ça va chier. Putain, c'est tellement le meilleur scénario. C'est tout ce dont je rêvais depuis le début. Ça va être bon ça. Mais le lysine de Canyon par contre c'est une folie hein. Canyon. Canyon, quel niveau frère. Quel niveau de Canyon. Regarde ça, le frère par derrière. Oh là là, et qui refonce et qui... Oh là 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 là. Son niveau. Oh là 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 là. Ah, yes. Oh, il n'y a plus de musique. Ah si, il y a la musique. OMG, il y a la musique. C'est la fameuse musique des Game 5. Une game pour une place au MSI. Qui va y aller? Qui? Ah, regardez, ça allume les lampes. Obligé de rester là-dessus. Moi aussi j'allume moi. Moi aussi je suis dans le public, la team. Il en a rien à foutre. Bah il en a rien à foutre. Il en a rien à foutre le commentateur. Ah là là. Je vais en profiter pour aller aux toilettes. Oh le BO de fou frère. Vas-y je vais pisser, j'arrive. Ok, on va partir. Pour la game 5. Voilà, ils vont envoyer le générique LCK. On va baisser un petit peu. Là, les Silver Scraps. Normalement. Il y a Silver Scraps qui va réapparaître là. Voilà. Ça relance Silver Scraps. C'est la musique des Game 5.
Phones out, you already know what to do. We're so blessed to have yet another best of 5 go all 5 here. Silver Scrapes, Hanwha Esports and GENG, the #1 seed GENG.
Tout va jouer sur une dernière game. Putain. Je savais que j'allais stream jusqu'à 15h.
I just have one thing to say, Deacon.
Let's fucking go!
Let's go! It's happening! There is a narrative overload that is about to transpire. It's fine. I'm leaving anyway. They can't do it. It's okay. Because we need to talk about the champions, and then we need to talk about all the things coming together now that we did go to that game number 5.
Yeah, let's take a look at the Fearless band so far throughout the 4 games. It has been just a unique amalgamation of unique picks and champions that we are so used to seeing them play multiple times, like the Sylas, like the Yone here.
I mean, I told you, Viper, do not pick Jinx Lulu in the game 4. It's for the game 5, you know? You want to pick for the late game at the game 5,
Qu'est-ce
not
qu'ils
game
vont
4.
piquer en dernière game, frère? Qu'est-ce qu'ils vont piquer?
Just aggressive picks and just being, like, I don't know. I think they should have picked something aggressive in the lane, but they didn't, so I feel like their win condition was out.
There's also now 2 games in a row, Zeka being baited into a melee pick and then getting taken down by the Chovy Canyon duo. And in game number 5, I think that's not going to be any different. I think that's the issue that Hanwha Live need to fix. What is Zeka going to find? And when it comes to priority picks, I think the AD carry pool is getting thin.
Yeah.
And particularly with Jing's gone, I think that the Zeri stock is right up.
Yeah, I mean, I think that also goes same for the Ornn, because Sion, Trundle is out, and all the tanks are out, so
just
I think...
Brom, and you're good.
Exactly.
Well, you know what hasn't been pinched as much because of how big these champion pools are for the junglers? It is the jungler champion pool. This time, Lee Sin getting picked up, and we see exactly why. Even though we don't see it in the meta, anytime Canyon plays it, it is dangerous.
Hanwha Live,
il est incroyable.
Here, as Canyon is on that Lee. And the game at this point, this was a Hail Mary from Hanwha. The game was kind of over already, but oh my God!
This is 1, 2, 3, 4, Wolf.
A 4-man kick on the 1 carry of Hanwha Life that has an opportunity to turn that fight around.
And also you could see that was a matter of inches, you know. Sapling almost got the vision on Lee Sin as well. That was just so close.
And the thing I love about this from a narrative standpoint is that in the game 3 win, you're like, ooh, they're having a hard time trying to close it out with a 7,000 gold lead. Even in this one, ooh, they have soul. It still feels a little clunky, but that kick felt like a weight was lifted off of everyone here in the Sajik Stadium that is rooting for Gen.G. And now you start thinking about terrible memories that Gen.G have to overcome. BLG beating them 3-2 in this exact stadium in 2023.
And we have to bring it back because it happened right here. Gen.G was able to fight the way back. Get so close to turning it around, and obviously the only one that's still there.
À la fois qu'ils ont combattu dans cette arène, c'est fini la même, ça a fait 2-3 pour
and prevent that switch. But for Gen.G being able, and for Chovy individually to be able to try and right those wrongs from 2 years ago, right here in the arena, I think is such an insane angle. If they manage to do it.
And on top of that, we are not seeing many reverse sweep nowadays. I feel like we're seeing many 3-0s in the LCK, but I feel like reverse sweep was not a thing in LCK especially. So I feel like it could be a thing.
Right? Doran as well, and let's not forget, Ruler has his own demons in this very arena as well, and if he loses, they might have to play the same person that made him think that way. You know what? And also, this has been a turnover of the guard since 2024 summer. The Hanwha Life esports run has been something to watch, and it has been against this Gen.G squad that's been so damn dominant.
Here, only one predicting them, Daniel Ox Harrison. Today, only a single man who, if you like, an underdog, he's the man you want in your corner. It's Jonas Strong, the only one predicting a 3-2 for Hanwha Life.
Some call man like a god sometimes.
It's so telling that coming into this series, all of us, and I think validly because of the regular season, we're expecting Gen.G to win. And there were some free 2s, there were some free 1s, meaning we did with the dummies going for free 0. But what is important to note is that when it comes to a game 5, Zeka doesn't lose. And thus far, I think he's been mostly getting gapped by Chovy. Had the Zero play in game number 1, right, to kind of pull it back.
Yeah.
But over the course of this series, he hasn't been able to deliver. I mean, this man, he gets it done.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was really great strategy to open up the Yone because Sejuani, like all those good combination junglers were gone. So I feel like open up the Zeka's favorite pick and pick TF into it. It was kind of a brave choice by Gen.G, but this time around, I think you have to do something about the mid lane champion again. It can be any, or it can be something else like Set. I'm not sure, but I can already see that it's going to be interesting.
Regardless of outcome, like either the game 5 streak gets broken, Gen.G gets back on the throne, or Hanwha Life are truly taking over. It's so good!
It's so good! We went with key champions. Who's your key player here that's going to be the difference maker? Because you can pick the ones that have been the front runners, you can pick the ones that have come up, you can pick the ones that started to slow down here. What are you going here with it?
I mean, again, I'm going to pick Chovy. Like, even though GENG was down 2 games, I feel like he's Talia. Every single champion was on point. So I feel like he's going to bring another unique pick in the game 5.
For me, for Hanwha Life, I'm going to go to Zeus. I think he's been fine today, but I haven't seen the true wonder. The Camille game was good, but I feel like Keen has been able to kind of match him this far into a best of 5 with the champion pool that man has. I'm expecting it to come up huge.
We're lighting it up here in the Sajik Indoor Gymnasium.
Mesdames et messieurs, c'est parti. La Game 5 qui va décider de qui va aller. Oh là là!
It's game number 5 in the LCK.
Oh là là, Silver Scraps.
Thank you very much, guys. We are here getting ready for game number 5. As the series, once again, we're blessed with the game number 5. It just keeps happening. We thought Hanwha were just the better team, and now we're realizing that GENG just had a slow start. And they dominated in game number 4. It took them a little bit longer in game 3, but they still won pretty sizably when you look at the numbers. And now, I mean, all bets are off. Surely Hanwha Life could come back, but it's hard when there's so much momentum going the way of GENG.
I feel like momentum, GENG obviously have that 2 games in a row. That's big in their favor. Things like the fact that they let the...
What's going on here?
Looking real cool right there.
All right, the GM of Hanwha Life Esports has decided that they're going to win game 5.
I think they have a secret plan in mind.
But I think
very mysterious.
Yeah.
When you look to HLE, last 3 times when it's gone to game 5 against GENG, they ended up winning out. They've been the game 5 demons. Zeka in particular.
On se capte après. Elle m'a fait les yeux à moi, elle m'a fait les yeux doux. Elle m'a fait les yeux doux, elle m'a fait les yeux doux. Elle m'a fait les yeux doux.
The game 5 demon, the Super Soldier, 9
Elle m'a fait les yeux
wins
doux à moi.
in best of 5s. And he's looking for his 10th, you know, to go to MSI as the first seed, to say, Hanwha Life, this is our dynasty. We're living in the era of Hanwha Life. Defending international.
Allez, lancez-moi cette dernière game.
They're able to take the world's title.
On veut savoir
GENG in LCK Summer
qui va win cette game.
I don't think everyone really realized at the time that we might be seeing the birth of what is a new dominant force, our new #1 seed, our new representative here for the LCK, but GENG have an opportunity to stop that trend. Sure, Hanwha might still win the fight, they can go as their 2nd seed, but they want to take it now. They want to continue that trend. They want to be the elite #1 team they were back in the LCK Cup. We've had so many different eras of dominant teams, SK Telecom, Dom1 being our only representative. Then we had T1 for a bit, the GENG's era was finally stopped by Hanwha Life. And maybe Hanwha Life could birth their own legacy here in the LCK of a dominant era spanning across multiple seasons, potentially multiple years. But it has to start with that best of 5 win here for Zeka.
Une game 5.
Well, here we are, game number 5. Zeka is
game 5.
10th, as you mentioned. Hanwha Life, they select the blue side.
Je monte bien haut là. Là, je vais le monter là-haut carrément.
In the road to MSI, red side is heavily favored in the stats. 9-1 so far. Blue side only won once. That was KT. And again, I think that's
game 5
because, you know, the stronger
pour l'histoire.
Winning from red.
Les 2 plus grandes équipes du monde qui s'affrontent pour une game 5 pour une place.
But now, you know, coming into this game,
MSI.
I think all bets are off. We're going to see some weird stuff. And I think this is where champion pools really come into play. And you really have to dig deep to try to form some semblance of a comp that works together while also making, you know, good choices in individual champions.
In terms of meta picks we've seen in round 2 and onwards, the only one that's really left available that aren't going to be permabanned, like the Vi, obviously the Galio, it's been banned for multiple games here, is the Pantheon. We assume that will also be banned going into this one. And things get a little bit more weird. We've had so many game 5s across this year of Fearless. Victor also was banned, and will continue to be so. Where the game 5 drafts are not meta, they're not necessarily practiced, and it's a messy game 5, and your clutch is the most important factor, and that's where Zeka's come up big. So my eyes are on what's he playing in this 5th and final game.
Allez, ok, ça banne Galio, Renekton, Vi, Victor. Putain, j'aurais bien aimé voir un Victor quand même.
Touched so they could just bring out those, or it could just be
Ornn.
One thing we have seen a lot of scaling lent towards in the game 5s. You know, that's where we've seen like the Zeri Lulus come out. That's where we've seen like the Aurelion Soul. Ornn ban makes a lot of sense with that in mind.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean that Nidalee though has not been banned away. Does get banned away this time by GENG. Jace left available as a result.
Yeah, Jace is one of those other meta picks.
Jace, évidemment, Jace open. Oh là là. Oh putain, c'est tellement free. C'est tellement free pour HLE. Zeus sur Jace, c'est free de malade. C'est free de malade pour HLE. Zeus sur Jace, mais c'est imprenable, frère.
Les gars, mettez-vous bien chez vous. Ouais, il y a moyen que je fasse un peu de play-by-play. Il y a moyen qu'on s'excite. Que ce soit pour HLE, que ce soit pour GENG, même si évidemment je suis plus pour GENG. Même si HLE gagne, il faudra s'incliner.
If you grab, for example, Ash Braum, then your jungle pool is going to get choked out in the second phase. If you go for the Xayah here,
it's also available.
It's relatively safe into a lot of people. I feel like Wukong is not one of them.
Il faut crier ici.
On the ground after you ult.
Yeah, but I do feel like denying the because as much as Lucian Rakan doesn't sound like the strongest duo, Rakan with Wukong is so strong. Denying that feels like a lot of value. And getting Rakan full delight in a game 5 feels insane. Plus Rakan is a fantastic matchup in a brawl. Like you often, when you pick Braum, you want to buy Rakan because you can never really stack up the passive mobile. So I think HLE, they feel so happy right now with how the first 3 have gone.
See what the
praying for GENG.
See what the response is going to be here, because obviously we're looking at jungle and top here for potential target roles. To ban away, with HLE not having a jungler locked in, and of course for the side of GENG not having one. So there's the Pantheon, which seems pretty obvious. We talked about it. I guess it's just not going to be seen in this entire best of 5. And then answers to Jace that we could see. Obviously the Ornn is gone, Sion is fearless banned. I don't think we're going to see a Malphite in this composition, but it could kind of work. I wonder what the read here for HLE Esports is going to be in this situation. I mean, Keen's got a crazy champion pool, right? Like, I don't think he's pulling out the Urgot. And because it's so hard to counter the Jace here, I actually like the pivot to just say, no, let's focus on Chovy instead.
Le Braum et tout. Ouais, bah là, en fait, tous les autres bans, tout ce qui a été ban, en fait, tu prends les autres.
Well, even if the Xayah dodges it, there's a lot of sustained damage over the course of time that Tibbers can do and be very annoying. So... At the same time, though, you're banning out Chovy, a guy who's probably just going to play Aurelion Soul.
Aïe, 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 là, c'est chaud, là.
Pretty much anything, you know, you can play
ça banne Panthéon, Nidalee.
Xerath, or, you know, I don't know about Xerath here, but there are a lot of options. Even a colleague can be banned away from Zeka.
I feel like that's a good ban away from Zeka. I feel like
Viper. Non, c'est pas Viper, c'est...
I mean, it works really well with Jace, too. You poke them down, the Akali comes in for cleanup. A lot of discussion about this final ban here. It's really game 5 as well. There's moments where as a caster you could predict what's going to come, but it's
peanuts, je suis con quoi.
It's only what the players know and what they're talking about, which is going to come onto the forefront here.
I think the Orianna makes sense for how it syncs with the Wukong, you know, and the late engage that can provide. Especially because as much as you have the Xayah, as you said, like if you ult and then come down again and then the second charge is waiting.
Yasuo! Wukong!
Who's that for?
I mean...
Aatrox? Okay.
Aatrox makes sense here. It's very aggressive, but I think there's enough setup for it, and there's so much mid-game power in this
Aatrox! Oh, ça va être du beau jeu, là.
Not going to be easy. We've seen that he has gotten bullied when he picks first. Chovy will not let him get away with anything.
I mean, are we just going for something like a Tristana mid?
I think that Lilia value here is pretty big into what GENG have. Like, very short-range comp, a lot of melee champions.
A lot of setup.
Really good.
Yeah.
Especially with, like, if Rakan gets a big charm, easy setup for a big sleep.
It's also, though, fairly risky into the Wukong, because if you get caught, and the follow-up is just so much burst damage, you're just going to get locked down and die, so you really have to have a lot of control. But I agree. I like this pick here a lot. And I trust that Peanut will actually have a game that's worthy of what its potential is and won't just simply be bullied.
What are we playing, Zeka? There's not a lot of options
Oh
left that are in his wheelhouse.
I mean, it could even be something like Veigar, you know, zoning the melee.
Le Niar!
And Gnar into the top lane to deal with the
Le Niar pour Zeus. Ah non, non, pour Viper.
This is interesting because
Aurélien Sol.
I think they need scaling damage, and I think this is the only pick left.
Le Aurélien Sol.
No, I feel like it's an interesting one because
pour Chovy.
The Gnar into Aatrox matchup, we've seen good Aatrox is able to play
Aurélien Sol pour Chovy.
You know, pretty well. Like if I'm gonna pick something for Zeus to double the matchup.
No.
You saw him saying it there. He was saying Zoe, and we're gonna get a Zoe in this game.
No, I feel like I don't want to derail your point, Ox, because I feel like these two picks couldn't have been more opposite in what they do for this draft. The Aurelion Sol, a lot of zoning, a lot of big ultimate power.
De toute façon, les drafts sont faites.
And just insane scaling.
Il n'y a plus de retour en arrière.
So good into the Xayah, but the Zoe is just
parti pour la game 5.
And this makes Genji's composition all in on the mid
Qui va gagner entre HLE
et practically nothing.
It feels like
et
so much,
Genji.
you know, we talked about how a lot of
C'est un combat de monstres. Ce genre de BO, c'est le type de BO que tu dois regarder si t'aimes League of Legends. Parce que c'est du beau jeu de malade.
I feel like even the fact that HLE, I feel like their comp leans more towards the later stages. I don't even think they lean heavily there. I feel both comps, a lot of mid-game power in these compositions.
We didn't see it in the last game, but so many of these games, or all the other ones, Hanwha Life got first blood, had an early lead. I think if that kind of game happens here, and Hanwha Life have a mid-game where Genji have no agency, it's just done. Like I don't feel like Hanwha's comp is a scaling draft like the way you mentioned we saw in lots of game 5s in Fearless with no engage, where it's just sit back and scale. But I feel like Genji, from behind or even neutral in the late game, their comp just doesn't scale very well. Like Lucian can burst somebody down. There's always that pick potential. But
ça va péter.
It's just a lot more of a full package on the side of Hanwha Life.
Ouais, je suis pas triste, mon gars, c'est ma gueule. Oh, lève la tête, c'est pas fini.
You can see how they can get the wombo combo together. Like the Lucian and the Zoe, it needs to be a good laning phase from Chovy, which we definitely expect. But the bot lane 2v2, they need to do work, which they need to step up in game 5.
It's game 5, guys. Let's hop out of the river.
It's game 5. It's game 5. It's now. It's now. Oh là là, Genji a un peu
so
gagné.
many people on the Genji side praying to the Church of Chovy that the Zoe
oh là là, la team.
I really like
c'est
the early
Tipar.
the Zoe.
C'est
There are a lot of
Tipar.
angles where you know you can get free shock blast to the face when
C'est
you hop back. You
Tipar.
can get Khan ulted very easily or knocked up when you jump back.
The last game. The last
I think
game.
if there's somebody who can make it work, sure it's Chovy, but I think he definitely took a risk
Je
with
sens
this
qu'après je
one.
dois prendre une douche et tout.
Kind of agreeing on that point.
I feel like if you go Aurelion Sol, everything we said about like the late game team fighting from behind becomes like, well, if you're behind, it's cool because yeah, your Aatrox didn't have the swimming mid game that you wanted, but you kind of infinitely scale. You're really strong, and you know the Lucian can still supplement that damage. You have the Wukong for even heal for the Aurelion Sol. Fly around, it's got reset value. There's just so many things the Aurelion Sol does, especially because we know Chovy is insanely good at Aurelion Sol. It's one of his favorite picks, and yet we got this, which is still good with what Genji has.
Jace mid!
So all
Jace mid!
You feel like you don't see the longevity necessarily from behind.
My concern with the Aurelion Sol is
Je viens de capter.
You know, we're talking a lot about a pick that didn't happen.
Jace
but it would have been
contre
like,
Zoe.
you know, Chovy
Aatrox contre Gnar.
Game after game is now in a
Braum
pick
contre Akan, Xayah contre...
And if everything goes wrong, you hope that he can scale up. And I feel like they put him on an active pick to make that impact. And I feel like, for me, that's the right call because I wouldn't want him to be on the sit back and scale. I want him on the take charge because he has been doing that so far. And you know, whether it works or not, whether the game explodes in the face or not, I think it's the right call to put him on a pick where he can actually have an impact sooner rather than later. And so far, you know, at least in the bot lane, they're getting off to a good start.
I think in the microcosm of the series, that's been absolutely the way. Because like you mentioned, Zeka has really just not lived up to Chovy in most of these games. Even in the wins for Hanwha, Chovy's had a great early game. So we'll have to wait and see. I mean, the Rise game was questionable at times, but it was a lot of chain CC. But Zoe is a pick that is explosive and from behind, you can still do things because you could set up a sleep, you can zone on objectives, you could just burst somebody with your team, and that can get you back in. But it's not quite going to be shock blast value sitting at neutral being like, oh yeah, you guys can't get to me, I'm just going to keep, you know, empowering.
Oh là là, attention, Chovy qui donne quelque chose. Oh! Putain, il lui met mal. Oh, il lui met mal, Zeus. Zeus le met très très mal.
So we've seen Keen do really well in lane so far throughout the series against Zeus. The Aatrox into our matchup, you know, we've seen Aatrox just do really well in the matchup, but it's definitely a skill matchup, right? If you're connecting the sweet spots, if you're closing distance, you can do well. Right now, Zeus having a great time into Keen, forcing Keen to recall. He will TP back in to catch this wave. Oh, he will actually stay. And Zeus is about a mega. This is risky.
Oh, ça veut... Bon, attention, c'est invade, c'est invade, c'est invade. C'est invade, c'est invade, c'est invade, c'est invade. Oh lol, oh wesh. L'invade raté. Pendant que ça prend du coup la wave. Pour le Nia, mais l'invade a été raté, ça fait coûter un kill. GENG, enfin HLE, enfin bref, ça a failli faire... Oh bref, putain, waouh. Sois à fond, c'est la dernière game là. Ok, ça tente sur rouleur.
Is very squishy, which also kind of leads in a, you know, if this Zoe gets ahead, if this Lucian, if this Aatrox, people will explode. I mean, I feel like for both sides, this is going to be a game where whichever team gets ahead will just be able to decimate the other side.
Yeah, and you think about, you know, what goes well with the Wukong comp we've seen played many times is Ahri Wukong, but obviously the Ahri's been gone since game 1, actually. Or no, not game 1, game 2. So they go for Zoe, who's got the ability to set up the Wukong on top of it, and I think it kind of makes sense, you know, after our long discussion about the pick. And again, if somebody's going to get it done, I think it is Chovy in his current state, in his current form. Even though the early laning phase looked a little bit rough, he's certainly holding his own by this point.
Je fais plusieurs trucs en même temps, je me concentre en même temps sur la game. Je trouve que pour l'instant, ça tente un truc au bot.
A pure melee champion that he can just bully to his heart's content, like we saw with the Silas game out of Zeka.
We do see Peanut stealing away the wolves from Canyon, which has helped keep him a little bit even. We did see Canyon, when Peanut went for that top dive, Canyon stole away a camp, which obviously put him a little bit ahead, but you kind of need to be, you know, when Peanut goes for a gank like that, you need to be stealing away camps, because if you let the Lilia just run away with the matchup, she will get really far ahead.
So much vision and pride here for Hanwha Life. I mean, I think this might just be Canyon does not have level 6.
Oh, ça va se battre pour le Drake. Attention, Chovy va peut-être tomber contre le Jace. Zeka peut-il le faire tomber? Zeka va peut-être le tirer. Ah, il a un PV! Il a un PV, attention, ça se fight. C'est GENG qui récupère le Drake. GENG qui récupère le Drake, est-ce qu'ils peuvent continuer pour essayer de prendre des kills? Ça me semble compliqué, mais il faut faire attention à Zeka qui est dans le push. Canyon qui va tomber, ça va être first blood pour HLE, pour Viper. La Xayah Viper qui prend le kill. Oh, attention, putain, la boulette qui a failli connecter. La TP de Braum. Un peu tard la TP. Un petit peu tard. Alors bonhomme. Allez mon bonhomme, hein. Ok, je vois le fight. Ça se jette dedans, Viper qui se fait prendre par ses flèches qui attaque. Ah ouais, putain, ils ont réussi à prendre de justesse. Hein. C'est Canyon qui a réussi à le voler. Putain. Canyon, petit salopard. Il finira par mourir, mais ça vole le Drake, donc c'est pas... c'est pas si mal.
The thing is, it's really hard in a game 5, in a situation like that, where if it goes wrong, you don't secure the dragon, and you potentially lose more members, to make a call that you want to go for this play, and like it worked out, and in hindsight, it was the right play, but like GENG, that was so touch and go, and to be able to in a game 5 go, yeah, we're gonna make this work. a lot of confidence.
If they get wiped there, you know, it's probably just game over.
It's just series done.
Yeah.
This is right before the grubs. And so Zach, he still kind of does the same thing, but he doesn't have any items at this point in time. So getting chunked out by the Zoe before the fight even begins.
Ils vont laisser les... Zeus se régale en plate pendant que ça prend les grubs.
I think they're just gonna, with Viper being under turret and the fact that Zeus has demolished proc and he's gonna get multiple plates here, they're simply gonna give
Zeus doit se régaler en plate là.
Canyon didn't smite.
Zeus se régale mon pote. Je sais pas il a pris combien de plates, mais il a dû en prendre bien 2 ou 3 là. Ouais, il en a pris 3. Il a pris 3 plates le salopard. Il a mis mid-life la tourelle.
That Zeus lead into the Aatrox. He did pick up a bunch of plate gold down the bottom side, 2 solo plates to the Gnar, and a swap back towards the top side once again. But this is a lead for Hanwha, you know?
Attention, ah non, ça change rien.
As much as they would have liked to, sure they got the early dragon stacked up. It's not doomed by any means, but
ça change rien.
This next dragon, they really need to make something happen.
Pardon. Ah, ça tente un dive. Est-ce que ça tente un dive? Ok, la boulette qui connecte. Boulette qui connecte. Attention, ça suffira pas. Ça prend tous les dégâts. Aïe, 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 il faut partir. Oh, le double kill. Le double kill. Xayah qui arrive à prendre un kill quand même. Mais c'est le dive sous tourelle était trop compliqué. Hein. Ça a pris tous les dégâts pour Rakan. Franchement, compliqué. Hein. Ça a sacrifié le Rakan pour pas grand chose. Compliqué cette histoire, compliqué. J'aurais pas fait ça. Bon après je dis j'aurais pas fait ça, mais je suis pas un pro quoi, mais t'as capté. Regarde, hop. Alors le problème c'est que c'est lui qui a tout tanké. Et la Peanut qui n'est pas mort, je pensais qu'il allait mourir, mais en fait la tourelle non. La tourelle ne faisait pas assez de dégâts, il avait encore assez de points de vie.
Ruler also has very high standards, so maybe Duro feeling the pressure a little bit, knowing he let down his young quite a bit. It's kind of hard for him to do much in that situation, but trying his best, and I don't think he should be too hard on himself. Life though, in a very nice lead here. It's nothing game-breaking at this point, but the Gnar's ahead and the Xayah's ahead. 2-0 for Viper in this game is going to be pretty massive. He's going to get scaled up very quickly in this one. We're not going to know if Ruler can really keep up in this game.
I think it's okay for GENG to be even, but not behind. And right now, 700 gold isn't enough behind for me to say it's not okay, right? If they can continue to hold on to these dragons, continue to force these fights on their terms, threaten kills, then it's still fine. It's when they lose a big fight that's when you should start worrying if you're a GENG fan. They have Prime on the streak right now.
Est-ce qu'ils vont contester Strike? Est-ce qu'ils vont contester Strike? Attention. Ok, ça fonce pour D-Light, ça fonce sur Rouleur. Pendant ce temps, Viper qui se fait déchirer. Mais c'est un mauvais fight pour HLE. Attendez, peut-être pas. Si, aïe 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 aïe. En plus, ça prend le Drake côté GENG. Oh, HLE, c'est compliqué là. Faut partir. Faut partir. Canyon qui continue à sauter dessus. Mais D-Light qui arrive à contrer le truc. Ok, le Gnar qui survit. Le Gnar qui survit. Aïe aïe aïe. Oh là là, heureusement, il n'y a plus de dégâts. Mais franchement, ah putain, en plus, Canyon, il a 1 PV ce chien. Oh là là, quel fight compliqué pour les HLE. Le fight il est compliqué. Oh, ah dommage. Dommage. Ça aurait connecté, je pense que ça prenait le kill sur Canyon. Hein. Qu'est-ce que tu fais, Peanut? Barre-toi. Tu veux pas le point. Barre-toi. Il est fou ce mec. Il est fou. Fou ce type. Regardez putain, ça a été bloqué. Hein. Non mais c'est... Zeus il a failli mourir, c'est qu'il rentre. Le problème c'est qu'ils en pro Canyon, il en profite pour prendre le Drake. Après ils ont les dégâts, du coup ils peuvent foncer. Après il y a la tourelle. Bon ils prennent pas les dégâts de la tourelle mais... Ça a fait tomber Jace et tout. Comment il perd de ses points de vie Canyon d'ailleurs? Ah oui parce qu'il il fonce dedans et Pinos qui met des dégâts et tout, et c'est lui qui prend les coups de la tourelle, ok. Mais qu'est-ce que t'as? Mais c'est pas possible! Eh, je peux pas être tranquille! C'est dommage que ça ait pas touché. Hein.
GENG fans very happy as well that the comp still has relevance at this point.
I feel kind of bad for Viper. I said it in the play-by-play, but he was 1 second off of his
LOY!
So he just got bullied so hard because he didn't have songs, and he's Isaiah sitting there. And Isaiah without Thunderstorm doesn't really feel like Isaiah at all.
Il y a Zoé toute seule en bot lane.
C'est fou.
Bah, du coup Chovy. Non, j'ai dit ouais. Ah non, c'est Vae. Ah pardon. Merde. Et il va mourir de ça. Oh Zeus tu forces. Oh Zeus tu forces. Zeus tu forces. Zeus. Oh Zeus il tombe. Oh putain, Canyon aussi, wesh. Bon il réussit quand même à prendre un kill dans le tas pendant que ça... Oh là là, et du coup ça prend la T1 bot pour HLE. Oh là là, mais c'est tellement serré frère, mais c'est quoi ce bio de fou.
This turret's very healthy, and the bottom turret goes down. You got the kill back anyways.
Wesh, les dégâts de Zoé. Oh, il est bloqué. Oh, il est bloqué. Zoé qui tombe. Chovy, oui. Attention, l'ulti de Brome. Et ça arrive. Ah, ça touche, ça connecte pas, ça connecte pas. Faut partir, faut partir, faut partir, faut partir. Attention, peut-être ça peut se connecter sur Duro. Et Zeus qui prend le kill sur Duro. Je reste en l'air, je reviens. Vas-y, y'a pas de soucis, t'inquiète. De toute façon, il y a encore un petit moment là.
Duro trying to save his mid lane and ends up getting punished for it, and Chovy just overstepping there, trying to get a bit of damage down onto Peanut and Zeka. Now Ruler looking for Viper.
Wow. Ok, belle ulti.
Yeah, I think maybe some miscommunication there.
Ils vont tenter l'Herald. En fait, je pense pas que faire l'Herald maintenant c'est bien. Ok, ça TP top, pardon. TP top, ok. Ok. Ah, Zeus il a trop forcé le truc. Après il réussit à prendre le kill sur Canyon. Canyon qui a trop forcé aussi. Enfin, pas trop forcé, mais je pense qu'il a fait une erreur en allant vers l'avant, ou alors c'est Zeus qui a réussi à d'autres le truc. Ok, ça prend l'Herald, HLE, attention. Attention HLE, ok HLE qui le prend tranquillement en fait, il n'y a pas de soucis. Lui il back, Atrox.
Things are looking a little bit dire now. You know, before I was saying GENG are still in it. The gold D is getting more significant here for Hanwha.
Je me suis fait mal.
Starting to become a relevant force in
the
game.
Yeah. I mentioned how the Rakan and the Jace can really punish the Zoe, even the Gnar. I didn't even think about the Lilia. You know, you go in, you're gonna get tapped by something from the Lilia. And even if you do a ton of damage, the recourse that happens when you get slept, when you pop back in the portal, is just too much. You have to be so controlled on the Zoe playing in this game. It's a really difficult Zoe game. And, you know, I trusted Jovi, but that was the first example really in this game where he's gonna have some hard times
dans 8 secondes. Ouais, bah là c'est ce que je disais en fait. Ils ont patienté pour Drake, hein. Drake dans 8 secondes, on voit que ça a 2 gold d'avance pour HLE. Enfin, c'est pas encore grandiose, mais ça pose l'Herald pour HLE. Pose l'Herald, est-ce que ça monte dedans? Non, ça monte pas dedans. Ok, ça met à mal la tourelle mid. Ça commence le dragon pour HLE. Est-ce que GENG peut essayer de le contester, ce dragon? Est-ce que ce dragon peut être contesté par HLE? Je ne sais pas, mais ça tente. Ouais, ça veut contester. Ça veut contester. C'est du 5v5. Attention, ça rentre dans la backline. Canyon qui tente, Canyon qui balance un ulti, mais ça suffit pas. HLE qui est beaucoup trop fort. Non, Pinos qui tombe, mais ça a été le dragon a été récupéré par GENG. HLE qui doit partir. Jusqu'à tenter, mais il est parti. Attention, Zoé. Oh, ça tombe pas. Oh, c'est chaud. Viper qui tombe, ça va essayer de chercher Delight. Zeus, Il y a Canyon derrière, mais Zeus c'est là, je sais pas parce que Sugnar, je sais pas si sa forme va revenir. Ok, Zeus qui tombe pas, il y a Zeka, est-ce qu'il peut tenir? Zeka va tomber, non Zeka ne tombe pas, Zeka a réussi à s'en sortir. Wouh! Oh la vache! Oh c'est serré! C'est serré, du coup ça prend la T1, Bot ça en profite. Genji donc comeback cette game. Oula. Mais attends, ça a mis le replay, mais il y a une boulette qui est arrivée. Mais ça se trouve, on a loupé un kill là. Ah ouais, c'est Genji qui a réussi à voler le Drake. C'était bien parti pour HLE, hein, mais la riposte de Peanuts a fait du bien. Et puis après, avec les dégâts du Drake, voilà, en plus les dégâts de Zoé. Heureusement, il survit, mais wow.
That's one thing Zaya is not great at is poke and burst in situations like this. And Chovy's is threading the needle.
J'arrive, Loulou, j'arrive.
And what looked like might have been if Genji loses that fight, they lose the game. They get soul point. They get a massive injection of gold.
Attends, on voit pas la boulette.
And now they're in a great spot.
Quoi?
Yeah. It's like, okay, whatever, I'm just dead here.
Il est mort?
C'est
une blague ou quoi? Il est mort de la boulette?
But yeah, that's a massive fight here for Genji. I mean, they're in this game. They have 3 dragons. Cloud Soul.
3 dragons pour Genji, aucun pour HLE, putain. Qui va gagner?
Every champ loves it on the side of Genji. And now we got
oh, Viper qui tombe, c'est très bien pour Genji. Zeus, est-ce qu'il peut faire quelque chose? Il est très tanky avant l'arrivée de Peanuts. Non, il peut pas, il peut faire facile, il va quand même réussir à s'enfuir. Oh, il a eu chaud patate. Ah, il a tenté, non, ça ne se connecte pas.
And Viper, I feel like the most consistent member on HLE throughout this season is being punished again and again on
ah, il veut que je lui ouvre la porte de la salle de bain en fait.
Genji is targeting him this game. 3 deaths so far.
And I just really feel like for the comp, the Zaya was safe, but not safe into all of this, right? And that call to be on the red buff there without vision of where Genji was when so many members
le attaque à la spawn. L'attaque à la spawn, mais vont-ils déjà le faire? Je ne sais pas, je ne sais point. Tout va dépendre. Ouais, ils vont tenter, je sais pas. Non, ok. Rakan bag. Donc, ok, Canyon a bien tendu un piège à Viper, c'était un bon piège. Ah ouais, il l'a. Ouais. Il l'a brain avec son clone en fait. Il lui a fait croire que c'était le clone alors que c'était pas le clone. Et Zeus qui a réussi à survivre, donc ça a balancé l'ulti de Braum.
Genji, the more these picks they have, the more map control they have, the more this comp becomes so oppressive because Chovy could be anywhere. You don't have vision of him.
Ouais, d'accord, ça.
It's that burst, you're just dead, and the fight, there is no fight. Then there is no contest of the objective. Genji
ça veut tenter l'attaque là? À 2?
Zoe with control and a mid turret down. I mean, it's the wolf point we
non, ça le tente pas, ça le tente pas, ça le tente pas, ça le tente pas.
Then you're really feeling good about what you can do as we move out of the mid game into the late game.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be something to look at. We haven't really seen the Jace have as much power. You know, the Jace from ahead can also do some very nice things, but last couple of fights haven't really been set up here for Life.
Also, Chovy just got like the horizon-focused Luden spike. Both those items so cheap now and so much damage. And the thing is, we now have Atakan on the bot side, and it's Soul in 50 seconds. You can't even do like the split map.
C'est avantageux pour l'instant c'est Genji, mais... En fait, je ne sais pas qui je veux voir gagner. Je voulais voir HLE gagner, mais en vrai... Enfin, Genji gagner, mais en vrai, maintenant... Maintenant, je sais pas, hein. C'est assez sérieux.
The best way for Hanwha to play this dragon fight is to actually just slowly approach and continue to poke with this Jace and hope that you can whittle the health bars down fast enough before Genji can actually smite the dragon and look for a follow-up there. Or obviously, if Genji start to feel that pressure on the Jace poke and look to engage,
du coup, ils iraient en grande finale, du coup, celui qui gagne là. Celui qui gagne va en grande finale. Je sais pas si je casterai la grande finale, je sais pas. On verra, ce sera contre qui. Si c'est contre T1, d'accord, je dirais oui. Mais...
Oh! The target here, but his spacing is good. Now they've kind of broken this open though. Delight's on a cool angle.
Yeah, it really just comes down to what the approach is going to look like on this fight, because it could be the Jace getting big damage, or it could be the Zoe getting the big damage.
Ça va se battre. En fait, ça hésite entre le Drake et l'Atakan, parce que je crois que HLE veut faire l'Atakan, mais Genji veut faire le Drake. Oh, oh, Zeus qui se fait maltraiter par Kin. Zeka est derrière, hein, faut faire gaffe. Hein. Zeka est derrière avec son Jace. Ça commence le Drake, ça fait le Drake pour HLE, ok, ça balance l'ulti.
Mega's in such a good spot.
Take away some of the ability of him to engage. Another sleep gonna hit onto the
Est-ce qu'ils vont pouvoir contest ce Drake? Oh, la boulette. Ok, le Drake a régène. Zeus qui reste dans leur pouvoir. Ça essaie de le retenter, mais c'est chaud. Hein. Ça a balancé les ultis et tout. Qui a son flash là? Ok, tout le monde a son flash côté HLE. Mais côté Genji, il manque le flash de Chovy. Ce serait un flash important en plus. Hein. Et qui est là? Attention, ça se bat contre Zeus. Attention, ça rentre. Ça rentre qui va. Attention, aïe aïe aïe! Et ça vole le Drake pour HLE. Et ça prend plus un kill en plus. Aïe aïe aïe, ça part mal pour Genji. C'est... Aïe aïe aïe, Canyon qui tombe. Le Wukong. Oh, Zeus. Zeus qui va peut-être tomber. Non, il flash, le flash de Zeus. Ça essaie quand même de le prendre. Et rouleur. Rouleur.
Yeah, HLE with the dragon, definitely big they were able to secure that one, but a 1-for-1 at the end of things.
Putain, rouleur!
Zeus is down for a long time without TP. So Canyon's gonna be up soon. Zeus down for a long time without TP, so I wonder if they can try and get some pressure, maybe around Atakan on the back of this, or if they'll just slow play it.
Wesh.
Well, I think they definitely need to move towards it here. There's no vision on it right now as a
Putain,
controller.
rouleur. Bah dis donc, gros fight là. Hein. Enfin, un gros fight, non, parce qu'il n'y a pas eu vraiment beaucoup de morts, mais il y a Wukong qui est tombé. Ça a volé le Drake juste après, qui a réussi à s'enfuir. Et après, ça a tout mis sur Zeus. Et ça a quand même réussi à le voler. Il a flash en plus. Donc ils prennent son flash et ils prennent le kill en plus. C'est très bien ça. C'est très bien pour Genji. Mais la game est très serrée en vrai là. Je sais pas sur quoi ça va jouer, mais... Eh oh! Arrête de miauler toi là-bas.
Like all 5 members were like, we're killing this Wukong, that is our prime focus, and as a result easily secured the dragon. So there's no risk of like losing the smite fight when the Wukong is dead.
Looks like Chovy looking for the Banshee's Veil next. I think that, you know, when there is a lot of recourse on your hop throughs, can definitely get some value there, but...
I mean, the Zaze poke is more what I'm concerned about though, and... How do we worry that's going to be just so much worse?
Oh les dégâts, il a pris juste une boulette.
Once you pop it off once, you just keep poking.
Juste une boulette, hein, c'est...
I mean, the way you think about it is as much as like...
Ouais, yeah,
If the Banshee's Veil blocks like a 400 damage shot blast, it's a lot of
value. Sure. The shot blasts are hitting, and that sleep is not.
And that's the thing, the Jace
Que boulette connecte pas.
And as long as Zoe doesn't set up a sleep, you just
Faut la boulette, la bombe plutôt, c'est pas une boulette. Désolé, fatigue, mais je suis debout depuis 9h là. On stream depuis 9h30. Il est 15h quasiment. Ok, bah c'est free pour Genji. Oh là, attends, ça arrive pour le contester. Est-ce qu'ils ont le temps de le finir avant que ça arrive? Est-ce qu'ils ont le temps de le finir? Ils ont pas le temps de le finir avant que ça arrive. Zeus qui prend cher. Est-ce que ça va essayer de le contester? Non, ils peuvent pas s'en approcher. Si, ils vont tenter le tout pour le tout. Peanuts peut-être. Ah putain, il a régène. Ah les chiens. Il a reset. Ok, il retente. Ça veut pas abandonner, ça veut pas le lâcher. Hein. Ils disent que ça peut le faire. Puis il y a Chovy qui est là pour tank le truc. Il faut juste qu'on ait attendre sa forme. Est-ce que ça va être pris? Ok, Wukong qui réussit à prendre, D-Light qui rentre. Mais est-ce que D-Light va tomber? D-Light ne tombe pas. Faire attention qu'il n'y a plus beaucoup de PV du côté. Mais attention, Peanuts qui balance. Ok, Peanuts qui prend cher. Ulti, Canyon qui rentre, qui tue Zeus. Rouleur qui tue Zeus, je veux dire, ok, après ça doit s'enfuir parce que du coup là ça l'attaque, c'est très bon pour Genji, c'est très bon, la game peut peut-être se terminer là, je ne sais pas, à mon avis non parce que ça ne tombe pas, ils vont pas tenter plus. Oh, D-Light qui survit, Michael qui lui a faussé dessus, il a mis de bons dégâts, Zeka qui retourne, il veut aller chercher peut-être son kill mais non parce que Kin et Rouleur vont donc aller chercher le baron d'Achor. Après là il est tout seul, hein. Je pensais que ça allait le suivre mais non. Allez, il fait croire à un baron d'Achor mais en fait non. Comme ça laisse le temps aux autres de back. Mais ils ont l'attaquade. Ils ont l'attaquade. Ça les met donc très bien dans la game. Ils ont pris un kill sur Zeus. Zeus qui est pas trop bien dans cette game en tant que Gnar. Rouleur qui se met bien, hein. Il commence à vraiment se mettre bien. Putain, c'est serré, hein. Ça se joue à rien. Je sais pas combien de temps va durer la game, mais. Ah, level, putain, je crois que c'était les dégâts. Ok, Rouleur est déjà level 15. Ok, bah Chovy, Zeka aussi. Ok. Et en fait, c'est juste normal. Oh putain, Zeka. Putain, je veux dire, Kenan, t'as eu chaud. Faut être indulgent les gars, c'est la première fois que je fais de la watch party que je casse des ou quoi. Ok, ça va se battre pour le Drake. Si Genji arrive à prendre le Drake aussi, il se met très bien. Oh, la boulette de Zoé, ça balance l'ulti, Rouleur. Ça fait des bons dégâts, est-ce qu'ils peuvent prendre le Drake ou ça va être contesté? Ils arrivent quand même à le voler. Mais ça rentre quand même dans le fight. Ils arrivent à le voler sans... Putain, ils arrivent à le voler sans perdre un seul membre. Aussi, Kin qui y va. Ça va, Xayah qui balance son ulti, ça fait pas assez de dégâts. Ils ont plus de PV, faut reculer pour les HLE. Faut reculer. Zeka qui tombe. Jace qui roule. Zeus qui tombe aussi. Oh là, les rouleurs qui prend sur Rakan. Genji est très bien, c'est du 3 pour 0. Mais par contre, ils ont volé le Drake, mais ça va. C'est de la merde. Enfin, du 3 pour 0 pour un Drake, c'est. Ça pue pour les Genji. Enfin, pour les HLE, ça pue. Genji va-t-il être en série de 19 victoires? Ils sont pas loin du perfect split et c'est une game 5 pour une place en MSI. La game coûte entre 700 et 1,5 millions d'euros. En tout cas pour nous c'était le cas, mais comme on a perdu. Ok, c'est baron pour Genji, mais est-ce que HLE va essayer de foncer dedans pour essayer de le retirer le plus possible? Non, ils ont pas les dégâts, ils vont pas pouvoir, mais par contre il y a la TP de Zeus. C'était Zeka, les chiens connard. Putain, okay. Oh putain, le dodge! Le dodge! Ça concerne pas le back, non? Oh, le fight de fou de Zoé qui rentre après l'ulti de Rouleur. Non, franchement, c'était pas mal. Ah, ils arrivent quand même à le voler, mais l'ulti de Brome fait que, bon, voilà. Après, il y a King qui arrive. Hop là. Ça flash, Xayah qui renvoie, ça fait pas assez de dégâts. Brome qui tank, Rouleur qui arrive, qui balance ses petits pistolets, hop tac, ça fait un kill pour Kin et ça reprend une sur Xayah et là bam sur Rakan, un petit spell. Non, très fort. Je pensais qu'il n'allait pas se faire toucher mais finalement il s'est bien fait toucher. Donc ça pue un peu pour HLE. Ça pue pour HLE et ça sent bon pour Genji. Après c'est pas encore assez, hein. Il y a encore quasiment toutes les tourelles. Ils ont pris que 2 tourelles côté HLE. Genji ils en ont pris 3. Bah 3 en fait. Bah c'est écrit en haut, je suis un connard ou quoi, c'est écrit en haut? Tu vas tenter mais... Oh! Oh l'ulti qui fait mal à Zeus, Viper en même temps et ça prend la T2. Ok, ouais putain. Là, Genji, ils arrivent bien à se servir du baron d'Achor qui leur permet de vraiment bien s'avancer. Hein. Là, oh putain, oh là là, oh là là, oh là là. Si la T3 tombe, ça va engager un fight. La T3 va-t-elle tomber? La T3 va-t-elle tomber? La T3 ne tombe pas, elle a 1 HP. Si elle tombe, la T3 tombe. La T3 tombe, la T3 mid aussi. 2 inhibs, Genji. Genji se rapproche dangereusement de la victoire. Genji qui se rapproche dangereusement. Mais est-ce que HLE peut le faire comme tout à l'heure? Est-ce que HLE peut reverse, peut comeback la game, je veux dire, comme l'a fait dans la première? Ça va être compliqué, ça va être compliqué. Faudrait du troll de Genji, mais... Aïe aïe aïe. Aïe aïe aïe, Zeus qui prend cher aussi. Genji qui tank pas mal et qui fait beaucoup de dégâts au HLE. Oh là là, oh l'ulti, et ça va être Zeus qui se jette dans la... Oh là là, je sais pas si ça va suffire. Je sais pas si ça va suffire. Oh! Et Canyon qui va tomber! Canyon qui va tomber, c'est du 1 pour 1. Est-ce qu'ils peuvent prendre plus? Là, HLE, ils ne peuvent pas prendre plus parce qu'ils sont dans la merde. Zoé qui fait beaucoup trop de dégâts pour un petit tank pour protéger Zoé. Chovy qui... Non, c'est bon, Viper qui fait beaucoup de dégâts avec sa Xayah. Mais attends, mais Rouleur est en train de terminer la game. Qu'est-ce qui se passe? Oh! Quoi? Est-ce que ça termine? Je sais pas, est-ce que ça suffit? Genji gagne! Attends, c'est pas fini. Est-ce que Zeus peut défendre? Le Nexus est ouvert, mais ça arrive pas à finir. Le retour de Zeka. Peut-être la boulette. Aïe aïe aïe, ça fait mal. Ah, je sais pas s'ils peuvent. Les 3 sont de retour. Oh là là, c'est compliqué. Du roquet tombe pas, il y a tout le monde, il faut défendre. Je sais pas. Ah non, c'est fini. Genji gagne le BO. Genji gagne. Ils ont reverse sweep HLE. Le reverse sweep est peu complété par Genji. C'est Genji qui gagne, et Genji à sa place au MSI. Incroyable. Ah, ils prennent le ticket.
They will be representing LCK, at MSI.
And what a series it was. Momentum was.
Et ils saluent même pas les adversaires.
And they absolutely ran with it in those final games. A really risky, but if played.
Ils vont même pas voir leurs adversaires, putain. Genji est qualifié pour le MSI à Vancouver au Canada.
Backs against the wall the whole series after game 1. Momentum was out of their sails. Game 2, an incredibly one-sided one. And Genji just never lost it. They never lost confidence, they never lost hope.
HLE se battra donc contre le vainqueur de KT et T1 pour savoir qui ira au MSI. Putain, waouh. Oh putain, waouh. Alors là, le match de la qualif, soit HLE. Oh là là, soit HLE, soit T1 n'ira pas au MSI. Alors là, c'est fou ça. Zeus a troll. Hein. Ah là là, Genji, mais comment tu veux rivaliser avec ça, frère? Comment tu veux rivaliser avec ça? Ah ouais, t'en es fier, hein? T'es au MSI, mon gars. Et ils font leur